Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to some more NFL draft coverage here on Cover One. Today, you have me once again, Anthony Romeo, and next to me here, Kevin is joining us again. He was on with us for a little bit for day two coverage before he got his hopes and dreams shattered a couple of picks later after signing off, right? A
Yeah.
lot more to discuss today. We're going to get into obviously the Bills' picks so far. It's currently the middle of round one, or round four. The Bills do not have a pick in round four, as we know they traded up in round one 2 spots and gave up this fourth round pick. However, we do have 4 6th-round picks that seem to be primed for using to move up at some point in this draft. And there's a lot of talent still on the board. So, Kevin, how you feeling? You got a good night's sleep? You ready to go? I know you're in it for the long haul today, too.
Yeah, I did. Do feel real good about it. Getting ready to rock and roar. Just saw a kicker come off the board to the Browns, Cade York.
Oh, man.
So,
See,
so,
fourth round is where things get crazy, right?
so the number one kicker goes off the board here. They're showing kicking highlights on the screen right now. So anyone wants kicking highlights, feel free. Hopefully you might see that with the Bills shortly or later today in the punting highlights possibility. But yeah, I'm ready to rock and roar. Lots of good talent still on the board. Those COVID players that came back should start to factor in here today. So looking forward to seeing some of this develop. And there's plenty of stuff to talk about right now as the picks are actually roaring in. So there's a lot of players that we can get to.
Absolutely, yeah, and we can start with, kind of recapping what's happened so far in this fourth round, and feel free to jump in if there's a guy on your list that, you were looking at or highlighted in along your draft coverage leading up to today. So the first pick today was Cade Olsen, and he was one that I said to watch out for the Bills taking from Washington, a tight end. He's a guy who, when I watched his film, he just was a leader on the field. Consistent player, not a superstar at tight end, but certainly a guy who would fit the Bills mold of player type and personalities and everything. So I was sad to see him go off the board, but this is about where I expected him to go in the fourth round. Did you scout him or have any thoughts there? Or, we can go through the first 5 picks here of the fourth round. Dameon Pierce went after that. Perion Winfrey, who I know was one that people were talking about being a big dropper in this draft. Kobe Bryant, we discussed him a lot on the hoof as a possible double dip cornerback option in later round. Looking through some names here to see if there's anybody else who jumps out.
Yeah, Perion Winfrey then went later.
Yeah, that was that was another one.
So a couple guys I really like the picks of. I mean, I think the Giants, we were chatting about it, and we have Tilt Money here on the screen too. To kind of
Thanks for having me in, guys. I don't know how long I'll be able to be in here, but I wanted to hop in while
That's
I could.
Great. Yes.
Got to give the people what they want, man.
I mean, Cade Otton, first pick of the fourth round. I love Cade Otton.
I did
coming
too.
in.
Yeah.
I think solid blocker, solid receiver, good hands. Obviously played in Washington, was just a solid 4-year guy for them. Played a lot of games, and a good fit for Tampa, who, is still waiting on what's going on with Gronk. They have Cameron Braid, obviously, but we talked about it yesterday. Like, would adding a tight end early make sense for Tampa? Maybe not so much, but at this point, it does make sense for them. And I also you mentioned the Giants, Kev, but I like what Denver did with their back-to-back picks as well with Damari Mathis and the defensive tackle from Iowa State, and they really needed to bulk up a little bit on that interior. Mathis is a guy that can probably play corner or safety at the next level. So Denver doing their thing. I think Denver's quietly, even without the first round pick, after trading it to Seattle, having some really nice selections in this draft so far. I think they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they're trying to compete, especially in that division with the trade for Russell Wilson. They have everything loaded up and ready to go. They just have to prove they can do it now. It reminds me of
good replacement for Fant right off the bat, right? I mean, they're plugging the holes that they essentially left with that trade, right?
Exactly.
Nick Bonito was a guy the air raid hour guys were pretty high on, a bendier edge type from Oklahoma. So, I mean, look, Denver, they're trying to compete. And with Russell Wilson, you always have a chance, right? Even when Seattle went through those phases where their defense got gutted after the Legion of Boom era kind of ended, it was like Russell Wilson was like carrying them, right? So Denver's roster, I believe now, is better than what Seattle had after the Legion of Boom was gutted. And so Denver, while their roster looks really, really strong with Russell Wilson there, the fact is that division is going to be a murderer's row. And you could see for the first time, granted, it hasn't been only more than a couple seasons with the 7 playoff teams, but could it be a first time where you have 4 teams from a division make the playoffs in the AFC? It's
Wow.
possible. It's
It
possible.
is now with 7 teams, right? Anything
Yes.
can happen. That's crazy to think about. They are good, but at the same time, playing each other twice a year does hurt them,
Yes,
right?
it
Because
does hurt.
in
It
the
does
end,
hurt.
some team is going to have 3 losses within the division. So
Right.
that could end up, adding up for them. And I think that's
Absolutely.
what keeps the 4th team out, whoever that odd team
Yeah.
is. And in that case, it does hurt a lot more if you don't have the depth or the right players to, fill in if there is an injury concern, or, your number 1 cornerback goes down, your number 1 pass rusher goes down, whatever it may be. You're going to need to be able to reload in that division, or you're going to become the 4th team pretty quickly. Really
Agreed.
competitive, really, really fun. I'm glad the Bills are in a much better situation in our division,
Well,
where we
I
seem to
agree.
be the only playoff ready dominant team versus the others who are also trying to compete. I mean, the Dolphins are putting together a good roster, but obviously we know there are
Yeah,
questions
Jets
around
having a good
quarterback.
draft. Obviously, I liked Michael Clemens, the guy they just picked in
Yes.
this round. I was a fan of him for the Bills as a archetype fit for them. And speaking of the AFC West, I mean, the Chargers, right? They've been kind of quiet. They've only had 3 picks so far in this draft, but they went out and got Zion in the first round, a guy a lot of Bills fans liked. They went now in the 4th round and got Isaiah Spiller to complement Austin Eckler. The Chargers behind Austin Eckler kind of been revolving door at running back, right? Justin Jackson was there, Larry Roundtree. So like, who is Spiller now going to be that number 2? I think that's a nice compliment to Eckler for them. So the Chargers, while not having a ton of picks so far in this draft, I think they've made good picks, and obviously JT Woods, the safety as well from Baylor. So that division is wild. I'm also, to Nicholas's comment here, there are some really good names still on the board, in my opinion. Austin
Yes.
being one of them, Khalil Shakir. What do you guys feel about the Bills not having this 4th round pick? Because there's so many good players that look to be on the board, and it's kind of painful to see. But do you guys care much that they don't have a pick right now in this round?
I feel like they had to have a plan. They had to
Yeah.
have a plan going in that, we're willing to give up that 4th round pick because we think these guys will be available either late in the 4th when we can trade back up, or in the 5th. That's my only thought on it. And there are a lot of guys that I still like for the Bills in the positions of need. We haven't drafted a guard. We haven't drafted a punter, all these later positions that could come into play in these later rounds. And yeah, I think they definitely had to have a plan saying we're willing to give up that 4th round pick if these guys are on the board, but if certain guys fall, we're going to get right back in and grab them.
Yeah, I think Calvin Austin's a great player here. I mean, there's a little redundancy there, but I do think he adds that return ability that you're looking for, a Jakeem Grant kind of comparison. I think that the Bills could instantly find a player like that, a roster spot, and that's what you're looking for right now, is a roster spot here. You're not looking for a top-end, high-end performer, maybe somebody that has potential who can do something specific for your team. I think that you could see a fit for a returner, as was one of their weaknesses all season. So I do think that there's room for him on the roster, especially. And I do think that these players coming off the board, and being admitted it, he tried to get a 4-back yesterday. I mean, he said that in his press conference. He's going to try to package 2 6s and a pick next year, 2 6s
probably
and
a 4th next year would take
probably have 1 6 and a 4 next year. Yeah, some variation of that to get back up in here. And it is around now, it is time that you're on the clock for the Bill. Watching the Bills could potentially be on the clock if they do like someone, Calvin Austin, Isaiah Likely. There are some players here that can do a little bit.
Tariq Walton still on the board, right? That was one that, some Bills fans liked him in the 2nd round, and here we are in the 4th, and his name is still on the board.
Yeah, I agree with you, Anthony.
Anything that came up there, I'm not sure if anything has been, made public about why he's still there in the 4th. But.
Not made public. I put out a list earlier today about like if the Bills wanted to double dip on corner. There's a lot of good names still out there. 2 of them have been picked so far, and that's Jalen Armour-Davis and Caleb Evans. Were both picked, I believe, back-to-back or very close to back-to-back. But Tariq Woolen is still out there. Monteric Brown is still out there. Zion McCollum, Josh Thompson, Isaac Taylor-Stewart. Later guys like Sam Webb, who come from a small school, Missouri Western, but tested off the charts athletically and would be a fit for the Bills. Tariq Castro-Fields is a guy that's a little bit polarizing in the draft community. Some people really like him, some people don't. And then later, like guys like Josh Williams, who are awesome sort of run defending type corners, but maybe leave a little to be desired in pass coverage, are balls of clay you could work with. So there are still a lot of corners out there if the Bills want to double dip at some point in this draft. But the way this kind of fourth round shaking, you're seeing running backs taken, you're seeing some interesting positions taken, but I would say like there hasn't been a ton of things that really kind of stand out to me as like, oh, that's a big that hurts
Certainly.
the Bills. Like Daniel Bellinger is a tight end I really liked, but there was no way he was going to make it all the way. Charlie Kohler is the next guy I had
That's
my
what
eye on.
he's now off the board. I was just about to say that here.
You want to recap us, Anthony?
Back-to-back picks. Yeah, back-to-back picks here. New England and Baltimore, two teams obviously in the
Baltimore
AFC that
with
affect.
Kohler. Wow.
Yes, right. So New England took Pierre Strong Jr. I know that's another guy that Bills fans had on their board. Obviously, after taking a running back, they weren't going to consider taking him here. But that he now goes to New England, and if you felt a certain way about him, he's now the enemy. But and then Charlie Kohler, again, a guy that I liked for the Bills, but would likely still on the board.
Listen to this, Anthony. Yeah, listen to this though. Charlie Kohler from Lance Zierlein said, one AFC executive, this is word for word in Lance Zierlein's scouting report. One AFC executive said he might end up being another Mark Andrews, and then he goes to Baltimore. So clearly they were like, maybe it was an AFC, maybe it was Baltimore.
Maybe it was them.
Like, there you go.
And yesterday I had
Anthony,
said that,
you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yesterday I did mention that I thought that Baltimore could be looking to add a tight end in, I believe it was the second round at that point, where they could have taken the best tight end on the board. But here they are in the fourth round, and they get another guy with high upside in a position that we talked about again yesterday. The fact that this tight end doesn't have to come in and start and be the star on day one, but he can be there to play two tight end sets and learn from Mark Andrews and grow into the position and become the best player he can be in that Baltimore offense. They love tight ends. Playmakers in that offense are tight ends. We just saw their best wide receiver get traded away. Why? Because, they tend to favor the short passes, the run first offense that tight ends are friendly for.
Yeah. And I think Eric DaCosta was probably the one that came in on that comment. Yeah. So very, very interesting. I did like the player. I do think there's really only tight ends thinning out now. I thought there was some good names.
It is. Another one just picked, by the way.
Oh, really? For the Cowboys?
Yeah, it's Cowboys just picked a tight end as well. Guy that Steve liked. Jake Ferguson's off the board.
Yeah, another good name.
From Wisconsin.
Okay, so they're going here. They're going here.
Tight ends, yeah.
If the Bills are interested in that unit, you got James Mitchell and Isaiah Likely still around, depending on what you think of them. So those are, after thinking Cole Turner's there too, but I think he's a later pick I had here on my board. So it just depends what you think of those guys.
The good thing about tight end, at least for the Bills, right, is it would be somewhat a luxury pick looking ahead beyond 2022, right? So it's not, Isaiah Likely's still available. It's not like it's a stake to the heart here for the Bills that these tight ends are getting picked. It would have been
not like Sky Moore.
Right. Yeah. You had like gone off the air for like 15 minutes and then like he got picked by the Chiefs.
When we started off today, I said, he signed off and said, I really want Sky Moore. 2 picks later, he goes.
I said 50 to 57 he was going, and he did go. Yep. And it just happened to be the Chiefs. That just shows me that the potential that he has. So it's challenging.
And he's much more likely to reach it now with a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes.
Oh my God, what he's going to develop, and I'm going to be even more mad.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I do have the ability to kind of take a look at the trade value chart that I have up here. I have a couple of them up depending on which one you like.
Right.
There's a lot of opinions on which one's the best. Some of them I like. Some of them are like really heavily like a 6 round. Like you could trade 3-6 for a third. I don't know that that's true.
But who's gonna take that though? That's
right.
Why? The value
does
exactly? That, but like, who's gonna?
The common sense value outweighs the number value in that case, right?
And then the Jimmy Johnson's a little bit better on the common sense value, where they're like, that's never gonna happen. So, so there is some type of because like a 6 round pick's like worth 10 points on the Jimmy Johnson chart. So like, that's not good for the Bills who have 4 6-round picks.
Right.
But I think it's somewhere in the middle. They are in range right here at about, I said earlier, about 130 that you can go ahead and trade something like your 5th round pick, as well as the top pick of the 6th round, which is pick 180. The combination of those points factor would get you about 131. So you're you're eligible to trade right now after this Ravens pick goes in. You're eligible to kind of come up and you have the ammo to probably not trade a future pick. Now you can say, I want to keep those sixths or something, or keep that fifth and then trade future picks. So it just depends, but they are definitely well within range of making a move up here.
We know the Bills had 3 6th-rounders last year, right? And 2 of those guys ended up on the practice squad getting poached, right? So knowing that, and they have 4 this year, I wouldn't be surprised if Bean, although he did trade down earlier, this gives him flexibility day 3. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to just move up in even the 5th and 6th rounds by themselves, right? Even if he couldn't get back in here into the end of the 4th, because the reality is now the Bills, as it stands, will come away with 9 picks, right? Because they have 4, 6, the 7th, and the 5th. So that's 8,
Special
I guess.
Teams
right?
run, by the way.
No, 9, right? So
Jordan Stout, just the pick for the Ravens, just announced. So
that's what you get when you have 4 fourths.
Big target for the Bills, and you go ahead and take the first punter off the board. And I thought, he might have even been a more favorable pick than the
a lot
more
of people
popular
like him. Yeah,
in Massare. So we'll see. I mean, he's still on the board, but the Bills now, if another punter goes early and we don't have a fourth, you've lost your chance, and you're going to have to go with the undrafted
I wonder if Bean's
guy.
working the phones now after a couple of that stuff. Like, we're sitting here talking about Calvin Austin or Isaiah Likely or a couple other, the corner room, and he's sitting here making calls because he needs to now get the other guy. So that's what's funny about it, is a trade up. We're going to be sitting here and it's going to be, Massare, but there is a need for it. Like we just talked about it earlier, the need for what roster positions would be the most effective on a team controlled deal for 4 years. It could be that punter room to get a guy at $800,000.
The Ravens have had a sneaky good draft with a ton of picks.
Have had an awesome.
They have a ton of
picks. It's crazy that, a team that we look at as still very competitive in their own division, as, loading up on picks this year, but that's what they've done, and they've made good use of it. If nothing else, they're going to have lots of competition for starting roles, and obviously drafting a punter this high, that guy is definitely your new punter long term.
And the Ravens initially were getting a little bit flame. I mean, Lamar Jackson's feedback aside, we're getting a little flame for trading Hollywood Brown for the 23rd. But then the Titans went ahead and said, "Hold my beer." Traded the 18th.
Everybody forgot.
So no one cared about the Ravens anymore. But the guys they have drafted have been really, really good value, in my opinion. And now, to Kev's point, like Calvin Austin still on the board, like Khalil Shakir, Isaiah Likely. Is this the point? Is this the point where Bean is like, look, I'm willing to come up now and get one of these guys as a weapon for Josh after we went ahead and took the linebacker in round 3. Like, I think if that were to happen, a lot of Bills fans would be like, okay, we're back to trusting the process now again after what happened yesterday. Because people are still questioning that a little bit. We kind of need to see how this plays out today with the Bills and what they do the rest of the way before we really say, like, what did that pick really mean?
Did you guys see, by the way, every pick except one through yesterday had a RAS of 5 or better? It's the first time ever. So,
I did not see that. That's crazy.
So athletically under 5, you can actually strike them off your board in the first 2 days. You can just strike them off. They didn't happen. So teams are using that athletic profile as one component. And if they're under a certain athletic score, the teams are like, no. And you can see the Bills wrote the wrong. And we had Kent Lee Platty on our show, and basically couldn't say it due to probably contractual, but basically admitted the Bills have some interest in his formula. Right. So what's interesting is they proved it yesterday, going 3 guys in a row at 8.5 or better. And then right here, this comment here to CHB, which is pretty good. They went from a 177 on Singletary to 876 on Cook. So clearly I tweeted yesterday, and people were like, what do you mean? I said they righted their wrongs, but I meant athletically, because I actually like Singletary. They wrote their wrongs athletically and said, we're missing this component on the running side of the team. He's not a 3-down back, but he can do something really well, and has an extreme athletic profile. So to me, it's watch out for the Bills that they did all last season too.
Last draft they did that as well, right? With Spencer Brown, Rousseau, Tommy Doyle. These were all athletic freaks, right? Wild Goose was a freak in Raz. So they definitely, weighed traits as much as they really weighed production. And you could argue they weighed traits more than the production based on what they did last year.
Yeah. And then based on what they did yesterday too, with both their picks, you could argue the traits and ability were more important than, in some cases, what they're able to do physically. Like there's definitely some undersizedness there that they drafted, but there's, to me, I was a little caught off guard, but I thought there were some other linebackers on the board that made a little bit more sense to me.
Some that went early today too. Yeah.
Yeah. That's some that went early today or at the end of last night. But you can't deny he had 15 sacks. I mean, we don't talk about that enough. I mean, that's an interesting component that you could bring in sub packages or at times.
I wonder, like, we know like Leslie Frazier and Sean McDermott's defensive scheme is vanilla in the sense that they don't do a lot of exotic blitzing or
Right.
things like that, but they make sure that every one of the 11 guys is doing what they're supposed to do, and that's why their defense is so good, because it's so fundamentally sound and the communication strong and the guys are where they're supposed to be. Will we see any, maybe not an overhaul, but like a minor evolution to the Bills defense with adding a guy like Bernard, finding a way to get him on the field, knowing how proficient he's been as a blitzer? AJ Klein, pretty good as a blitzer when they use him in that role. Will they maybe go and use more of that next year with a guy like Bernard? I'm fascinated to see kind of what their plan is for him, because it's clear there's differing opinions, right? Like he athletically profiles as a pure backup to Milano, but then you hear like, okay, well, he did multiple things at Baylor. He could potentially play Mike as well, but he's a little on the smallish side. So what is their plan going to be? I'm fascinated to see how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I am a little sad. I just saw the pick come off the board. In the fourth round here at pick 132, the Green Bay
Feel my Sky
Packers
Moore pain.
selected
Feel
my favorite player in this year's NFL draft, Romeo Dubes. But you know what? I'm excited for him because he's going to a great team, a good situation where he can bloom into a star, and you're going to see his talents pay off sooner rather than later.
My wife's a Packers fan, so I'm kind of taking like, okay, this is a half win for the Tilton family because she's a Packers fan, and okay, so he's in the NFC, so it's good.
Exactly. We can root for him there.
He comps to Marvin Jones. I mean, there's a lot to like about him, and I think for me, it's pretty. And another punter just went by the way to the Bucks, Jake Camarda from Georgia.
Camarda, a lot of people like him. Stonehouse and Ariza are really probably the next two to look at.
Did want to make sure we address this too. So if you guys had theories on Gardner, Max, what do you guys want to do with these 6? What are your theories?
I think, Tilt said it earlier, right? It's primed for using them to trade up in some way. We mentioned that they could be using them to trade up into the 4th, probably would have to give up a pick next year to do that, either a 4th or a 5th. I'd imagine in 2-6, you could probably get up there. I don't know what the charts say, and then if not, then when you are in the 5th, you use those 6 to move up and get your guy, or, use 2-6 to come up and get a 2nd, 5th, whatever it may be. Picking 4-6, even worst case scenario, you have to take all 4 of those picks. I would be confused about. But Brandon Beane has said, it's hard to get undrafted free agents. So at that point, you're just picking your guy, right? Like, we like this guy. He's an 8th round pick, meaning that he probably would go undrafted, but we're going to pick him here in the 6th round because we want to bring him in and see what he can do. And we believe he can compete and push the guys on this roster and be in a good situation here. So all 4 of those picks, will they be taken? No. Would I be surprised if they only traded 2 and did take 2? That makes sense to me, as long as you're, filling the right holes at the right places. I mean, it's certainly weird to think that a team the Bills have 4 6th round picks and not much to do with them. It's not like they're bringing in a guy who can come in and compete to be a starter from the 6th round, like maybe the Texans or Jaguars or one of these other rebuilding franchises has a chance to do. It's a little peculiar for sure.
Well, you're getting to the point now, right, where like Kev was saying, are you looking for a guy with return ability or what have you? But like, we have to remember last year they drafted Marquez Stevenson in this range to kind of that had that ability as well. So you're almost in no man's land here. So I feel like it's basically one of those situations where if there's just a guy you really like and you think there's a path to the roster for him, you can make a move for that. Right? If you want to double dip on corner and you feel like there's an easier path for a 2nd corner to make the roster, maybe a punter, maybe even a wide receiver. And then the other point you made, Anthony, is so true. Like, maybe if the Bills don't find trade partners, it's just a way to get control of a player, at least through training camp. And there is some value to that, right? They may not make the roster, but at least you have control over drafting them to where you're not fighting other teams for UDFAs. And we know with the Bills situation being such a deep roster it is, UDFAs may not want to come here. So it's going to be interesting. I feel like as of right now, the clearest path to making the roster as far as positions look like interior offensive line, maybe a second corner, and then either someone with return specialist ability or a punter. That those to me seem like the clearest paths to the roster. Sneaky, maybe a tight end 3 could maybe make the roster, but the Bills dressed only one tight end near the end of the season last year. Like Dawson Knox was the only active tight end for the last several games, with Reggie Gilliam kind of as that pseudo player. So interior offensive line is screaming to me. Wide receiver, and maybe a double dip on corner are kind of the positions I would be looking at right here if I was the Bills.
That makes sense. And your boy, are you referring to Stout going in our original pick there? I think you are. What is Baltimore doing?
Yes, yeah, isn't that crazy? In our 130 pick, they did go with the punter Stout that they got from us for that first round. So move up a couple of spots. Yeah.
I mean, the 2 punters have gone. There is still one left worthy of any type of high pick. Obviously, it's punt god. It's Ariza. Can he do it in the weather? We'll have to see. Obviously, others have felt there's a couple better potential with the other 2 punters. So that's an interesting development. Can he do everything he needs to do? Can he be the holder he needs to be? I know he had some holder tape that he had to put out. So it's interesting that they went elsewhere, but the other 2 guys are now gone, really only leaving one draftable punter left. The other 2, those were the other 2 I had on my board that I thought you could get later on. Apparently not.
Yeah.
But I do expect him to go here. Yeah.
I mean,
I expect him to go.
That the NFL is now valuing punters on the rise, running backs on the fall, if you will. It's interesting to see that 2 punters who weren't even the most hyped up punters in this draft, but I think
Cade York
Stout
too.
You can make an argument Stout.
But look who's taking them, right? These are Super Bowl contending teams that are taking these guys, right? So like they're
luxury.
I mean, the Bucks take Rashad White. They already had playoff Lenny. So like teams are just trying to fill as many holes as they have, and like punter being it's easy to say you can just go out and sign a free agent punter, but like there's a reason those guys are free agent punters. It's because they're not very good, right? They're just not good. They're either not good at pinning teams deep, they're inconsistent with their power, or they're not good at keeping it inside the 20. So teams are taking cost controlled punter. I mean, we're paying Matt Hack over $1 million, right, to be our punter. Like, so you're taking a punter in the 4th round, you're going to pay him a couple $100,000. So it's not,
and he's going to be
not a bad route.
And it's not a bad for possession. Possession in the NFL is everything. And special teams, pinning a team back, making them have to go 80 yards instead of 50 or 60 is a big difference when you're talking time of possession or late in the game or a tie game, close games, and we've seen that come to fruition in a lot of these NFL games in general of late.
Chiefs
value is there. Chiefs, who did they get? I didn't see the pick yet.
They took Josh Williams from Fayetteville State, the corner. I really liked him. I thought he could be a 3rd round pick. The Chiefs are annoyingly have a really good draft, and it's bothering me.
Yep.
Like, it's annoying that the Jets are, but you can kind of like somewhat dismiss them because they're still the Jets, and they've got a
low line.
Exactly. And the Pats, they're drafting some good players too, but the Chiefs, man, they're having a good draft, and they took Josh Williams, a guy that could have been a double dip target for the Bills. But hey,
funny enough, the running backs thinned out. Like, it's thinning out. You saw Haskins go. You saw a lot of the running back room get taken here today. So how long could the Bills really have waited there? That would have been really weak by the 130. Most of those guys were gone. So that's an interesting note. Yeah. They had to get one there. Punters thinned out like a little bit. There's one left. Corner starting to thin out. You saw Spencer Burford, a guy that they had in here from UTSA, a guy that I thought they could be targeting here as well. Just go the pick prior to Joshua Williams. So
let me ask you guys this question. This is obviously revisionist history or hindsight, but like we saw the Bills take a running back round 2 after trading down a little bit, and then taking the linebacker round 3. Chad Muma got picked sort of at the early stages of round 3. Rewinding this back a bit, like had the Bills, had we known they were going to take a linebacker round 3, in my mind, I'm kind of like, well, you could have taken Chad Muma in round 2 and then taken like Isaiah Spiller or Rashad White in round 3. I almost maybe would have preferred that, but I mean, it's hard to, it's hard to hate on James Cook. This is not about James Cook. It's more about the order of operations here and kind of how things went down. So a combination of like a Chad Muma and a
To your
Rashad
point,
White would have been
I think
nice.
the Bills felt that was possible by trading back. Like Bean admitted, he probably wanted to go further because he admitted saying, I will take a fourth to move back. So he was probably thinking he would go back to having close to third round picks together. I'm assuming because that's how far he would have had to drop to grab a 4. So when he had to take 2-6, he's like, I can probably come back up if I want a 4, but we'll take him here. But yeah, I mean, in theory, the next running back picked wasn't until after the Bills selection at 91 and Rashad White. So in theory, you would have had Rashad White, who they
or Spiller or whoever,
or
right? Spiller had a top 30 visit.
Maybe even Cook. Maybe not, but maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have then used one of those picks to come back up and grab him, and then still been able to have Muma as well.
Look, I mean, it's easy to say now, but it's like seeing how the board fell. Like you're like, you're kind of like,
is running back going to start here? Was probably the theory. One hadn't gone. You saw the 2 top guys go. You're like, I might have to get in on this. We need this. This is the skill set we're looking for. Maybe we weren't looking for a Walker. We need the skill set that he offers. They literally said we were trying to replace McKissick. I didn't think it would be so literal, but I guess it really was.
They really valued that. I mean, clearly
maybe they did more than Rashad White.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Rashad White is not J.D. McKissick. He is a very good pass receiving back, but he is more of like he would be more in the mold of kind of like a 3-down back, but he's not as explosive as James Cook, right? He's a very good receiver, but he wasn't as much of a complement to Singletary and Moss as he was a sort of maybe a slightly upgraded version to them, whereas James Cook is truly more of a different skill set than Rashad White, although the Bills did have the trifecta of visits with Rashad White, Combine, Senior Bowl, and private.
I think they were ready to take him in the 3rd if Cook went. I think they were. Yeah. I think they were ready. They had enough talent on him. They liked him enough. I think he was, if say something had happened and they did do your scenario where they traded back and Cook went, I think that they were ready to take him with one of those 2/3 they would have had in that scenario. So I do think that that's probably possible what the Bills were going to do. And they were trying to weigh like, is 2/6 enough and then take the player we want, or is getting a little bit more of that trade back, getting our second, maybe 3rd or 4th running back that they had. Because I still think Breece Hall had Elam been gone. I still think he could have been. They said they had fringe guys there. I still think that's maybe the way they would have had to go had they had not made that trade up and had this pick just a couple picks ago. I think that's the way they would have gone. I think they really valued that receiving ability. I really do. And that's what Breece Hall did over Walker. So to me, I don't know that they were ever interested in Walker. So I really like what they did, but I think Bean even knew he could trade back. He proved it, but I think he'll admit to you himself, like, I tried to get back further. I mean, no one was offering.
He really wanted to get that 4th back. You could tell.
At some point, I don't need a 5th, 6th to keep testing the waters here.
Yeah, trading back twice does speak to a lot. I mean, you would have preferred just to trade down 1 and get more value, but
4. Yeah,
clearly you couldn't. So I think that's why they had to do it twice, and now they still have chips to play with. It's just when do they use them, and what's the value going to be?
Yeah,
it has to be, right?
Yeah, I could see him using it soon. I mean, we're getting towards now to the end of the 4th round. There's only 6 picks, it looks like, left in the 4th round. I think the Patriots just picked. So the Bills are about 30 picks away from their next selection. So with that 1 5th rounder, then obviously the 4, 6, like, could the Bills end up with maybe 2 5th rounders? Like, is there a scenario you could see where they end up with 2 5th rounders? Maybe they could they trade down their, like, probably not, but like maybe they stay put with their 5 that they have in the late 5 and then move up at the end of 5 to take.
You're in the range to trade. Just you are point value wise the charts up to trade 2 of those 4 6s and come up to get a pick now. So they can keep that 5 they have and go get a pick, any pick they want about now. So they can go from here.
So you're saying just the 2 6 would get
just
you
the 2 6 would get a pick about now.
Interesting. That's good, because I think that's the other conversation that's being had is what are we willing to give up for next year if we have to, right? Maybe they said, you know what, we're only giving up a next year's 5th and nothing more than that. So we're not getting back in the 4th. We're going to get back in the 5th if we need to, early on and keep our later round fifth.
They're
if
almost
that
out of the
seems to be
range where they can keep their future picks. So they're getting close, about 140. They're out of the range that
Mhm.
Yeah.
that the point value on the high. It's, remember, no six created equal. And I believe this. It's the first pick of the sixth. It's 180, which is a lot different than 221.
It's basically
It's
the
a whole
last
round
of the fifth,
later.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's basically the end of the fifth. So you can come up with 180 and 185, give someone 5 picks apart. They might like depth. They might need to fill out the back end of the roster. The Bills are like, we're set on that. And they can come up and get a pick right now, right now.
Very, very, very interesting note here. At the top of the fifth, as we're talking about this, the New York Giants have the 3rd and the 4th pick of the 5th round. So, they have a good relationship there. Call
And
them
they've
up,
already
say, hey,
taken
what
a
are you looking
receiver
for?
in this draft and Wendell Robinson. So maybe if there's a receiver there, like an Austin or Shakir in one of those spots, maybe the Bills get
That's
on
right.
the phone with their old friends and maybe can make a move.
Are they still friends though? That's my question. I'm not sure how much.
Steve texted me and was like, the Giants seem to be fucking the Bills draft this year.
Oh, well,
I'm like,
because they knew the draft. When you literally see your opponent's draft board, that helps.
It is an advantage. And I joked that a team that loses it before the draft should get a compensation pick. The team has your board.
Yeah,
Patriots taking a quarterback. Wow, Bradley Zapp taken by the Patriots. Dude had over 60 passing TDs last year. Obviously in a interesting conference and offensive setup there, but Bradley Zapp, the backup to Mac Jones, like noodle arm guys, like that.
Such threatening quarterbacks out there.
I actually am fine with that pick for New England. Like, I'd rather them take that guy who's
than Strong
than someone else. Yeah, well, than any other position.
Other
position. Like, take the quarterback. Cool.
And the Patriots, if you look at their draft, they've got the Cole Strange thing that everybody joked about, right? Being a stretch. Tyquan Thornton in the 2nd round. I don't mind that pick. Again, maybe a little earlier than most people thought. Jones, and then they went back-to-back cornerbacks named Jones with Marcus Jones, more of looked at as a special teams contributor.
I love Marcus
Jack Jones, and it's we know how Bill Belichick runs. Exactly. It's a mediocrely good draft, meaning these aren't like stars who are going to blow things up for them and be immediate impact players, but they are guys that can come in and contribute and play. Very much the Bill Belichick style, I think, right? Like, you don't need to have superstars to be a good team.
I agree. And Strange to me and Marcus Jones are the two that stand out to me from the past draft.
Jones.
We'll see what Pierre Strong does, but Marcus Jones is he's an X factor in this draft, and he is a guy that could play corner. Obviously, the size limitations are going to have people questioning what he can do in the pros, but even at his level of competition that he played at in Houston, he was a very good corner, playing outside and inside, and is very willing to come up and tackle. The question is, will he hold up at that size at the next level? Had 5 picks in 2021 and has like 10 career kick and punt returns, touchdowns combined. So I think if you're the Patriots, you're like saying, like, this is my kick and punt returner, and it's anything we get out of him as a corner is a bonus. I don't think it's the other way around. I don't think it's like, oh, we got a corner and it's kick punt return as a bonus. I think it's kick and punt returner extraordinaire, and then with corner as a bonus.
Depth at corner, right? Exactly. Depth at, and again, we've preached about flexibility of these players. Seems to be a theme in this, along with athleticism, right? Is flexibility of positionness. You're a defensive back more than you are a cornerback or a safety these days. It seems, right?
Corners,
especially.
And corners with returnability, to me, have a little bit more value than receivers with returnability, because corners allow you to, like, 5 or 6 corners deep, like, and one of those guys is really not going to get on the field much, but if he's your punt and kick returner, that's valuable. Your receiver, your 5th or 6th receiver, if he's your can punt returner, you're still going to have like a bottom end corner on the roster. So that's just my personal preference. Like, I'm not surprised guys with this returnability got picked in the 3rd round, like Marcus Jones and Velus Jones, for that matter, from Tennessee. A lot of people maybe were questioning, like, oh, he's an older prospect, 25, but over 100 career kick return attempts in his career, SEC Special Teams Player of the Year. That's valuable in today's NFL. Like, kick returns maybe are kind of a thing of the past now in the NFL because there's so many touchbacks, but punt returns can really make a difference. Like, how many times have you guys seen, like, it seems like 90% of the punt returns that happen in the league, there's a penalty, right? Like it's just crazy to me how many penalties there are on kick and punt returns in the league. But if you find a good one who's reliable and who can catch the ball and you're not worried about his hands back there, like that is an asset. And we saw the struggle the Bills went from going to a guy like Andre Roberts, who was so steady at both punt and kick returning, to then kind of trying to patch it together last year. So on top of that, if you get a guy who can do both, man, that saves you a roster spot, and
we
that's
just
valuable.
saw Calvin Austin go off the board here right now to the Steelers. So one of
Oh
the names
man,
left, and
Yeah.
receivers finally starting to take a hit.
That's the second
have-
receiver the Steelers picked, right? They picked they
yes,
picked another
because the pick that Chase Claypool came
announced.
out in May
Who
was another receiver.
who
did
was
they
that? I'm
take?
going
looking it up now.
Pickens. They drafted Pickens, and
Pickens,
now
right.
Austin, two very complementary players, right? Not the same at all type of players. So
sorry,
really
Gardner,
interesting.
Matt. To your question here, we're down to just Khalil Shakir. Now, I guess that's a good point of conversation. Obviously, to me, I think after seeing him go, I am a little bit more interested in Shakir. I do think that hoarding some of these six, the Bills should be actively trying to get up and get somebody. But I think the receiver room thin. So I want to bounce that question to you guys. Is there a receiver, and it's thinning a little bit for me here. Is there a guy you like after Shakir, as obviously is my receiver one left? But who do you like? Phillips, Melton, Kevin Austin Jr., Braylon Sanders, Charleston Rambo. Like, tell me, guys, who we talked about Austin, he's gone. Shakir clearly is my favorite, but talk to me about after Shakir.
Three guys for me after Shakir. Kyle Phillips is one. I think he could be a really good slot receiver in the NFL. Not the top end speed, but quick area speed and superior route runner, can get separation in short area. So Kyle Phillips would be, to me, the guy. If you miss out on Shakir, he is a very nice consolation prize. Samori Toure, it interests me, from Nebraska. He's got ball skills. He's got versatility inside and out. Absolute competitor, right? The one thing you worry about him is that twitchiness. So he's probably more of like a boundary guy to me. And so to me, Torrey is an option, and then Bo Melton is the other one who gives you the return, kick and punt return ability. People maybe are overselling his kick and punt return ability. He only had about 10 or so combined punt and kick returns last year for Rutgers, but is a good route runner, kind of fits that mold as maybe a guy who can be a slot for you and a kick and punt returner. So if you miss out on Shakir, I don't mind Phillips. I don't mind Torrey. I don't mind Melton.
Yes,
Those are kind of three guys on my short list.
This was wide receiver was one of the positions coming in that I said, you either get one in the first or you're waiting till the fifth or fourth, because there's a lot of depth here at wide receiver and a lot of guys that I really like. I think Justin Ross is one that sticks out for me. I would love to get a guy like that here late in the fourth or early in the fifth. I don't know that he's worthy of a trade up, but if he's still there in the fourth, in the fifth, I might trade up for him. And that would make sense to me, depending on the guys that come off the board. But what I'm seeing, the theme is here is there's a lot more slot receiver types in this range than I would see as a big number two guy. So yeah, if you miss out on one of these top guys still available, you're probably going to end up with one later on.
The Ravens just double dipped on tight end, taking my guy. I had a bad stretch here, and Isaiah Likely going to the Ravens.
Wow. Again, do I need to say it again? The Ravens love their tight ends. That's basically a wide receiver for them, and has blocking ability and allows them to play their game of run the ball and sometimes get it to the tight ends.
Three tight ends is valuable to the Ravens, right? A third tight end is valuable to that team, whereas it's not so valuable to other teams. But another tight end off the board do you guys think
this was the range
stewing right now? Do you think Bean's stewing a bit right now? Like,
he's got to be.
A couple of these
guys
coming
he
up.
liked. I mean,
yeah. Weidermeyer is still out there. Horrible testing, by the way, but he had a top 30 visit with the Bills, and before his testing,
in the third round,
people liked him. There were talks of him being the number one tight end before his testing, as a dark horse. So is Jalen Weidermeyer an option for the Bills? Maybe. I'm starting to look at some of the tight ends still left. You've got James Mitchell, Cole Turner, Jalen Weidermeyer, a guy that I really like, who I put on my short list this morning, Grant Calcaterra. He's more of a pure receiving tight end. but he has some injury history. I think without the injury history and its concussions, he would have probably been a much higher rated prospect. But he is a great route runner and has awesome hands. So if they were looking to kind of find the guy in the mold of an OJ Howard, who is really not a good blocker, and that's, objectively, he's not a good blocker, like any metric you look at. Grant Calcaterra could be a nice option in the 6th. I doubt he would go in the 5th, but if they're looking at a tight end with some
Derek
receiving
Deese
chops,
Jr. too.
yeah, Derek Deese Jr. That's a good one.
I know people like him a lot.
I like that too. Nick Muse from South Carolina doesn't have a lot of production, but is a solid guy who is likely going to be could be a Tommy Sweeney comp, right? That could come in and maybe be your TE3. Again, this is going to be interesting to see how the Bills kind of play this out. Is Bean going to even have someone to dance with here on a trade, or is he going to be kind of stuck with these picks? It's going to be fascinating to see.
It was a fascinating decision to take the 6th. Obviously, he had to do what he had to do, but I do think the team could have addressed quality here. They could have came up with 2-6 per the chart. Now it's in the Bills. The other team's favor at this point as you get to 141, 142. It's in the other team's favor. And I thought what was really weird is my Spidey sense was going off again, like it was with Sky Moore, where this is the range where they could have came up to get one of these guys, in my opinion, about right here. And that's where they went. So I still think that I like Shakir. I think he's a tick better than the rest of the receiver room. I think he would add a lot to the unit. He was getting mocked to the Bills by some professionals in the 1st round. And I want to find that mock. But it was, I can't remember which draft analyst had Shakir going to the Bills in the 1st round. That's not a joke.
I remember Sky Moore as one going in the 1st round, but I don't remember Shakir. Too. Yeah, Chris Trapasso had Sky Moore, I think, in one of his to the Bills in the 1st round. But yeah, I mean,
his athletic comp to Shakir is Deontay Johnson. Like, to me, that's a worthy comp to take here in the late 4th.
He's the guy right now standing out, right? Like, he's still available. The Ravens, Rams, Titans here at the end of the 4th, the last 3 picks. Like, the Giants, to me, go up and trade with, like, if Khalil Shakir is still sitting there in the first 3 picks of the 5th round, and the Giants are there with 2 picks back to back, and they've already taken Wendell Robinson, like, would you not just get on the phone with them and try to see what because the Giants are like, they're not necessarily. The Giants aren't really rebuilding per se, but they're kind of in purgatory. So you feel like with a new regime, like they'd want to have more picks. But again, it takes 2 to tango in these things, right? Like they may not care to have, an extra 6th round pick that may not matter to them, which is like, we're sitting here saying like, well, let's just trade up, but like these teams might not want to, right? So, I would love to see him kind of come up with the Giants here at the beginning of the 5th to get Shakir if he's still there.
Yeah.
But like, it's also possible he goes in the next couple picks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's possible. Like, yeah, I mean, I see some comments about like Bean knows more than we do. Like, obviously he does.
Yeah,
why would we have
another corner off the board, by the way, to the Ravens, Demarion Williams, who was on my
If only GMs could have shows, then you wouldn't have any shows. So I mean, of course he knows. He has his board. It's his team. It's not Kevin's team. It's his team. So he definitely knows more than his organization's team. But he definitely knows more than we do about what he wants to do with his roster build. We're just giving our suggestions and what we think this team needs.
We did allude to it yesterday as well, that the COVID situation last year really might have pushed more talent into this draft. And if Bean and his scouting team and everybody who's evaluated these players for them says, look, these guys who went in the 3rd round last year, there are guys just as talented, if not more, in the 6th round this year. Then guess what Bean did? He loaded up on 6th round picks because he feels like he's getting 2 3rd round values from last year's draft and, very good players who can contribute maybe this year. I think the problem there is just, again, in terms of numbers, you're going to have 9 picks try and make the roster. I mean, I don't know that is possible. And Tilt, as you said earlier, you're going to get guys poached off your roster if you try and stash them on the practice squad.
So just taking a look, because we were talking about Raz earlier, right? And talking about how, like, Kev made the point about no one lower than a 5 Raz, and the Bills have kind of leaned into that, right? So you look at, like, I'm just looking at 4 guys right now. Khalil Shakir, 8.32 RAS.
Yeah.
Kyle Phillips, 8.31 RAS. Bo
Nice.
Melton, 9.24 RAS. Jalen
Ooh.
Naylor, 8.07 RAS. You look at then guys like Charleston Rambo, who a lot of people like, 5.83. You look at Justin Ross, 2.64
I knew he would be low.
RAS,
He's not exactly,
right?
yeah.
So like kind of like it's kind of pointing to a guy like Bo Melton or a guy like Kyle Phillips if Khalil Shakir isn't there and they still want to take a receiver based just on if you want to kind of connect the dots around athletic testing. Those guys seem to be fits. And Kyle Phillips, by the way, and Bo Melton both offer you a little bit of returnability. I do think they're both of them returnability is getting overblown a bit. Like people want to say, oh, Kyle Phillips is this great return guy, but in reality, he doesn't have a ton of experience doing it at UCLA. If you look at his career, I'm just looking at it here because I want to make sure I don't say this wrong. Kyle Phillips, let me just pull it up before I.
The other position that I think the Bills, could potentially be offensive guard, right? That's one that we're like, come on, guys, you've got to pull the trigger here at some point in this draft. And we know we've talked up the fact that with Aaron Cromer, he likes to turn these later round guys into, all-star level players and making the Pro Bowl. And I just need them to be good enough to compete at this point. A guard is, we need guard for depth. We need it. We don't want it necessarily, but you need to have a guy back there who, if injuries happen, we carry 8 offensive linemen or more every week on the roster. So I think looking at the board, Kennard is the big one, but then you have Saylor who's still on the board from Georgia. Jamari
Saylor's interesting to me. He's dropping. He like scheme fit. He'd be probably not what Cromer's looking for.
Right,
he's more of a gap power guy, but he's such a good player that would the value kind of outweigh the scheme fit at this point. And getting just really quick back to Kyle Phillips, 26 career punt returns at UCLA, so decent there, but only 2 or no kick return. So he's punt return only. So when people talk about Kyle Phillips as a return guy, it's really punt return only in his experience at UCLA, but still gives you something, right, on top of being a slot receiver. Gentlemen, I have to drop out for now, but if I am able to come back a bit later, I will be back.
Thanks for dropping in.
Thank you for having me for this hour. Really appreciate it, and really obviously appreciate everyone in the comment section who joined us the first 2 days and today as well. Today's fun, right? Day 3 is fun for us draft nerds, so enjoy it, guys.
Hopers and dreamers.
Hopers and dreamers, and I'll talk to you guys a bit later.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Dave. See ya. Great that he could drop in with us for a bit, because that was some good back and forth about these picks coming up. But he's going out at a difficult time, because we know now as we approach this fifth round that now we can really start thinking about, will the Bills make a move here, and for what type of players, or will they stand pat and one of these players falls to them later on? But yeah, it's looking good so far in terms of the talent still on the board. Obviously, a lot of names lost that we would have liked to see on this roster. But there's still a lot of moves to be made. So we'll see if the Giants are willing to play ball with the Bills in the next round. And, again, we're only giving out, ideas. We have no idea. Bean might have never even called the Giants and said, I'm not interested in trading up to the 3rd or 4th pick in the 5th round. But with those picks there, it's a logical connection to make, and something we definitely want to point out, as we, the fans here watching from the outside, are saying, we like all these talented players that are still on the board. Can you go up and get one of them? And that's what we're hoping for in this 5th round, with so many names still on the board at wide receiver, offensive guard. They could double dip at cornerback with Woolen still on the board. I don't know. I have no idea which direction they're going to go, but I have a feeling whatever pick they make next, it's going to have a better reaction than the pick of the 3rd round. Yes,
I wasn't on. How was the chat reaction on the 3rd round pick?
It was just about the same as all of ours. A little bit of confusion, a little bit of, okay, he's an athlete, but what do we do with him? And a lot of, why didn't we pick this player? Right? Insert player here.
Dylan Parham,
a wide receiver, or Parham went with the very next pick, which was heartbreaking for me, because it's like, oh God, that's the guy I wanted, who kind of made sense there. But they made the decision for a reason. We don't know what their evaluation of Parham was, but
clearly passed twice. It clearly they just on their board. They didn't like something about him.
And
So.
the athletic linebacker, I'm coming around to the fact that yes, he's depth, yes, he's athletic, but the chat was not too happy about it last night overall. I'd say their reaction was kind of, as all of us who were still live were a little bit stunned, and it kind of drained the energy a little bit, just because a lot of us had big names on the board that we really were hoping for, and none of us got what we thought or what we wanted. So yeah, it was Bean knows what he's doing though, and that's ultimately what matters. So,
no, that's true. A tight end just goes off the board. Looks like the Maryland tight end, Okonkwo, just went off the board. A guy I kind of liked a little bit. That tight end unit is thinning out though. Like as we talked about, James Mitchell, Cole Turner, Weidermeyer, Derek Deese. It's about it. It's about it for the day. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tight ends in the 4th round here.
Yeah,
took a hit to that tight ends. 6 tight ends went in the 4th round. So the Bills' options at tight end have thinned. But again, when you have 4th, 6th round picks, you're kind of thinking, well, here's a guy we want to take a flyer on at this point, and we're going to take him in the 6th round when we have one of those picks. That again is kind of the value of having 4 6th round picks. And the Bills right now, we are officially into the 5th round of the NFL draft this year. And with that, Washington is on the clock. However, again, what we have our eyes on is the Giants at overall pick 146 and 147 back to back. Will they stand pat there with those 2 picks, or will they maybe entertain a trade with the Bills for one of the players on the board that the Bills are eyeing? And we have a few picks in here where we'd love to see the Bills get up and take some action. You have the trade value chart, right? And you said at this point, what would it take to come up to pick number 146 for the Bills?
That's interesting. I don't think you would have to use as we get. So you said 140, it's 145s in, you said?
146 and 147 are the Giants picks. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the Giants picks. Yes. It would only cost based on the chart. So 146, 147, those are very similarly priced, obviously. You're looking at the board here. Let me see one more thing. I'll double check its second board.
Sure.
Because they're a little bit different.
Yeah, value, as we talked about, can range a little bit, but and having that first pick of the 6th round, pick number 180, is a much bigger value than say a later round.
I'm thinking 180 would come up with it, and then this is factoring. Okay, so 2 ways to go here. You could go 180 and 209 could go and get the value of any of those picks you mentioned.
Very nice.
Below. Or if someone's like, nah, we just want to drop in down to 168, your original, that probably only costs 168, and I mean 209's an overpay. 168, and you could maybe try to start to get away with a future 6. You could get away with 209 if you want to overpay, or you could get away with 231, their 7th round pick. So it depends. I think that only dropping from 147 to 168 probably costs. So if they're trying to trade back, the Bills probably don't love that because the value is not going to match up on their end. But it's probably 209 that gets that done. But realistically, the 180 and 209 should be what the Bills are trying to use per the trade value charts to come up, keep 168, keep 147, and then pretty much be set the rest of the day to have 2 5ths, 2 6ths, and a 7.
So in the 6th, just to recap there, the Bills have the first overall pick of the 6th round, which is 180, the 6th overall pick, which is 185 of the 5th round, and then we go all the way down to 203 and 209. So so there's the 4 picks that are available in the 6th round, all of which could help us move around and leverage into the 5th, which I think at this point it would be a little bit of a shocker not to see Bean make something happen. Although, as we've said all along, it takes 2 to tango. It's not like Bean can force these teams to take his trade value, even though it might be a worthy trade for both sides. It has to be something.
You're right. So they might have to do the 168 and the 209, which is an overpayment at this stage, but that might be what they have to do.
So, yes,
they might have to do it, and the Bills would be like, well, we still have 3 6ths, so we'll figure it out from there. Maybe it'll be easier for them to trade 2 6 to get into the 5th again later on. So maybe they'll do both. Maybe they'll do 2 6ths, get another 5th, and do the 168 and 209 to come up, and then have 1 6 left, and then do the 2 5s. So
that would probably make sense at this point, depending on which direction they're looking and going to pick up this talent.
Yep. So 145 is in. So those Giants picks are now officially ticking. We'll see
On the
what
clock.
Bean thinks of. Have we had trades, by the way? I haven't noticed any trade ups. I'm just curious for comp comparison.
Actually, yes, you're right. There hasn't been a lot of trades. These picks, a lot of them were already traded, but not traded again, as we saw a lot of
Correct.
in day 1 and day 2 this year. Yeah, so I don't think even that pickup by Washington, they drafted the quarterback from North Carolina, Sam Howell. So they pick up a quarterback here at the top of the 5th round. Interesting that quarterbacks have fallen so far in this draft. Sam Howell originally talked about as, as early as a 1st round pick for some of these teams. 2nd round was feasible, fell all the way to the 5th, as many of these quarterbacks in this class seem to have done. And the Chiefs pick is in, but it hasn't been announced yet, or at least I have not seen it yet here. Nothing on the Giants yet. So maybe the Giants are calling around, seeing maybe putting out some feelers, and they could do this either way, right? Maybe they're going to take their pick first and trade the second one, or trade the first pick, take the second one, depending on how they see things coming down their board and whoever's calling them what positions they want. I think Brian Daboll is having himself a pretty good first draft as a head coach here, and the Giants, what pieces they still need or still eyeing at this point in the draft is anybody's, call there, because when you're rebuilding a team, again, I kind of talked about this the first 2 days, you build in the trenches, which they definitely have been doing, premium positions along the way. And then you kind of take a look at the roster and say, how are we going to change this for the best moving forward? Oh, shoot, the Chiefs pick just came in. And it's Darian Kennard, the offensive guard, who I was looking at again for the Bills. Another stinger for me that he goes to Kansas City, because that's a guard that could have fit in well in the Bills system, I think. And we'll see what he does in Kansas City. But they're loading up on guys that we can value for the Bills.
Absolutely. Yeah. It just feels like the Chiefs have just taken the approach of let's draft off of the best available experts lists. It does seem like their expert lists match up to us in here and others across the league. So it's just, Belichick's obviously doesn't. And then, Bean's a little bit, even beside Elam, a little bit too. So his value, he's been going after specific players to his fit and his opinions. So
Giants first pick is in, by the way. So
okay.
That's 146, but 147 then would now be on the clock. And we'll see if they're going to go ahead and take these back-to-back picks, which again, it's very possible that they just felt like, no, we want these back-to-back picks as part of our rebuild. And we've continued to talk about the talent on the board. And we know again that they're very aware of who's on the Bills board at this point in time, or maybe at least for the most part, who they are interested in. And if it's the same type of guy, you don't know if they decided they wanted them for themselves.
Yeah, and the Bills, you're officially indefinite range now of, like I said earlier, pick 180 and pick 209 should get you a pick here. So that's the kind of comp you're in here, keeping your 2 middle 6th-round picks as well as 168. So that's the range you're in now if the Bills like someone, but we're assuming they do. Maybe on my board after Kennard went, maybe I have Shakir as easily the best player available, especially for the Bills roster. Looking at it Bills centric, not just in general. Maybe they don't. So if they did, I have a hard time believing that they wouldn't be able to find the right comp now that you're in the 5th range to be able to make that trade happen. Maybe it's McCollum. Maybe it's Woolen still available here.
Yeah, exactly. Woolen is a big pick at this point in the draft. I would imagine
you got Josh Joby available still. Rasheed Walker, Penn State offensive tackle, offensive guard. Slayer, an offensive guard from Georgia.
Yeah, we talked about him as a good fit for the Bills, and there's a lot on the board where I can imagine why these teams are staying pat and not trading.
And like we said, Bills traded up. There it is.
They did.
Bills traded to 148. Yep. So I like.
Bam. That has not come through. There it is. Now it is on my end. So I haven't seen the compensation for the trade yet, but the Bills are now not one of the Giants picks, but the pick after.
I'm telling you, they boycott. I was joking, but I'm serious. I think they boycotted calling him for at least this season. you look at his past history when relationship, he didn't do all that much with his past employers, all that much in terms of they signed their free agents. But I mean, in terms of trading with those, everyone was assuming, a trade could go down with Gettleman, all this other stuff. And it just never really materialized because maybe not there's this tension, but the fact is that they don't even want to give anything else away on why they'd be coming up, make the call. And all of a sudden the Giants are like, nope, and hang up. And they're trying to get somebody right now.
Yeah.
So there is that weird unknown of, I don't know that the Giants are the right target this year. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe they will be post draft. But I just don't feel like it's definitely been.
Well, now we have to discuss it. Who is the Bills' pick in this spot? It really depends on who the Giants take here, but I'd imagine that they'd have to be looking either guard
Shakir.
Because the guard just went off the board, or could they take a wide receiver in Shakir, or do something that shocks us all once again and take
someone random,
safety or something else, a pass rusher. That would be a shocker at this point.
So they do use the 168. So the teams weren't interested in the 2.6 package. 168 and 203. It's steep. It's steeper per my charts, I should say. I had 180 and 209. So they had to use the pick above each of those picks in order to make it happen. So it was steep. The Bills this will be their only selection here right now until 180. But I still think it's possible, like we talked about just previous, that they could go 180 and 185 to get back into the 5 range if they wanted to. But it is a steep price. They have to like somebody here to give up over value in the pick charts range, because I have that at 148.
So that was our 5th round selection and the second, right? The second,
third.
Oh, the third of the 6th rounders.
Yeah, 203 was the third.
But
that 180.
I think that second, 5th is what really, really makes it, tell you that they definitely want whoever it is that's coming through.
31. Yeah. They're overpaying by a little bit here. And we're getting, so we'll see. We'll try to do no spoilers in here. We'll let you guys enjoy the live feed. Please, no spoilers.
Yes. Don't spoil it. I'm putting the chat away for now, just so I can be surprised. The Giants pick is
DJ Davidson. Okay. A potential defensive tackle prospect.
Man, would it be crazy for the Bills to take Tariq Woolen here?
No.
Now the best.
No, it's not.
He is the best available player on Mel Kiper's big board right now.
Yep. McCollum, it's got to be high, and Shakir. Those have got to be close to the top available.
Those are the 2 top guys on Mel Kiper's list, and Shakir is 3rd. So all of those guys are potential targets for the Bills here. And offensive line, now we're falling off a bit, but the next guard on the board is Saylor. And I think he could be a good fit for the Bills, but would they have traded up to make it happen? Only because the guard they really wanted went to Kansas City with the 1st overall pick in this round, or their first pick in this round. It's anybody's guess, but if I had to put my gut instinct into it, I'd imagine that it has to be Shakir. I think that would be my guess at this point. The Bills pick is in, according to ESPN.
Which means we'll officially start to get leaks here. So please,
yes. So
we're not monitoring the chat at this minute. So please respect and don't drop spoilers as per our rules
spoilers,
of the day. Because otherwise I would have been doing spoilers, and we're not. So please, no spoilers. The pick is in. I expect it to pop up here any moment. It's probably already around social media. So if you care, go to the social medias and chat about it there. We'll give you our live reactions here in a moment. But trade up value is a little steep. Not crazy. Nothing. No one's getting upset. A little steep based on the charts. But right now, they must like somebody. And it wasn't just okay, I'll trade up. It was we really do need to make sure we grab someone here. So you got to kind of look at who were the most recent picks. And I think you can kind of try to piece together with run the Bills thought may have started and that they needed to come up and get. So.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it here.
And there we go. We got the pick.
Selection. Show it. Come on. Show it.
We got it up. We got it up here.
Stuck on selection.
We got it up
there.
Here
It is. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I've got it. Now I've waited. And the pick is wide receiver Khalil Shakir. And that is one of the targets that we said made a lot of sense, as I just spoke to. I think the Bills needed to get another weapon. They come and get their guy from Boise State. I like this pick in this position. I think that, it makes a lot of sense for the Bills and what they're looking for. and they could maximize his potential on this roster. He could even possibly compete right now this year.
That's a great pick. That's reminiscent of getting Gabriel Davis in the fourth a couple of seasons ago. It's reminiscent of being able to do a lot of different things. Khalil Shakir was a guy Tilt was on. We were talking about. I put a line in the stand there. That's why I asked those two if they had receivers that they liked underneath them, because I really didn't. I didn't have someone that jumped out to me. I was almost ready, not quite. I was almost ready to punt on receiver this season if they did not grab Shakir. For me, it was Austin and Shakir. Does prove to me the Bills may have been interested in trying to get either of those guys earlier, but maybe didn't find the right partner. They clearly had to overpay a little bit based on the values. So it shows to me that he's going to be an immediate player that they find interest in. And to me, I had the line in the sand right at Shakir at the 14th ranked receiver. I thought it was about done. More potential guys to come, Anthony, after Shakir. So to me, he does a little bit of everything. He's, like I said, he is comped to Deontay Johnson. So a player that can go inside and out, Anthony.
Yeah, I really, again, I think this is a good fit value at the spot. It does leave some questions again about what are they going to do for offensive guard or a couple of other positions of need, but value wise, what he can bring to this team, again, potential contributions right away. I could see a spot for him. And the Bills are still wide receiver needy. You always want more wide receivers for Josh Allen. But when you look at who's on the roster this year, you have Gabriel Davis as your number 2 guy right now, who is a free agent in 2 years. You have Jamison Crowder, who's only under contract as your slot receiver for this year. And, could Shakir fill one of those roles moving forward? Absolutely. And I think that's why this is good value here in the 5th. This is one of those receivers that I mentioned early on saying, hey, if we don't get one early, I'm not worried about it because there are guys later that can fill that void. I think, still I have some worry now about which offensive guard are they going to get and how are they going to get him and use him. Although, again, we have mentioned that is more of a depth move at this point. It's going to be interesting to see how they value him. I want to hear what Bean has to say about this pick and how he's going to contribute, because the bigger question around will the Bills even draft a wide receiver is who's the odd man out on the roster if you bring somebody else in. And we obviously had a few guys on the practice squad last year. We had Marquez Stevenson as the speedier guy and return man. I don't know. Maybe it ends up being, I don't know about how he contributes on special teams. I haven't seen much of that. Did you mention any of that or see any of that with him?
For Shakir.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he is. You mean in far as his return ability, like his ability to return the football?
Yes, I mean, if we're talking about who's he replacing on this roster, right?
Oh, in general,
right.
You're talking Stevenson. You're talking Stevenson. You're talking kind of that back end of the roster. He's got return ability. He's somebody that I do believe was probably one of the trades are coming in fast and furious now, so the Bills kind of open that door up for teams to get up there and get their guy. But yeah. He's somebody, touchdown machine. He had 20 touchdown catches, 2,900 yards. So he's versatile in that. He's got good vision and coverage traits. So he's able to get away, see where he's going, and is very quick and experienced returning punts and kickoffs. So, you're going to have that immediate Isaiah McKenzie battle. Yes. And then at the very, very least, you're going to see the battle with Marquez Stevenson, who I do believe Khalil Shakir is a step above that as well. We talked about his RAS before Tilt left, 8.3. The Bills are staying pat at 8 or better here in this draft. So look at that RAS. We had him on. We talked to Kent earlier on our show. Please check out RAS and check out when you're trying to sort through your best availables. The Bills are now showing a propensity to have high athletic profiles like Shakir has. His athleticism and his agility is elite per his testing profile. So keep looking out for Raz as we're going through the rest of these picks, especially if we do tackle the offensive line here soon. That is a position Cromer and everybody wants like 9+.
Yes, right.
So watch 9, that out.
10 guys on the active roster, and I'm not sure we have the depth right now to make that happen, especially at the guard position, which is where I would expect to see them looking to draft a player at this point. And obviously, again, they've scouted all these guys. They know why they took a receiver now, because they feel like he was the best fit for this player or for this team right now. And the offensive linemen who might go in this round, they don't mind seeing them go if it means they get their guy in the 6th, who is somebody that Cromer likes or that the team feels they can coach up and get the best out of. And I do feel that that is most likely the situation we find ourselves in, especially with passing up on Parham in the 3rd round and now passing up on guard again with the trade up. It's really telling that, okay, we're comfortable with our starters. I think that's true, but we do need that depth. And there's guys that we feel we can coach up and get the best out of later on in this draft.
Yeah, and I think, to me, the bigger replacement could be, we're all talking about the Stevensons, we're talking about the Isaiah McKenzie's, but they like Isaiah. They've proven to keep Isaiah McKenzie on the roster, regardless if Emmanuel Sanders is here, if Cole Beasley's here, if Stevenson's here, he's on the roster. So I think more the battle there is long-term at the Jamison Crowder role. They're going to have a cost-controlled slot receiver, the returnability that he's going to bring. And I think immediately it affects Stevenson's roster spot the most. But I do believe that he shows a lot of that slot pick, that quick, deceptive speed. His production was pretty good there at Boise State. And the RAS profile, he's not small by any stretch of the imagination. I think that it's not like he's 5'7", 140 or something. He does have that backfield ability. Could he be a Deebo Samuel? That's what the Bills are looking for. And that's the potential that him or Kelvin Austin brings to you. Return in the backfield a little bit, kind of like you do with McKenzie, but then the true slot receiver is a great pick because, quite frankly, you could lose McKenzie next year. What is Stevenson? What is Jamison Crowder? He very quickly escalates into your 3rd receiver role, a lot quicker than we think, especially if there's an injury. So great depth pick.
At the slot, right? I mean, that is the big position here. Certainly you could have Gabe Davis move to the slot, but then who's playing the number 2 receiver? So, when you've got Diggs, Gabriel Davis, Jamison Crowder as your top 3, McKenzie becomes that 4th, okay, what is he kind of guy? Obviously, we've talked a lot about Marquez Stevenson, and maybe he's the one replaced. But Hodgins, a guy who we stashed on the practice squad, could they get away with doing that again? Maybe they saw what they needed to see out of Hodgins and said, you know what? This isn't our guy, who they picked in a similar range, right? Last a couple drafts. And then Jake Kumro, who is the special teams contributor, but also holds a steady veteran presence in the wide receiver room. Could he be the one that is, the short end of the stick, who was on the roster to contribute on special teams, not as a returner, but, in other means? If they really say they want to keep Isaiah McKenzie, they want to keep Marquez Stevenson, is there room to move on from Kumro and keep Shakir on this roster? So they don't keep a lot of receivers, and they do tend to keep a lot of offensive linemen. And right now that scale is balanced in the other way, I feel. So it'll be interesting. Again, I'm almost banking on the Bills definitely taking offensive guard with one of their upcoming picks if they don't trade up again and look for another offensive guard.
I do think with everything said and done here, as we've gone through the draft pretty intently, I think offensive line is by far the biggest need now. What's interesting to me about Khalil Shakir, though, is that his elite speed grade is also elite. The 20-yard split is a 2.53. The 10-yard split is a 1.49. Proves that quick speed and that quick agility to be able to go out and make a play, especially returning the ball, or especially to avoid jams in the slot. Has that broad jump that's fairly elite as well. So there is a lot of talent to like about Shakir. And really, what we want to do here is get this up on the screen, which I'm going to load in now, that I want to get to and kind of show you guys a little bit about what we're talking about here when it comes to Shakir, so everyone can kind of make their own opinion and not just what Twitter says or what we say here on this show. But here we go. We got his RAS profile up. It's, take a quick peek, everybody. I kind of zoomed it in so you kind of don't have to squint. So, kind of take a look at some of those numbers that you have here. And really his biggest knock is his 3 cone, which is okay. It's kind of an interesting drill, as well as his height, which I've asked Kent about this. I'm like, well, is 6 foot
6'1"? Yeah, right. Is he 6'1", 6 foot something? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him listed differently. I have him at 6 foot 196. It says I'm a little bit shorter, I think. It's, and so he's right there between upper 5'11s and 6'1". Right. So so it just kind of depends on that. But most people would say he did get a little bit lower of an agility score because of the 3-cone, but most people would say his agility is very great. That speed metric is obviously elite, and his jump ability, his ability to jump is very good too with his explosion grade.
And to bring in the ball, right? Hands, right? That's certainly, as a receiver, you have to look at somebody's ability to catch the ball and how efficient they are with the ball. And I feel like Shakir is one of those guys who will give the Bills what they're looking for at that position in terms of consistency. You can't afford to have somebody who drops a lot of passes or who makes a lot of mistakes. Yep. And you could see him filling kind of that Cole Beasley-esque need for Josh Allen in the slot. If Jamison Crowder, who I'm super excited for this year, by the way. But most likely that 1-year deal is going to come to fruition and Crowder's going to get a bigger deal than the Bills are willing to offer. So having somebody like Shakir on board already to build that chemistry with Josh Allen so that coming into next year, he could be your starting slot guy, and Josh Allen is comfortable with that, brings you in a good position, both short-term and long-term.
Yeah, and we'll read some off, as we kind of continue down the road of the instant reaction of Khalil Shakir. We'll read down some of his accolades that he was able to achieve. 14 games last year, in 2019, Shakir led the Broncos with 63 receptions, 870 yards, and six touchdowns. Had 19 carries for 66 yards and 3 touchdowns actually, and threw a touchdown pass, which is quite interesting. Then he caught 52 passes for 719 yards and 6 touchdowns in 2020, along with 178 in the rushing yards as well. And he had also setting career highs in catches, 77, 1,100 receiving yards, and 7 touchdowns in 2021. So there's definitely a lot to like about all of those numbers as well. So just reading off some of his accolades there. As it pertains to his college production, which is fairly high. And, the Bills figured it was time. I had him as one of the best available players with Tariq Woolen, who just went off the board to Seattle as we speak here. Tariq Woolen to Seattle just now. But the top of the 5th had some really good players, Anthony. We saw Sam Howell go off the board, then Kennard, then Micah McFadden, DJ Davidson, another talented defensive tackle who has a lot of potential. Then you had Khalil Shakir. Cole Turner,
tight end, another position that we've talked about for the Bills, but right after the Bills pick, another tight end goes off the board.
Yep. Thomas Booker, another defensive tackle. So a little mini run on those going on. Our guy from BYU, I know he was talked about on a few shows here, potential running back there. So he was a guy that I know that many had liked a little bit. I know a little bit less about Delarian Turner-Yell, safety from Oklahoma, as well as Tariq Woolen, a guy from UTSA who was a darling of the draft process.
Right.
There's a lot to do there. You are in double dip territory as well with the Bills, with someone like McCollum, a guy that was picked on a lot of our mock drafts here in this range. So someone to look out for. But that's a pretty good 5th round, as we're talking about. That COVID rule or that COVID season may have pushed some of these guys. Khalil Shakir is not a top of the 5th round pick in other drafts. I really don't think so. I think he's a bottom 3rd, top 4 in other years. So I think the Bills felt like he was the right value there. And I think that they were going to come up for him or Austin. It was just a matter of when. We talked about it here. So it says our mindset was in the same place. So, ultimately, I think that it was an all around a really good, productive pick. It is a guy that they expect to make this roster. It was a guy they expect to have a game day active roster spot. And unfortunately, might take a little bit away from the Stevensons. I don't think it has anything to do with Kumaro. He's your special teamer in terms of raw and all the special teams units. So I think he's just a little bit different of a category. But I think it does affect your the rest of your roster in terms of the rest of the receiver groups. And then as a long-term receiver 3. And quite frankly, Gabe Davis is almost toward the end of his contract, which is funny enough. He's already halfway through it that he's got to get paid. So
exactly.
Khalil Shakir adds some depth to a really important receiver group in this league, as well as what we've seen receivers go for. The value matches up. Shockey's still there.
We have another trade here. The Jaguars trading up to pick 154. I'm interested to see which direction they're going now, because again, we're talking about this 5th round. To me right now, this has to be one of the more talented 5th rounds drafts in NFL history, at least in terms of the names that are taken and how we see they can contribute to the teams that are taking them. Another interesting note that I saw as I was going through here, Seattle double dipping on the cornerbacks late, just kind of like we had mentioned the Bills could potentially do, and 2 guys that were probably on the Bills' radar as well in Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. So Seattle revamping their backfield, at least the cornerback position and how it looks coming out of this draft. And we know that Seattle's in a weird position this year, seems to be in rebuild mode, but not quite accepting of it yet. But those are two excellent picks, especially for this late in the draft. Two guys who can contribute on that team and be potential starters for them as early as, their this first year, the rookie year, or next year.
Yeah, and I think like I said, Shakir kind of ended that wide receiver. What I kind of put a line in the sand of how good they were. So anyone that's just tuning in now, I think he was kind of the break for me in terms of you're really starting to get into potential guys you may already have on your roster, like your Stevensons, as well as Hodges. So I think that like you do have that line in the sand there. And to me, I think Shakir does bring another dynamic level to the receiving room that isn't just going to get lost and plucked off the practice squad. That is not what's going to happen to him. I think that he projects better than the top of the 5th round. So I think that he's definitely a guy that I have, based on having just a crazy bad training camp. He's a guy I totally expect to have on my roster. Bearing an injury or, like I said, a pretty poor performance. But I think that he's a guy that I really, really like to see and have here for the Bills. So it was a really great pick. I still think we don't stand pat. I don't think we select 3 6th-round picks. Could be wrong. But I do think that at some point they'll deem another position group running out of players and come up and get them. So I'm not sure who or when, but I would stay on guard here for the Bills to trade now. You're probably definitely in range for 2-6 to come up and get one of these picks as an overpay.
Oh, especially that. Yeah. With having that first pick in the 6th round, that is a lot of leverage right now. I mean, you saw they gave up the later 5th to come up and take that early 5th. And now you could get back in the range of that later 5th using that first pick of the 6th. And really in that range, I would consider that, just making sure you get up to get your guy. Is there really a difference between the first pick in the 6th and the 5th to last pick in the 5th round? Not in terms of the pick itself, but if that guy is on the board and there's a team that could take him, certainly you're willing to pay that price and move up and give up either both 6 or a 6th and a 7th at that point.
Is there any guys you specifically like at this stage? I know we kind of nailed Shakir with that, but is there any guys you like at this stage?
Guard is the one that's still jumping out at me. And if I go to my best available board here, guard, I mean, Saylor's still on the board. He is the one that I think is jumping out at me right now as, okay, I'd be okay with that pick. Marquise Hayes is there. There's a couple of names here where even if they, I think, stood pat with their first pick of the 6th round, they could end up with one of these more developmental players. I know a lot of us had the Cade Mays argument on the hoof, at least, of, is he a draftable, developable player, or do you think he's just, what he is and he's not going to improve? And I think that's where I would really draw the line with guys that I'm comfortable with. Maybe a few other names in there mixed in at guard, but if you're trading up at this point, I'd imagine it has to be for Saylor. But
okay,
I don't know. I don't know.
What's interesting is, do they double dip? Do they do the trade up to get a guy that they think could come in and give insurance to Trey White's injury if anything goes bad there? So I think that the double dip is definitely in play here now, as they've probably feel pretty good. But like you said, if they double dip now and trade up to do so, that does pretty much end the talk about an interior offensive lineman. It pretty much ends that for that day. So
yeah, and I'm looking at the tight end list too, another position that we've discussed as potentially, and it's not inspiring me. I could say that. I mean, that maybe they have a guy on this list that they will use one of those 6th round picks as just take a flyer on this guy and see what we can do with him as an upgrade, maybe as our 3rd tight end. But I mean, there's not a lot of guys in that tight end unit. They were all taken in the 4th, basically. So I'd be shocked if they ended up making a move like that. To me, it has to be guard. Guard is where I'm looking all day right now as I'm going through the list of other positions. Unless you're talking about punter again, Araiza still on the board. Could they come up and take him? Certainly. That would not bother me one bit if they ended up doing that. McCollum is still on the board, and that
McCollum is my guy. I think he's
going to go within a few of these picks here.
Yeah, that's why you need to get up now and get McCollum, especially after some of these picks. I do believe that McCollum is a guy I would come up for right now. I like his talent. I like his ability. He's a great double dip. You can wait on him a little bit. He has that. I just saw someone ask me about high RAS gods, the best cornerback to ever test. So if you want a RAS player, You got one right here in McCollum, number 1 rated cornerback per Athletic Profiles. So, I mean, he's raw. He's a project. It's not a day one, or he would have gone top 10 with that profile. So there is a lot to actually think about with him. So McCollum is a guy, though, at right here that I think would go perfectly to trade up with 2/6. I did want to read you Chris Trapasso's breakdown, grades the Bills pick of Khalil Shakir in A. Multiple year big time producer in college, not a special athlete. Raz might argue that, but not a special athlete, but is surprisingly stellar after the catch. Vision, cutting, contact balance, showed awesome ability to contort his body near the to the sideline to make difficult grabs, which we've seen from Gabriel Davis. Limited speed, a beautiful weapon for Josh Allen.
Yeah. Again, when you were talking about that, the vision, ability to catch the ball, his cut ability, that's all to me examples of what we had on this team with Beasley, and now needs to be thought of as a future replacement. Because that was effective in this offense. There's no denying that when Beasley was at his healthiest and Josh Allen got him the ball, he made plays for us. And I really do think that Shakir could be that guy, that replacement, that level of contributor for Josh Allen and the Bills.
Yeah, what's interesting now is, do you go third as a punter? Like, I think you might lose punt god. I'm not sure. You don't even go as your first punter in your draft class? I don't know. That's challenging to me. That's a challenging thing that 2 other punters went a whole round earlier or more.
Yeah.
I don't, it wasn't like back to back to back. And you could say, well, everyone had a different player on their board. Okay. But to say that he's punt god and he's the third punter, what are the other 2 then? I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm waiting for it to come through here. I'm like, they're going to trade up again, right? They have to here, right? But we've mentioned, maybe they're just like, okay, we're at pick 180 and we're already down to 155. Well, I think Dallas's pick is in already. So we're at 156, if you will. And it's not that far of a drop down. Maybe they're thinking the guy we want is going to be there at 180 and we don't have to trade up. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another Cover One person joining us here. Dave, what's up, man? Welcome in.
Nothing much. Definitely didn't, take a nap halfway through the 4th round or anything like that. The Blue Man Group was on.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't do that.
They do have a lot of the Vegas shows just making random appearances on this.
Weird.
Draft,
honestly,
right?
like day 3 is all about just like, how do we keep the general audience engaged
entertained
for as long as possible?
He was blowing paint on a piece of paper. I was really confused.
The NFL logo, nonetheless.
I don't know what was going on there. That was the goofiest thing I'd ever seen in my life. That was super weird. I did like the suggestion, that day 3 would go to a different city. I like that. At first, I was like, that's stupid. But then I was like, that makes sense. They put it in a smaller market.
Yeah, you would have a fresh new hype around it, right? I mean,
everyone would
be
there
in Buffalo, or you had it in, wherever. It would definitely
I actually
get
ended
the
up
audience's attention.
Yeah. Tampa Bay just trades up. I'm interested. If anyone has a compensation that's going for these picks, I've seen a couple.
This was a big one. Yeah. This is because again, this is where the range of Bills.
Yes. If anyone has this comp, please throw it in the chat. I'm interested. But we actually punters. It seems like McCollum and punter.
The Jags trade 157 and 235. The Bucks traded a 2023 4th round pick.
Ooh,
wow.
Okay, that's hardy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I really want to mess with that at this.
Yeah, I don't know if my.
And there's McCollum. Yeah, so
it is.
It's a little interesting.
Wow.
Yep. So there we go.
Though for a value player here for Tampa Bay.
We were dead on with the highest RAS profile recorded. We figured he would go here, and actually there may have been a bidding war. I mean, it's not that crazy, but a 20 future 4 to come in to get a 5. It's still hardy. You're still kind of leveraging your next year's draft. I don't love that. I would have rather traded a 6 and next year's 5 or 6. But they potentially had some offers. That's what that shows me. They had some offers to make that move. And I don't hate kicking the can to a 4 next year if you had to and you didn't love someone. So McCollum's off the board. Scratch him out. He would be one of the trade up conversations there. And all that's left is I see people pounding Ariza. Let's get everyone's opinion on that at this stage.
Yeah, I mean that seems to be the
funny. We've made it a long way, guys. A long way to be actually preferring punter in the 5th round.
Right.
And the third punter, nonetheless.
Right, to be taken in the draft, even though he was one in a lot of the Bills fans' hearts and minds, and probably I think he was the only punter in the Draft Network's draft board as well. And here we go with two guys going ahead of him, and he's still here on the board in the 5th round, which is probably where I think most of us projected him to go. Not, I think 4th round for a punter is pretty pricey, but 5th round, that's the value. I think that's where he belongs.
Yeah. And I think like the Draft Network felt pressured to put him into their machine just because probably everyone was demanding that they put him in just because like he was super well known. I don't know if he really is. I mean, clearly the NFL doesn't think he's the best punter, or else he would have been taken well before the other 2 punters were. So I don't really know what to think. And that's sort of been like,
I think
if they want to take a punter, go for it. But like,
the holding situation could have been in play there.
Yeah, and
it's an important piece in the NFL.
Like, totally surprised me, and we'll see. But I'm not sitting here like we really need to like go after this guy specifically. Like they could still get someone as like an undrafted free agent that they feel like we don't really need to draft someone. We have someone that we know is going to hit the UDFA market, and we can probably bring him in. So. I don't know.
Exactly. And I think that certainly with the punter position we have right now situation, you bring in a couple undrafted guys, and that is one position that I think, contrary to Brandon Bean's comments about we are unsure if we're going to get undrafted free agents to come to Buffalo because they know we have a stacked roster. Punter is the one position where I think undrafted guys know that there is a spot to get on this team and play right now and make your way to the Super Bowl. So I think that'll be a position that they, regardless of if they do draft one, I think they will try and find competition with undrafted guys.
For sure.
I have to get running in a minute here, so I'm going to let you two take over. But I just want to say I'm excited for this draft, for what's coming up, and just being here with you guys on day 3 after being there all night 1 and night 2. I'm excited. My energy's still high. I'm feeling it. The Bills are stacking this team to make that Super Bowl run, and we are in a premium position here that we're talking about drafting a punter in the 5th round and being excited about it. I mean, that tells you that this team is pretty loaded when it comes to the roster itself. And I do still think offensive guard is the position I want to address most. And there's some guys on the board, as we've mentioned, who can be that guy. So I hope they end up with offensive guard, and I would love it if they ended up with Areza somehow, if he's still on the board by the time the Bills are picking, or they choose to use that top pick in the 6th and trade up back in the 6th with the remaining picks to get both of those players would be amazing. I'm just sad that it's right at the time where I'm like, come on, I know they're making a move here somewhere. I don't want to jump off just yet, but we'll see where they end up.
And Clark is still available right now. He's one of the best available linebackers with Malcolm Rodriguez. So there is, if they want to double dip somehow at a kind of a different type of linebacker, they could definitely do that here with a couple of the names that are still available with Beavers. I got DeMarco Jackson from Appalachian State. I got Malcolm Rodriguez from Oklahoma State. And then obviously Clark from LSU. Those are some of the names at the linebacker role.
Clark has injury concerns because he apparently had spinal fusion surgery, which is
the Jack. No, Jack had the neck.
I have had that surgery, and I can say it's not very fun. So, a disc removed and a fusion in my neck. Yeah, that's not a good place to be. I certainly am not looking to play contact sport anytime soon.
Yeah, man. Definitely. So I think that there are some definitely double dipple linebackers. If that's what someone's thinking here, that's definitely for sure in play. I guess there's no reason you can't bring it in.
I asked this earlier, but is there a position at this point in the draft that might shock you? I mean, I've already said that it would shock me now if they don't go offensive guard, either somewhere in here trading back up into the 5th or with one of those 6, especially with the names on the board. But is there a position that would shock you if the Bills took it again? Or, any position in general, other than like quarterback or kicker? I guess those are, pretty solidified on this roster. But
not
safety, is one. Like, will they take a safety? We know the situation is.
I don't think they need
kind
a
of
developmental.
Sticky, but I don't think so either. I think they have that guy on the roster. But
I there's nothing that's going to be shocking, largely
No.
because who you're taking at this point is going to be a special teams primary type of player. It's not like they're necessarily going to be like, oh, they took a safety from Wisconsin or something. It's like they're going to be competing for a role with Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. It's like,
No. Yeah.
But,
Or now
man,
we
I
can
don't
trade
know.
Poyer because we drafted a safety.
Right,
in the sixth round.
right.
Oh, you'll
It's
get
like,
that. You'll get that though. You'll get that
Definitely.
though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It comes around.
You'll definitely get that. But no,
Yeah.
I don't think there is any shockable position. If they think, looking at my board here, I got a couple of guys, even at quarterback, that at this stage with all those, if they keep those 3-6, I don't know. I don't hate throwing in Carson Strong in there or something in a 6th round. That would be less likely, but I don't know. I wouldn't think it's crazy to do something like that, especially with not having a quarterback on the roster next year behind Allen. So it's not crazy to think that they could do even at quarterback. And that's still like low down the list. So, double dip at running back, even, and I'm a running back guy, that might confuse me.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Just because
even more than a developmental quarterback, I think running back confuses me.
Because there's so many running backs in that room at the moment. It just kind of feels like, what exactly are you getting adding another guy on here?
Yeah.
Right.
This is where I think the best player on your board narrative falls apart, right? You're not taking your best player on your board. You're taking somebody you believe you can develop and get the most out of, either on this roster now or in the future. And that's what makes sense to me in these later rounds like this. And we have to mention right now, we are in the 5th round of the 3rd day of coverage in the middle of the afternoon here, 2:45, and we have about almost 400 people watching us live right now. Thank you all for tuning into the Cover One coverage all weekend long for the draft. And again, hit that like, subscribe if you haven't. Cover One, bringing you the best coverage, everything draft, all of the guys we broke down all the way to here, bringing us all of the knowledge. It was great to be on with everybody the first 2 nights, and I'm excited to still be here and still going. Again, I'm going to cut out soon, but with Kevin and Dave, and this has just been an awesome ride with all of you. So we're up to, again, almost 400. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen, because that's how we know you're enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. And Anthony, thanks for your coverage this weekend as well. Not just today, but of course throughout the time throughout here. So thank you for putting in another couple hours here before you take off for the day. But I will still have some panelists cycling in and out here throughout the day. Please smash the like button. We really highly appreciate that. We appreciate the super chats. Thank you, Elvis, for thinking of us as well.
Thank you.
Canceling your
thank you for the super chats. Yes.
And thinking about us as well. But yeah, getting into kind of the double dips now, we have some people asking, like Ross, I'm assuming you're referring to the receiver. I definitely think that, I don't know, receiver's an important position in this league. I don't see a double dip at receiver. I love the Shakir pick. One of my favorite picks of the value match, the player matches everything. But after Elam, I'm feeling like Shakir was, quite frankly, to me, it would have been a little bit shocking to see him in the 2nd. I wouldn't have been crazy to see him with the Bills' 3rd round pick. So to me, I wouldn't have even thought that was that much of a reach. So guys, I would not be shocked to even continue to add to the pipeline of Josh Allen. So Anthony, I know you got to get out of here. Any final thoughts here for the day? Any final?
Yes. I like you thinking about Josh Allen again. So get him a guard, get him more weapons, and in Bean we trust. Whatever he does in these late rounds, it's going to work out best for this team. And I believe that to the fullest, especially given their history with the team and where we are. And I can't wait to break it all down. I'll be back on the Hoof Podcast Tuesday night with Eric Brown. We will be talking all things about this draft together, getting his live reaction. He always spends the draft with his wife. They always do something special, travel somewhere and spend that time together. So I haven't been able to communicate much with him about our picks and his reaction to them. So it's going to be a lot of fun to get together with him on Tuesday night. So tune in for that as well. And again, thank you guys for coming on and doing this. And thank everybody for tuning in all weekend long. Continue to pick up and do this excellent coverage for Cover One. I know you guys will do a great job. And these picks coming up are still exciting. That's why there's so many people here.
Lots
still
of talent,
excited
guys.
for all of these picks.
Lots of talent, lots of reactions that are still to come. The Bills are definitely in range. Anthony, and thank you for coming on, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you,
Have
gentlemen.
a great day.
You too. I'll be tuning in from afar, but it's good that you guys are taking over. All right. See ya.
Sounds good.
See ya.
I think what's very interesting here for us is that I think there are going to still be plenty of talent to be able to trade out for. So you're definitely in range right now to trade out. Do you prefer them take 3 6-round picks? That's the question I want to propose.
Not
or
really.
do you prefer 2 and 1? 1 and 1 because you'd probably trade 2 to come up.
Yeah, I'd rather just sort of get exactly who you want. If there's somebody that they really like on the board, you're at a point where like you're running out of like real options to try and get, and like we talked about earlier, there's only so many guys that they need to fill out this whole roster. And so just you don't need to necessarily draft for volume. You need to just like get the guys that you think are really going to compete and contribute and push for a roster spot. You don't need to get a bunch of guys in and try and sort it out. You need to get guys that you really like and want. And that's I think what they just did when they got Khalil Shakir, which is just, I mean, seriously, it's just such a great pick this late into the game. And he comes. I don't know how much you and Anthony talked about him already, but like.
Yeah, get into it.
Yeah, I mean, he is somebody that a lot of teams or a lot of people really, really liked. I think that he fell. I mean, Boise State is not necessarily like a top tier program. It's not like a bottom tier either. It's Mountain West. It's Division One. But it is also, he also had injury concerns that could potentially be like long-term injury concerns. So I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but for a team that has the training staff and the medical facilities that the Bills have, if they feel comfortable enough with taking him in the 5th round, there's probably a good enough balance of like, what he has, we feel comfortable enough with. Whatever's going on medically, we feel comfortable enough with, and he's there. And there's a future need at receiver beyond 2022, especially in the slot, which is where I think Khalil Shakir is going to end up. He's 6 foot, 196. I think it's going to be a really good addition for them both this year and moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And as the Bills still do have a couple of picks here coming up, 3 in the 6th round, 1 to start the 6th. You are in range at any point now with trading the 203. They do not have any longer, but they do have 185 and 209 that I'm staring kind of closely at there to kind of get you up to get a pick now. So at any point they could trade both of those picks, still keep the top of the top of the 6th round pick that they have there at 180, and then kind of have a bottom 5 in the first 6, and then kind of cap this off with their 7th round pick later on today. But that's kind of what I'm hoping for, that the Bills trade up is going to probably happen. I do think they need the best end talent that they can, not just like, well, we'll take a couple of darts. I do think that they need to see their board and see where their line in the sand is. And like I said before, I believe it was Shakir in that position group. I really do. I think there's some talent out there, and I think there's potential. But I think for what they're looking for, they had 2 guys, probably Kelvin Austin, and then he went, and then they're starting to make calls. And that's kind of what happened. And they paid a little bit too much, but who cares? To me, I thought the overpayment, the rattling of Kansas City to go get McDuffie rattled them a little bit more, obviously.
Right.
I think they could have stayed and kept the 4, but we never know. Like, we'll never know if someone was actually going to trade into Dallas. We'll never know that. Right. But it's water under the bridge there. But it's definitely here. I think that they opened up the trade gates, too. It was a pretty slow trading day to that point, really, after a couple in the early 4th round. So I think that there's definitely some talent to be had. And the Bills said, that's my line in the sand, and I need them to do the same right now. I need them to look at their board. Kyle Phillips just went, actually, the receiver from UCLA. He was the other guy. Yep. He went to Tennessee. So he went to Tennessee. So the Tennessee's kind of stockpiling that up. I think the case, we have a good point here from Tim that Casey's aggression got to be, and I think it's possible. I mean, I think even he admitted at points that it's possible they might have had, just like they did with Khalil Shakir, they had the line in the sand, and they definitely did at Elam. So you don't just trade a decent asset in the 4th, not crazy, but you don't just trade that without the line in the sand. So I do believe that that's probably true, that McDuffie did put the pressure on the Bills. They thought they were going to be able to get one or the other at their pick. The Casey trading above the Bills, quite frankly, to get that player. They kind of knew the Bills would be interested, and they believed the hype the Bills would be in the cornerback too there. For sure. So they did it. So I do think there was definitely some pressure there in the cornerback room. Do you double dip here in cornerback?
I'm I like the idea of double dipping at cornerback. I don't necessarily love who
talent.
is available at the moment. At this point, you're
Okay.
looking at guys like Chase Lucas or like Michael Wright or Darian Kendrick from Georgia. And there's really not much to be said about a lot of these guys. It's just kind of whatever.
The only one I see is Josh Joby. Do you like Josh Joby at all?
I will be 100% honest with you. I have no idea who Josh Joby is.
Okay, he's
Alabama. He's from Alabama. Okay.
Yeah, he's Alabama.
Sure, why not? And take an Alabama corner. I mean, they got Levi Wallace is a UDFA from Alabama. If
he's a press man guy, quick feet. He's consistent tackler. He's aggressive in run support. Excels at covering kicks. So he's got that special team stuff. So that's kind of why I brought up Josh Joby. I think he ranges on boards. I have him as high as 116. I think it's possible that people have him all over the board. I'll take a look at my other notes here to see where Josh Joby is.
We've got a super chat from John DeMarchi, who is a longtime, super strong contributor to Cover One. We always love John on here. What about Virginia Tech edge Amari Barno? Guy is a freak athlete, 6'5", 246, 34-inch arms, 37-inch vert, 4'3", 640. No typo. Special teams year one. Hope it comes together for him. Yeah, I mean that's all very intriguing to me. I don't think so. 6'5", 246. I don't think that necessarily the weight in particular. I don't think fits with that McBean prototype that they like. I mean, you look at the defensive ends that they tend to take. You look at like Shaq Lawson or Greg Rousseau, Boogie Basham. Those types of guys tend to be long and big.
He's like a 3-4 guy, right? Wouldn't you say? Like that kind of to me.
He probably fits more of that mold than
outside
like
linebacker,
a hand in the dirt type of guy. Yeah. He was a stand-up edge at Virginia Tech. So maybe they do something with him. Maybe it's intriguing. I just don't know if that's necessarily somebody that they'll actually end up being interested in.
He is one of the best guys on the board, to your point, though.
For sure.
So if they deem that they could get him in the system and see what he could do, we're not in a crazy range here. I did have a high 4th round value on him according to what we see. So in the middle of the 5th, late 5th. I mean, it's quite possibly a guy you could definitely target, but I definitely think he is more of that outside linebacker. I'm not sure that they have a role here on this roster specifically, but does do some stuff for teams, which changes the game. If he plays teams and they deem he can play teams, I do believe that is a potential player that you're looking for to make your roster at this point. Another name. So I have JoJo Doman too from Nebraska as one of the top, edge players as well, outside linebacker, 6'1", 230. So really more of a true linebacker there. So there are some names to keep an eye on. But yeah, I mean, I think some of those two names you could, to me, that's double dipping at linebacker though. So which they could do. I mean, sure. I mean, it's very possible, but he has a pro comparison.
Go on. You finish your point.
No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. He has a pro comparison to Justin Hollins from the Rams. Experience working with his hands in the dirt will intrigue 4-3 teams looking to bulk him up. If he falls, he still has athleticism to play in space and in linebacker. At worst, his speed and engine should lead him to a healthy career on special teams. There you go.
There you go. So you touched on it a little bit earlier. Justin Ross from Clemson. How do we feel about double dipping at receiver? Because he's somebody that has like tons of talent, but oh my gosh, injury concerns out the wazoo. Like he's somebody that like for a while it looked like he was going to be in competition for like wide receiver 1 last year with like Jamar Chase, and then he got injuries, and then of course you had Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle and et cetera, and then he came back to Clemson and had more injuries, and so but he's somebody who is definitely talented. Is this somebody worth taking a risk when you've already got a bunch of receivers on the roster? Is this truly just somebody like?
I mean, you're looking for talent flyers. So I think that if you do especially keep the 3-6 and you don't make a move here soon, I do think that, Justin Ross is a guy that, Hodgins, you have him compete there. Can he do, certain things? Like, he didn't take a tight end yet. He is that big framed receiver, 6'4". He can do a lot in the red zone. He kind of is that versatile player. So I think that, yeah, I would definitely, if you had one pick left in this entire draft, I would say, I don't know that you can use it on Ross. But if you keep those 3/6, I think that it's quite frankly a guy that you would take a flyer on here. And I think I see a couple of people talking about tight end. Yeah, I mean, I think that the true interest in tight end, and there's really only I don't know if you have any guys you like, but James Mitchell from Virginia Tech's the guy that probably sticks out still after everything else is said and done. I like Derek Deese Jr. From San Jose State. You have a couple of other interesting names from SMU.
Yeah, I was just going to say Grant Calcaterra is interesting,
Calcaterra.
At least, especially at this point. You might as if you take whoever you want, honestly. I don't think anybody's saying, "Oh, that's a lot for a 6th-round draft pick." It's whatever. But tight end is definitely something I'm interested in looking into, just because obviously I think this team wants Dawson Knox here long term, and I'm sure they'll be able to get a deal done. But OJ Howard is only a 1-year contract, and if he plays as well as we think he should, he's probably not going to be in Buffalo next year. So you need to really think about the future of tight end, because it's not OJ Howard, and it's definitely not Tommy Sweeney. So I think that there's something to be said about trying to get somebody for this year. I think somebody like Calcaterra or some of the other guys that you mentioned definitely warrant some consideration at this point.
Absolutely, that's for sure. So lots to look forward to there. I think tight end is a unit to me that could definitely be entertained here. I think that that's a pretty important position. I think the Bills, I mean, they're down to potentially nobody next year. Would be good to get somebody in the pipeline. So I don't think that is crazy. All you have really is Tommy Sweeney. So
and for a position, somebody mentioned it in the show. I'll bring it up if I can find it. But for a position that does tend to develop pretty slowly, I mean, we've seen that with Dawson Knox, where it took him 3 years to really put things together for him. I mean, it's worth taking a guy now, let him actually develop and not have to get forced out there to get thrown into the fire. And then when he gets to year 2, he at least has an idea of what's going to happen when he gets onto the field. And so I like the idea of taking someone now and developing him in the background while you have Dawson Knox and OJ Howard really take things over, especially again if they're going to be running a lot of 12 personnel with the new switch to offense with Dorsey and Cromer.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there's to me, I think tight ends is thinning out. So I don't know what will look like when they're on the clock, but yeah, I think it could be a worthy position to trade up for. I think tight end could be at this stage, as you're getting into, looks like 166, 167 in there. You're going to start to target that already thinning out unit. But if they don't, I think that they'll address it next year. I think they'll just say, you know what, kind of put a pigeon in it, or kind of just put a pin in it, I should say, and we'll just kind of wait for it to next year. Yeah. So I mean, you're getting close to that stage, but there are a couple of names there with the tight end unit. Let's see what we got here. We got Smith still. Has Smith been drafted? No, he hasn't.
I don't think he has. No.
I haven't seen him yet. He's still available.
Yeah, he's somebody that's been connected with the Bills since the Senior Bowl, I believe. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they end up taking him, especially because there is, I mean, we've talked about this throughout the offseason. There is sort of a need at guard for the future and even just for depth for this year. He's somebody that could be interesting for this team. And there's other guards that are available. There's Cade Mays from Tennessee, who there seems to be a lot of split opinions about Cade Mays, clearly, since he's still available. There's Chris Paul from Tulsa, Josh Sills from Oklahoma State. That's at least a name I recognize. There's some guys here, and I think that wouldn't surprise me if they end up going that route, or even looking at tackle and sort of moving them into guard. If there's somebody there that they like, I don't know if there is necessarily, but
yeah, I think guard is an interesting position. That's, to me, what's sticking out to me like a sore thumb. I think that's the position group that I like right now. You have, like we've talked about a lot, you have a couple of guys I like: Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma, Smith still there from Virginia Tech. You have Justin Schaefer from Georgia. So there's definitely some names there. Chris Paul from Tulsa. There's definitely some names at the Bills. Cade Mays. Some names the Bills could get interested in here. Once again, keeping 3 6th-round picks, they're definitely going to take a flyer on one of those guys, in my opinion. And obviously, you have Saylor from Georgia. So there is a couple of really good names that are definitely available here for the Bills to take a guard. And I think they need to not double dip. I think they need to put one into the pipeline here. And they've been, they lost their last time they took a guy here in this range and traded him to the Browns. And I think that you could have potential players here. So it is important to take a guard here. So I think that you see one go very shortly to the Buffalo Bills in this. I think this is the range they're looking forward to. A couple of centers too. If you want to put Donovan West in this pipeline, Alec Lindstrom, Dawson Deaton, couple of centers still, couple of centers there. So
yeah, I mean, if you feel like they're versatile enough where they can, where they're not just center only type of prospects, I think that's fine, because they do like versatility in their offensive lineman. I mean, we saw that with Ryan Bates, where he can play any position on the interior and even some right tackle. So that wouldn't surprise me too much. But there's guys out there. There's not a lot of guys out there worth taking, but there's something worthwhile to start looking into. I think one of the biggest names that, since you brought up center, is Alec Lindstrom from Boston College. He's somebody that was, depending on who you ask, pretty widely thought of. But I'm a little surprised he's still available now. We'll see how long that lasts. I don't know if were there injury concerns with him, or
it must be, because I don't have any other red flags on my profile for him.
SIS's database does not have any sort of injury notes or concerns with him. So
how about this? I still have every top center available in one of my lists, beside obviously Lindenbaum. I have every top center, so I don't know if we can't count that. If it's wrong, I'll be honest. I'm confused at the center position this year, because I got West, I got Ford, I got Lindstrom, I've got Wattenberg. I have the next set of centers available here on my list. So maybe it's a position the Bills tap into. I got a couple of really strong interior centers. I don't know.
Here's the thing. The NFL as a whole, not every team is like this. Obviously, the Bills aren't. But the NFL as a whole does not care about centers. They just don't. They're a lot of teams, I think, sort of have this mentality of all right, who is the guy that can snap the football? Great, let's put him there. I mean, a center is super important, and there are some teams that take center very, very seriously, and some coaches. Yes. I mean, the Bills, obviously, because they made Mitch Morse the highest paid center when he came into Buffalo. You hear and Kyle Shanahan has talked so much throughout his career about how important it is to have a good center. And when he went to Atlanta and became their offensive coordinator, he made sure that they signed Alex Mack from Cleveland, and you saw how much better that offense and that offensive line became when they had Alex Mack at center. And so much so that when he went to San Francisco a couple of years later, when Alex Mack was a free agent, he was like, hey, come on over. I need a center. I need somebody that's going to help pivot this offense. So there's some teams that definitely take
I wouldn't hate a center in the pipeline, though. This isn't a big investment. We're not talking in the second here. We're talking about a pipeline like right now. It's you do look at the roster, and to Anthony's point, and I'm not a big everyone subscribes to the idea that running back has no value. I kind of think the same about interior offensive line at some points. I think that they'll look at Bates. I think you plucked him for Eli. Who did they trade for him? Eli Harold? Oh, was that who they traded for Bates? It was someone like that. I can't remember exactly, but it was a 26-year-old pass rusher.
Because Bates was on the
UDFA
roster, right? Yeah,
Eagles.
Yeah, was it Eli Harold? Hold on, now I gotta look this up.
I think it was Eli Harold, but I could be wrong. Someone like that, if it's not.
I remember the Bills signed Eli Harold, and I'm pretty
and then traded him for Bates. I'm pretty sure,
I think that is what happened. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was someone they had only had on the roster for 4 months, and then traded him for Bates. So everyone's saying it was Harold.
Yep. Yeah, it was.
So
That's
like
wild.
exactly though, and he's one of the most versatile pieces. He was sought after by like 17 teams this offseason. Like exactly, that's my opinion.
This is like a very low key, like underrated trade, right? Because like
robbery.
I feel like the perception around Ryan Bates, we all know he was a UDFA, and he spent most of his time in Buffalo. So I think there's sort of like a perception that like he started in Buffalo, but like they traded a no-name defensive end
who was on the roster for 3 months,
right, for somebody who was probably one of the most in-demand restricted free agents ever. Like
to the point where everyone's like mad at Bean for not giving him another tender because we're sitting here, we're sitting here like they're never gonna go. No one goes after these tenders because they're, in fairness though, it's everyone's usually bums. They don't come into a high-powered offense and kind of change the running game in 4 weeks,
right?
So people are willing to throw $4 million at that, and the Bills said, "We'll take it." That's about what we would have paid anyways. We didn't have to give anything up, and we got to take our time doing it. But to me, Bates is on a contract. It isn't alarming and isn't huge, but it is something that you're not looking to replace Bates. I'm sorry. So the first round interior guards weren't going to happen. You have Morse that was on an extension, not going to happen at center. Saffold's a good player. He's here to start. I didn't think their number one goal was to get a guard in the pipeline to replace to Saffold. You could do that at any position group. You need to replace your safeties, and you might need to replace Edmonds. You could do that really at any position group of like who you need to replace. Tight end, we didn't do it there. We could potentially not have a tight end on the roster. So I'm not going to sit here and say, who do you need to replace today? Because team's trying to win. And like, you have to manage the expectation between who you're replacing and how they can help today. So I think now, all that being said, I think now's the time for center. I personally think there's some good talent left.
Yeah. I was honestly a little pissed off when I saw Jacksonville take Luke Fortner in the third round.
I saw that. I think I remember you talking about
that. So mad. I was like, oh my God, really? Because he was somebody that I don't think a lot of teams or a lot of people projected as a day 2 guy. I think they projected him as like an early day 3 type of guy. But of course, early day 3 could easily jump into day 2. But I was just like, man. Because he was somebody that could really be exactly what we're talking about here. That center guard versatility and fits into that mold that Aaron Cromer really loves, and we know he has connections to the University of Kentucky. It just seemed like a perfect fit, and then of course the Jacks come in and snipe that dream.
Yeah, I saw that from you, and I was like, "Oh, you can't be feeling good about that one." I saw that happen, and I was like, "Oh no." There's got to be not a great feeling around that, but I just like it's for some reason, and I'm not like I don't think I talk too much about center, and I don't want to, nor do I need to, but I think that to me it matches up here. I think that you could put a guy in the system, and what I was trying to do there. With the Bates analogy was behind Mitch Morse, though, you're still just looking at like, is it Butker? He's off of a torn Achilles. Is it Greg Manns? It's not Cody Ford or Tommy Doyle. It's definitely not Quisenberry. It's not Bobby Hart. So I don't know. I'm not totally a guy that's had a ton of snaps at schools that the Bills trust. I'm not totally against adding a center into the system right now. So I like that a lot. I think there's a lot to like here in the 6th round. And guess what? The more important part is they have 3-6. Doesn't look like they're going to make a move as of now.
Yeah, I guess not. So they clearly have some idea of what they're going to do if they're just not going to move around a little bit. We have another super chat from ya boy Lettuce with the best profile picture so far.
Your boy's been on here a little bit.
If we don't use 180 on Ariza, it's riot time. No, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Look, if they want to draft a punter, go for it. If they don't, I'm sure they'll find one. And the reason why we're like kind of confident about like the Bills taking a rookie punter, either drafting one or bringing one in as UDFA, is because of how they restructured Matt Hawk's contract to where they could cut him at any time and save like $1 million, right? Or something like that. And it's just like that to me is a signal that you're probably not long for this dude on your roster. And so they're kind of looking at this like, you know, if somebody's available, let's bring him in. But you know, if this guy that we bring in as a rookie is not able to do what we want him to do, i.e. punt and hold effectively, which we all know Matt Hawk can do effectively, like better than most people in the NFL, then they're probably not going to do anything about it. And yeah, so we do have questions about Ariza, and we should answer that. So from what I've seen, the reason why Matt Ariza has not only not been the first punter taken, but also is still on the board at all, is because he is not refined as a punter. He has a lot of like raw strength as a punter, which is why you see big number like hits for his punts. But he's not necessarily super refined. He's not going to hit a lot of those like corner coffin shots. He's not gonna, you know, get a lot of like punts downed in tricky spots. Like if you're backed up at like the 20-yard line or the 25 or whatever, he's gonna boot it off and get a nice spin on it. But there's also return guys that can take advantage of like out kicking your coverage, which is a real thing. I mean, like there is a point where like your guys that are trying to cover your punts are like, that's 70 yards and it only hung up there for like 4.5 seconds. Like, we can't get down there in 4.5 seconds. That's a lot of ground to cover in that amount of time. So I do think there's a lot of, I think there's concerns about that, because I don't know if this sounds like someone to you, but that to me just kind of sounds like Corey Bajorquez. And if the Bills wanted Corey Bajorquez, they could have kept Corey Bajorquez a while ago. And the Packers have had to deal with Corey Bajorquez's awful holding as they saw Mason Crosby just struggle all year. And Corey Bajorquez also had a punt blocked at the end of their season, which basically ended their season, honestly.
I was going to say, it basically ended their season. So, I mean, I will restrict from using the punt god. I can't give that title to the third punter in a draft.
Right,
I'm sorry.
The nickname's over. The nickname is
sorry,
over.
Guys.
Move on.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to exit now. You can't be going on almost 2 round potentially later than the other 2 punters. It's not going to happen anymore. I like the player. I think that in 6th round, fine. They have 3-6. Am I going to riot? No. If they take one in the 6th, it's the value I had. They have 3 of them, apparently, that they're going to keep all of them. And the center run is started. We have Luke Wattenberg from Washington going off the board. I had him here as my 5th ranked center. So 3 of the top 5 are now gone. So that's interesting. But they still do have Donovan West and Alec Lindstrom are still available at the center unit.
We have calls for Brian Moorman, who is 46 years old. Brady is 45. Listen, Brian Moorman is still in Buffalo from what I've seen. So let's see. Is anybody interested? I'm not opposed to it. I'm not saying I support it. I'm not opposed to saying what Brian
He fell
Moorman
off
is
the
doing.
cliff at the end of his career.
He really did, which is a shame.
I'm not blaming him.
Yeah.
But he was a great player, one of the best drought players. Hilarious.
That's right.
But did fall. I mean, he started struggling bad.
Never forget when the Bills beat the Patriots in 2011 and he straight up humped Ryan Lindell after that game-winning kick.
Yeah. It was kind of like a relief of energy, we'll call it.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I mean,
I understand it. It was just like that moment lives in my brain and probably will for a very long time.
We'll call it forever, right? Let's just call it forever. Let's call that moment forever. Samuel Womack. Let's get a recap. We haven't done it. We've kind of been talking a lot about the Bills, which is what we all want to hear, and myself included. Let's be honest. But I do need to recap part of this special here is to talk about some of the picks, not just the Bills play these teams too. So it does kind of matter. Let's go back a little bit. I know we talked about McCollum going off the board there after that 4th round trade up from next year to Tampa at 157. We're already on to 172. Tyreek Smith to Seattle. You can stop me if you want to talk about anyone. Eric Johnson D-line to Indy. Ogabenaya to LA at 160. We got DeMarco Jackson, a linebacker from Appalachian State, kind of came up a little bit on this show. Might have thought a linebacker run would have started there. I know there's been some interesting linebacker names to get going. Montreal Washington, wide receiver, went there. Kyle Phillips, we talked about a little bit.
Yes.
Williams, the Notre Dame running back, went to LA Rams. Interesting.
I did
spot
see
for
that.
him.
That's kind of interesting because they also have like a pretty big stable of running backs, and they kind of always seem to take one running back every year. There always seems to be a new running back in LA.
Akers and Williams or
right, or Henderson. There's always
yeah.
seems to be someone who's there. That was somebody that I think a couple people really liked. Kaiir Williams from Notre Dame. It would not surprise me, going to that sort of system if he finds a role or a way to get on to their offensive plan. So that's interesting to me.
Yep. Let's continue down the board here. Minnesota at 165 took defensive lineman from Minnesota, actually. Odetuamwo. So a good pick there. I scouted him a little bit. I liked a little bit about him. He's got that overpowering rusher from the D-line position. I liked him a little bit. Tyson Anderson, safety from Toledo, covered here in the MAC. He was a good player here. He was one of the best DBs in the conference. So he was somebody that definitely a reliable tackler. He was someone that I liked there, went to Cincinnati. So definitely a fast safety. He would cover real well. Might have gone earlier if he played at a Power 5 program. Jaron Bland, cornerback from Fresno. Braxton Jones to Chicago. Ty Chandler, running back UNC to Minnesota, coming up for him. Tegan Quarantano, tight end from Oregon State. And then we have Luke Wattenberg, who we kind of caught up with to Denver. Samuel Womack going to San Francisco there. Marcus McKenna, offensive line. UNC's got a mini UNC round here, going to the Giants. So always interesting to keep that eye on the Giants picks to see if the Bills might have had interest there, as we've already talked about potential of Shane having many of the players. None of those trades happened with the Giants, by the way. Like I said earlier on the show, maybe we're a little mad at them. Like, we don't want to make a call and be like, we're trying to come up here and then them try to figure out why.
Right.
So they stayed away from it. We don't know that, but seemingly there was not this easy relationship to be had just coming up and getting a pick, that one of their million picks that they had didn't happen. And now Chicago is on the board and looks like they're putting in their pick here at 174, which is interesting because the Bills are 6 picks away. So stay here for instant reactions. I can't say who would go off the board here that would make me upset. But realistically, I like the interior offensive line position here. I think it's the one that could use the depth the most as we approach here, but there's still definitely some linebackers we've talked about. Jojo Doman from Nebraska still there. Barno from Virginia Tech. We've talked about him on a super chat earlier. Josh Joby from Alabama. Castro Fields at Penn State at the corner position. And safety has a couple of names. McKinley to look out for from Oregon. You have O'Neal Jr. from Texas A&M, Marquise Bell, my guy Smoke Monday from Auburn.
Yes.
So there are a couple of names to pay in Starling Waterford from Miami of Ohio, a MAC player. So a couple of names to watch out for there at the safety position if they like to add depth there. I don't think any of those guys do anything more than that the Bills have on their current backups at the safety position. I do like a couple of those names the Bills have. So I think if they waited this long on safety, I don't see an over need to put somebody onto the roster there that deep. I don't think there's a roster spot for him at the safety position unless it's a direct replacement for a starter, which it wouldn't be. But I think you have Jaquan Johnson, who they really like. Josh Thomas, they've been developing for ages, and DeMar Hamlin. So they kind of sunk a 6th-round pick every year. So they have the propensity to seek a 6th into this unit, but to seek out for a 6th-round pick. But they've already done it. I just don't see the over need to put another 6th-round pick there. I think that they have the safety position figured out as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to have like super strong feelings about like whoever may or may not be taken at this point of the draft. At this point, this is sort of like hey, whatever they end up doing, it'll probably be fine. I mean, a couple years ago, I probably wouldn't have said, hey, go take that Georgia Tech kicker. Wait, is Tyler Bass from Georgia Tech or Georgia Southern? I keep forgetting.
Who? Bass?
Tyler Bass.
Southern.
Southern. There we go. I knew it was the Georgia Tech. I wouldn't have been like, oh yeah, definitely take that Georgia Southern kicker, in the 6th round. But now you're looking at Tyler Bass getting, one of the best kickers in the NFL, one of the most consistent kickers in the NFL. So
I think in fairness to the super chat about rioting but I am in a riser range. I really am. I mean, if he can hold, am I going to riot? No, but no. I would not like to see him go a pick before our 6th, like the end of it. So we have the top 6, or if we pick somebody first and then he goes, and then by the second 6th that we have, he's gone. I don't know. It wouldn't make me feel great. I'm not going to riot. But yeah, I think that he's a good player to have in the 6th. I think the controllable contract that he'd be on at like $600,000-$700,000 now, with actually most people think it's like 3 or 4. It's actually all the way up to, I'm actually going to get into that a little bit. It's fun. As we rate our pick here over 5 picks, some of the values, if you guys want to think about it for these picks coming up, the Bills traded back a little bit in the 2nd round to get a little bit cheaper. James Cook, Bernard's making $932,000. James Cook's making right at $1 million. You got Khalil Shakir only making $791 value contract there. And these 6th-round picks actually coming up are going to make $759. So about $750 to $760. So, and there's actually the 7th is still $730. So realistically, everyone's making between $700,000 and $800,000 is probably the minimum contracts here. So, it's half the savings over Hack. You got him at 1.4 right now, but 700,000 in potential dead cap space. It actually doesn't save anything. So if you cut him, you save $700K, but guess where that $700K goes? To the punter. So you don't save anything on the money side of it. So basically, by taking a reduction, he may have saved his job, because he's going to say, "I'm a free punter this year. You can't even replace me with Ariza." But is it at least equal in terms of like, is Ariza better? Then obviously the Bills don't really give it, they don't care about the nickel diamond of the $100,000 here and there. So, but the roster spot is important too. The draft pick's important. There are some factors that contract's a little bit more like he's here for one more year than we want to think, but it doesn't prevent the Bills. It does prevent them from drafting him and then putting him on the practice squad, because someone's going to pluck him. So, essentially, I would have cut
somebody else will end up taking him if he ends up getting cut. 100%. But there's nothing wrong with that if they feel like there's somebody who's definitely going to improve that position, which does need improvement in many of our humble opinions. Right. It is what it is.
There's no cash savings by cutting him, so that's what makes it hard from a financial and roster standpoint, and especially if he can hold. Like, you don't want to mess up your scoring offense, your field goal unit. Like, the Bills went games without punting games in the playoffs. So you'd like to see a little bit something there better. I'm not going to sit here and pound the table to make sure I get a net neutral swap out of the few times that we're punting deep into our zone. If he doesn't have touch anyways, why are we punting? If we're punting at the 50, which we go for all the time now, I don't know. I don't really care. Hawk has some bad punts. I actually punted throughout my Pee Wee days in my life, so I have some punting footage.
Shout out.
Yeah. So I'm hard on him. I hated Bajorquez. I thought he sucked. Honestly, he bothered me more than because he couldn't do anything right, to my opinion. He had a big leg, which was great. We all do, honestly. He can hone in that big leg, but his accuracy was terrible. His consistency was terrible. He couldn't hold. And then before him, we had Schmidt. He sucked. So I would really, the only thing I have going on for Ariza is like, I just want to stop talking about punter. So hopefully if he's inaccurate here and there, whatever. But I just want to bring somebody in, give him 700,000 for 4 years and not worry about it. That'd be wonderful. So that would be my reasoning for it. And your boy's going strong. Your boy,
he's coming in. Ariza is better. Hawk cannot be trusted past October. I'm not sure where that particular time frame comes into play.
Why October? That comes from. Shout us why October. Does
that have something to do with the cold, the wind?
It's easier to kick in the cold.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. The ball's harder. I can kick it further.
Okay.
Yeah. It's easier to punt in the cold. I loved cold weather games. I would get off 50-yard punts as a kid. So definitely like the cold. So that's false.
When I was in high school, we were an awful team for
Yeah.
most of the time that I was in high school. We had one punt that I think went 1 yard.
No.
Oh, it went off the side of his foot and it rolled.
Well, that can happen.
A yard.
Honestly,
It was bad. That was rough. That was already a rough game that we were playing, and that was just like, all right, that's it.
I don't know how good this kid was, but in fairness to the punters out there, a lot of times it's not the NFL. I don't get any freaking blocking. I had to fake punt like 3 times because I had no blocking. Like, I'm not kidding. I had like 78 yards rushing one season and a 64-yard touchdown. Not kidding. So one of my greatest film attributes that I have isn't they actually wanted me to go to tailback after 78 yards. Yeah, because
That's
they're
awesome.
Like, you could be a backup running back. I'm like, I'm not a freaking running back. Like, so that was hysterical. But it was seriously, they came after me. My line didn't block.
Yeah. Listen, I understand that.
I went around the edge and I'm like, holy shit. And not only did I get a first down, I think I'm gonna hit it. It was absolutely wonderful. Like, we were punting. We thought we were going to try to pin him back. The next thing we know, we take the lead. It was hysterical. Matthew Butler off the board to the Vegas Raiders. So back to full circle. Ariza, let's take him. Let's get him off the board.
That's right.
I don't know. I'm fine with him here. Totally fine with him.
Yeah, I was totally fine with him here. Yeah, it was the like, oh, maybe somebody in like day 2 or like round 4. It's like, no, this is never when you should be taking a punter. In fact, I'm a little upset that the other 2 punters got taken in round 4. Yeah. I was very annoyed with the Ravens for taking him, not just because they're having a phenomenal draft like they always do, but because it's like, why are you taking a punter in the 4th round? And then who took the other punter? Who took the Georgia punter? Someone in the chat. Who took the Georgia punter?
Yeah, who took the Georgia punter? We have a million.
But anyway, like, it's just like, why are you doing this? Like, there's still like legitimate players to be taken in the 4th round. But once you get into like the 5th and 6th rounds, that's when you're taking special teams guys, like guys who are legitimately going to be like special teams coverage and blocking type of guys. The Bucks, they're the ones who took
Bucks.
Punter.
Yeah, Bucks and Ravens.
It must be nice being able to just play with a bunch of house money, right? Like, that's what the Bucks.
I mean, we're there though. Now we're in the 6th. Now it's our play money.
It is totally different versus like still pursuing a Super Bowl versus like, we took a Super Bowl and we have Tom Brady.
Oh, you're saying because they have one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's just like, we can take a punter whenever we want. We'll take freaking what's his name, the Florida quarterback who sucks, and we'll take him in the 3rd round and try and pretend he's going to be the future of this franchise. It's fine. It doesn't matter to us.
Right. Seriously. Speaking of the devil, now that it's in the 6th round and we're on the clock in 4 rounds, I actually had up my notes for quarterback. I don't overly hate Carson Strong here. I just think it's interesting to put. They don't have a backup quarterback. They did it with Fromm.
Yeah, I am intrigued by that. And I am in particular intrigued by Carson Strong because he's
not a bad player.
No, like when I worked at SIS in 2019, I did a lot of Nevada games, and that was when he was a freshman. And I was like, he's kind of got something here. He's definitely got a strong arm, but he is also like just a total statue in the pocket, and he's got injury concerns because he had, I want to say there's something like some sort of degenerative issue with his knee, like some sort of, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's something where it's like this could have like actual long-term issues, which is why I don't think which is why he hasn't been taken yet. You know, when we talk about 6 rounders and we're talking about a backup, like, heck yeah, I'll take Carson Strong right now. And especially when you don't have an actual option.
I like him.
Who is the back? Yeah, I mean, I like him. I thought
their backup's Case Keenum. Like, he's going to be a good 1-year backup. Case Keenum. I mean, Matt Barkley's there. They're both gone next year.
Right.
They did it with Fromm. There is evidence that they'll do it.
For sure.
Like, it's not round 2.
Now the other thing with Fromm was the fact that was the COVID year, and their plan with Fromm was just like, you are going to be isolated and siloed off from literally everyone else in case there's a problem.
There's no way in April though, like when it first started, that they were thinking that's how still was going to be. Like even myself included, thinking back on COVID, I was like,
yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
I'm thinking about it like, I don't know, like I don't think it'll affect the NFL season. I'm thinking like it's a month or two, we'll get it under control. We'll get it under control. We'll figure it out where to go from there. I was wrong.
We were wrong. Weird how that works.
I do, in my opinion, I think that the Bills were very interested in the player as well. I think they I think some of that might have screwed with him and his potential. I don't even know, where is he? And then there goes actually Damone Clark.
Yep, Damon Clark to the Cowboys.
Damon Clark, to LSU. So that linebacker's thinning out now. A couple of those names have been gone. I don't think they double dip there anyways, to be honest, guys. I think they have a couple guys they like on their Andre Smith. They have a couple linebackers they like on the roster as it is.
And they re-signed Tyrell Dodson too, right? Yeah.
I don't think they're touching linebacker. They got their guy. I don't see linebacker. That's the double dip. I wouldn't be shocked, but I don't see linebacker.
Yeah. James Cook apparently chose his jersey number. He will be wearing 28.
28,
which yes, 28. Shout out to players in the NFL using actual numbers and not this single digit shit. I don't care if this makes me sound like the oldest person in the room. I am totally over skilled players wearing single digits.
Number 8, Taron Johnson, right? Is he 8?
Taron Johnson especially. That makes me mad. That upsets me.
You got paid, man. We paid you. You got
we paid you to wear 24.
Yeah, come on,
now
man.
get off my lawn. Okay, but of course now Kaiir Elam is wearing 24. So yeah, there's that. But
James Mitchell just went to Virginia Tech. A guy I was actually looking at there at 180.
Yeah,
officially, I'm out on the tight end room and I'm out on the linebacker room. So it does push me to my center, and it sneakily moves me up to quarterback. I am looking at a development quarterback with 3 6th-round picks. I'm sneakily wanting to quarterback to develop. I just need some potential underneath Josh Allen.
I'm with you.
I think it's a thing. It's only the most important position in sports. Josh Allen needs to be out a game. I think they're okay this year with Case Keenum, but
for sure.
This isn't a position where you're threatening Josh. It isn't like he's going to get mad like you did in the first round with Green Bay. This is a position to where Josh is a guy you can develop. He can be your development. He can be, a guy that learns everything from you for 4 years. And guess what, Josh? Maybe we can develop him into an asset we trade for a player or a pick, a higher pick than we invested a 6th into. So those or nothing helps us win. Ultimately helps us win if something does happen in that regards. But people are saying we don't need 4 quarterbacks. Well, one of them is Matt Barkley, guys. He was on the practice squad all year for 3 teams. So he's going to be Matt Barkley. Here we go. Is on our practice squad. Okay. So he doesn't really matter. Case Keenum's the true backup. This guy would be the 3rd quarterback, the developmental quarterback on this roster.
Here's the real question. Can Carson Strong hold? That's that.
Who knows?
If he can, let's do it.
Who knows?
Carson Strong holder.
John Ridgeway from Arkansas, a guy I saw talked about higher in the process at times than others, but a guy that just went to Dallas. So he was a guy I liked at times there.
Yeah. We have a question. When did Charlie Kolar go? Charlie Kolar went to the Ravens in the 4th round because the Ravens do everything that they want, and the NFL just lets it happen. They just let it happen. And I think at this point, it kind of just feels like all the good karma is coming their way because they suffered every injury possible that they could last night and last season.
It is true. I'll give them that. I don't really like them, but I'll give them that.
They were 7-3, 8-3 or whatever,
and lost every game.
And then lost every game after that. It was just because they were injured before the season started, and then they got to 8-3 and they were like, wow, this team is incredible. And then they got more interest. I was like, all right, that's it. That's all that we could do. That's all we could put out.
Side update, pick is in for Green Bay. Obviously, the Bills are on the clock here to start off the 6th round. So no trades were made. We almost officially have 3 picks to be making here in the 6th. Almost officially, you can lock that in unless they're going to go back to back here and trade up. But they do have that. So let's no new spoilers in the chat, please. As we know, the rules for through 5 rounds not going to change here in the 6th, even with this 3 picks that we have. So let's keep it clean. and we'll keep the reactions here. Now that the Green Bay pick is in, that's going to come in here any second. And we'll see what the Bills do here on the board. Anything you want here? Now they're officially on the clock.
I'm leaning towards offensive line, I guess, just because I like having depth at offensive line. I mean, we saw all the different shuffling that had to be done seemingly on like a week-to-week basis last year, before things really got settled near the end of the season. So I would like some depth there, whether that's a Cade Mays or Lessida Smith or someone like that. And if there's somebody like a safety that they like, or a Smoke Monday, or there were a couple guys I was looking at, but someone like that can just sort of come in and be good depth, and good on special teams. Nolan Turner, even someone like Colby Harville-Peel, who I actually kind of like. I remember from watching him at Oklahoma State. Trey Sterling, another OSU guy. Yeah, they're someone like that, and of course, like we just talked about, Carson Strong maybe at quarterback, and that's all I'm interested in.
I don't hate a quarterback. Just gonna say
I don't either.
So especially a guy that had potential. I have him in some places. It's been a weird quarterback year for sure, but I have him as high as 2, pro comparison to Carson Palmer. So
yeah, I see that. I can see that.
So
you can see that.
Definitely worthy of a pick to take here. But yeah, I mean, you got Ariza, you got the interior offensive lineman. We've all gone over a couple times here. So I think that there's a potential a few ways to go.
Hey, Space Beacon News. You've said it like 1,000 times now. If you keep spamming that in the chat, I'm gonna kick you out. All right. Thank you.
What is he spamming?
He just keeps saying, let's sign Fromm for the practice squad. Giants did not sign him. It's been like every other comment in the last 100 comments.
Yeah, I don't mind Fromm. Like, I was actually probably Fromm's biggest. Hey, he did get his goal. But ultimately, of us talking about Fromm, I like Fromm more than the next guy. I followed him in high school. Actually, I followed his path throughout high school. So I think he's a put together. He could have gone as far as kind of like Strong. He could have gone as high as the first round. There is a lot to like about him. I don't know what's going on. I do see him in a training camp though. Maybe they will if they don't draft someone in the 6th round.
It's possible.
I think it's possible he comes back if they don't make a move here today at the quarterback position. Pick is in. I'm sure it's leaked. So I don't know if you're monitoring the chat. Keep it clean for that too. Keep it clean. I haven't seen too crazy of amount of leaks here throughout the day, but I definitely stay tuned here for our instant reactions as the pick should be roaring in here any moment. So there's really no reason to guess about it anymore, as we'll see it here in 30, 1 to 2 minutes. So pick 180, the top of the 6th round. Bills didn't make another move. So
I mean, good. First of all, can we talk about good for Brandon B for trading back not once but twice? Yeah, I appreciate.
That's why we have this pick.
That's right. I appreciate that. It was good for them to be able, because they ended up getting somebody that they liked in that linebacker whose name completely escapes me at the moment.
We got a fan up there announcing the pick now, so we'll give everybody a minute to see what name pops across the screen. And you guys got what you asked for. Matt Ariza is going to the Buffalo Bills here at 180. So you guys, everybody in here got Punk God. You got what you're looking for. So our immediate reactions, we talked about it all. I think we talked about it throughout the entire 4th round and the entire 5th round. We talked about him. He is the number 1 punter available on many boards. He is a dynamic leg. He punts 70 yards. He's quite frankly who we model after as punters in our day. We want Matt Ariza. We want players like that can get it done. I got punting footage on my screen now.
There you go.
We got punting. That is what every dream of any special teams player is, to see that. We can officially give him back the punt god name.
That's right.
Why not? Why not get it in on that? But keeping 3 6th-round picks made this a no-brainer, right? I mean, you have 3 6th-round picks. You're gonna get probably the best punter in the class, and he's amazing. I mean, he's a great punter. Could work on his touch a little bit. It's why he went. My notes here. It's why he went as the 3rd punter. He could have worked on that placement a little bit more. You made the reference to Corey Bajorquez earlier. He probably more realistically compares to someone like Brian Anger,
Yeah, that's
you know,
probably fair.
Another highly touted punter that went very early in his career as well. So he's a punter that I look up to actually because of, you know, just knowing how hard it is to do. Obviously, he does actually. Brian Anger is his pro comparison. Could have been selected earlier than he was when he went 70th overall. Anger, he's still in the league in a few different places. Obviously, I think he's with Dallas now. Strengths are evident. You know, FBS record book. He has the most punts over 50, 60, 70, and 80 yards in a single season. His career long was a whopping 86-yarder against San Jose State. Ariza's leg is just unmatched. His ability to coffin corner is another. His dead-end 37-yard punt inside the 20. Ariza also handled kickoff duties for the Aztecs as well due to his leg strength. So kickoff specialist built into there, something we didn't think about. I mean, Tyler Bass has no issue with it, though. So we don't get that benefit here in Buffalo, unfortunately. We don't get the kickoff specialist benefit that we would have with like some teams or Ryan Lindell. Your boy Lettuce, where are you? You super chatted us all day, and I don't see you in here anymore, your boy. You super chatted us. You don't have to riot. You got what you were looking for, but ultimately, great pick at 180. That's about the range you're looking for.
Welcome, Kyle Salagi.
Yeah, welcome in. You're welcome to come on the mic and actually back it up, my friend. Where are you? But yeah, the punter in us aside, these are the kind of punting prospects. This is what you look forward to as you grow up in life as punter. You know, you kind of hope to have the type of going to an kind of like a FBS school, really, to be able to do what he was able to do at San Diego State, honestly, as a punter and be like one of the most sought after guys ever. So guys, I'm glad a lot of you got what you wanted. Like, I seriously think if we took a poll pre-pick, I'm not kidding, I think he wins the poll. We might have made a compelling argument for others, but I think he wins the battle for me. Like, I think he would have won the poll. I think he would have been over 50% of people in here request for who they would have picked for the pick. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of already touched on him before he got drafted. Also, look, four punters got drafted. Is that right? Three punters got drafted, one kicker.
Unless I missed something.
Three punters, one kicker. Three punters, one kicker. But I do appreciate this because if only just because if they take him, or not if they take him, since they took him, they must feel like he can do more than just the punting and probably do the holding as well. So I feel like this is a
thank you, Jason. Thank you for anyone that knows punting. Easier to kick in the cold weather. Always remember that, guys. Easier to kick it. I seriously had 50+ yard kicks in 12, 13 years old in cold weather here. So that's definitely true. It does not make it harder. The only thing that's different is the air element of like Denver, like, because obviously the ball carry in that altitude, but definitely it's easier to kick cold and everything. So to me, that's going to be a no-brainer.
Yeah, and it does weirdly enough kind of fall into that sort of general idea that the Bills front office and this whole regime has, which is like, we will absolutely take raw, talented players and mold them into what we want them to be. Whether that's Josh Allen or Tremaine Edmonds or Gregory Rousseau, like, these are the types of guys that they like. And apparently that also applies to punter as well. So
yeah, for sure. I think for some reason it's like really accepted. I think he had so much footage across Twitter for like the entire season. And people are pretty excited about that pick. So I'm excited for you. I think that the Bills need to upgrade at that position group. I was calling for it at times. We'll figure out if he can hold or not. And if he can't, we'll have to figure out what to do. Like, we'll have to figure in September, do we burn a roster spot? I certainly hope not. We'll have to figure out how to utilize that if he can't hold. So we'll have to figure out what to do, going through it. So guess what? We're going to be on the clock again shortly. This isn't
That's what I like to say.
185, we got him on the board, and then a little bit longer to 209. And we'll go from there. Mike Bunt, we got on the screen now. Mike, welcome to the show. Welcome to my co-host of the Going Deep podcast, Fridays at 8 p.m. Tune into that. We got Mike. He was on yesterday. Mike, we'll give you a chance now. We've been talking for a couple hours now. Talk to me about your thoughts of coming back. Looks like from UB spring game. We got any NFL pipeline there? Also, talk to us about Khalil Shakir, a guy we talked on our show, and Matt Ariza as well. So bounce it over to you. Mike, I think you're muted, my friend.
Yeah, it's been can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
So this has been a wonderful day 3 so far for the Buffalo Bills. Getting Khalil Shakir, that's a guy that many Bills fans thought could possibly go to them at the end of day 3. For him to fall all the way to the 5th round, that's a steal, in my opinion, for the Buffalo Bills. Don't know how much of a contributor he'll be year 1, but this is a guy that was the number 1 guy at Boise State. He can do the gadget things as well. So you're getting a complete guy, tremendous athlete, speed, everything that you're hoping to get. Had some inconsistent issues with catching the ball at times, but love what Khalil Shakir could potentially bring to the Bills in the future. And then Punt God. I just walked into the house and see Punt God is now a member of the Buffalo Bills. I know he wasn't the number 1 punter taken, like some thought all offseason, but the Bills had their biggest hole on this entire roster might have been punter. I know it sounds like something to joke about, but how can you not like a guy that can boom a ball 50 yards? It's hard punting in Buffalo winters. I have confidence now that the Bills just got dramatically better at punting the ball, even if he has some other things that he needs to work on with his game.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate all the viewers. Super chat, you boy. We appreciate you coming back. I was looking for you. I was like, you don't have to riot. Where are you at? Kyle Salagi, we got also now joining us live.
It's now officially a Going Deep and Cover 1 roundup.
Yeah, we need to edit some graphics here, kind of get it up to speed. But Kyle, welcome to the show. Also awesome. You know, we've been talking for a while now, just like with Mike. Why don't you tell us your thoughts on Khalil Shakir, a guy I had actually seen back to the Bills in the first round throughout some of the draft process, as well as Punt God, who we almost took the label from after being the 3rd punter, but we're putting it back on now. Kyle, tell us about your thoughts on what seems to be a pretty good, considering they didn't have any top end picks here today, a pretty good day.
Jason Taylor writes, who let Kyle in? The answer is no one. I literally just showed up. I entered the room and someone added me immediately. So I don't know, but I added myself is the answer to the question. Khalil Shakir, cool. I'm here to talk about the one Bills good pick that the Bills made today. His name is Ball Kick Deity. Punt God. Look, why do I like him? Is it because I really can't pronounce his last name and his nickname is Punt God and that's easier to say? Yes. That's most of the reason why I like Punt God. Because his name, thank you so much for the super chat, his name is literally Punt God. Okay, there have been how many punters in the existence of football? Football's been going on for how long? I don't know if they've been punting the whole time, but they probably have been. I'm not,
Oh, sure.
So there have been numerous, hundreds, thousands even of punters. And this one is the Punt God. And now he's a Bill. Can he hold? Is he hold God? We'll figure that out. But right now I'm just concerned about punting, and he's good at that.
What do you do if he's not hold God? I got to ask you.
You got Matt Hawk. Matt Hawk
you
is
keep
hold
him.
God.
So you roster two.
So you roster
a holder.
All right.
You roster a holder.
Here we go.
If you have Punt God and Hold God, and then you already have Kick God, and Tyler Bass. I mean, you have Quarterback God. This team is just full of. We can make a religion out of this team, which a lot of people already
Kick
have.
God,
Punt
God, Hold God. Are we talking a holy trinity of special teams here?
We are.
Long snapper
Is this a little blasphemous? There is a storm forming around my house. I feel like God's about to strike me down here.
Yeah,
for making
we're using.
this.
Watch out, Foxy.
Yeah, we're using that a little too freely now. Especially we have long snapper bloodlines too. So there is that whole element of greatness in the special teams room. And quite frankly, guys, what's funny about Shakir too is like a weakness to the Bills was at times their special teams units. Beside Bass, he was the one you would see you would see like their DVOA and you would see other metrics and be like their special teams is fine. It's like because Bass didn't miss, and they were pretty good on kick coverage because he could do whatever they wanted, and they did have some kick coverage guys. But quite frankly, their punting unit sucked. Their return unit sucked. And they addressed that today. That's what you're looking forward to a team like the Bills doing today, is not getting your QB1. I hope not. It's getting some player that can help you in the return game. It's getting a player that can switch the field for you in an instant, and hopefully not take a huge downgrade in the holding department. So the player could be free if you are able to cut Hawk. You are able to absolutely pay for him with that cap reduction. So, to me, I don't think they'd use another roster spot on. The team's too deep to be able to do so. But a 4-year punter that's labeled punt god for $700K, you don't have to worry about it.
It's wonderful. The contract, you don't have to worry about punter for 4 years.
Yep.
Love it.
This made sense from the beginning. It was just a question, which punter would the Bills target? Would they do it during the draft, or would they do it an undrafted free agent? Matt Hawk was never going to be the punter going into this year. I know some people were concerned when he had the restructure, but he was never going to be the punter entering the season. And as some have mentioned, the Bills are about to make another pick soon. So let's see where they go with this.
It's ordered, already done. I did it before I got on the show.
Stop me if you've heard this before.
Let's see your receipt.
The Patriots drafted another running back.
I heard that. Yeah.
Someone explain what the Patriots are doing. Someone explain the Patriots drafted me like I'm 5. I do not understand what's going on there anymore.
Bill Belichick has built up a lot of good grace over his years in the NFL.
That doesn't mean that he can't be criticized. This is ridiculous.
We're reaching the point now, consecutive drafts. Well, it's been a long time, but we're now at the point where it's like, that's a weird pick, and I don't know if I'm just going to give you a pass.
They don't have a coaching staff. They don't have a real coaching staff.
They don't have an offensive coordinator.
They take multiple running backs when they already have like 5 on the roster. What is happening
on Bill Belichick and his puppets.
That's
you
right.
Do what Bill tells you to do, or you're not part of that staff.
And then they drafted Bailey Zappi, who I actually liked, and is probably going to have a really good career as a backup quarterback. But, why are you taking him? What are you doing here?
They already had Stidham. Yeah. Do they still have Hoyer?
I can only see one reason for taking Zappi, and that's you don't know necessarily what Mac Jones will give you long term. I don't anticipate any battle or anything like that, but if Mac Jones sucks this year or maybe struggles a couple years from now, you have another option you could potentially develop. But
I don't know about
that. Very odd pick.
Outside shot that Zappi is the offensive coordinator.
And guys, the pick is in. The Bills do double down on cornerback, going with Christian Benford from Villanova.
Okay.
Nova.
So they do get a Villanova double down at the cornerback position, guys. So
wow,
love it.
Yeah, definitely somebody that they felt like the double dip time was now. So what are your initial reactions on double dipping here with a Villanova-based cornerback?
They do like taking small school DBs. And as I've often said, pretty much anywhere, if there's one thing I can trust this team, this staff, and Sean McDermott and Leslie Frazier in particular, is develop defensive backs to get the most out of them. If you are not successful with this team as the defensive back, you're probably just a bad defensive back. That's all I got to say about
Except for Lafayette Pitts, who was good. They just didn't give him a chance. I'd be lying if I said that I knew Villanova had a football team before a minute ago. I thought they were just a basketball school. But, look, as you said, David, this regime, Sean McDermott's a very good defensive backs coach. We've once said that he turned Kurt Coleman into a Pro Bowler, which is a feat in and of itself. It's safety, obviously, but DB. McDermott's good with DBs. Doubling down on cornerback in general, it makes sense. This is a position where we talked before, where in years past, it's been an issue of do they want to push Levi Wallace? But this year it was an issue of no, they need bodies. They need guys who can play cornerback. And to double down here, it just makes sense.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this guy, I'm not going to pretend that I know all about this Villanova defensive back, but looking at his numbers, he was a bit of a ball hawk at Villanova, had 14 career interceptions, had quite a bit of pass breakups. When you're taking a guy in the 6th round, you're trying to find somebody that either has some traits or something that you see on tape that you like, that you think you can maybe mold into something. It's never a high probability that a 6th round pick is going to be a high level player or even possibly a contributor at the NFL level, but you're hoping that they present something that you can at least play around with. That's what I would take out of this pick with the Bills. Nothing really too much beyond that. I was hoping that a Tariq Woolen or a Zion McCollum could possibly fall to the Bills. They got close, but not close enough, unfortunately. We'll say this about Villanova. I know they are in the FCS level, but they have had a strong team throughout the years at that level. Only know that because me and Kev, we follow UB, and I went to Ohio, and Villanova used to play former MAC conference member Temple a lot, and Villanova would beat Temple. So they are pretty good at that level, but still always surprising to see a guy from that school drafted.
227th player on the board, 220 in another place, about the lower twos. So it's not crazy far away. It's a player that they probably liked, traits related. Let's see if I can load up what I like to do here is actually load up my my buddy over there, Kenley Platty from Raz, and we'll see if what he has to say.
Real quick, we're going to throw up a couple of super chats here. How much of past success was Hack? See Miami. I mean, we talked about that. Holding is a major part of that. If you want, I wrote an article in season about Matt Hawk and his contributions to Tyler Bass's success in 2021. So go check that out if you're interested in that. That was actually based off a conversation that Eric and Anthony had with Jay Feely of CBS. Then your boy Lettuce coming in again. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. As a kicker, I assume punt god knows how to hold. Not necessarily. And actually, in that same article, not to plug myself twice, but I talked about Pat McAfee when he got drafted by the Colts. He straight up lied to them and was like, "Yeah, I can totally hold," and he never held a thing in his life. And so Adam Vinatieri, who was like, "Yeah, you're not screwing up my Hall of Fame career," he sent him to his old holder from New England who had retired and said, "You're going to learn how to hold," and that's it. And so Hold camp. There you go.
Punt god at Hold Camp? That sounds
as
like
long as your holder
Netflix
is
series.
not Corey Bajorquez.
That's right.
Okay. But if Corey Bajorquez is your holder, then you better pray because you are
That's
going to be in some trouble. And if you need a field goal from 35 plus out to win a game, you might want to do a few Hail Marys beforehand. So obviously Green Bay faced that firsthand this recent year. So
that's right.
Not to go back to the punting conversation, but did you guys bring up how the wind swirls in that stadium in regards to punting?
Does it?
And no, I remember hearing one time. I'm not a science guy, but when I worked for the Bills, I heard given how the wind comes in and catches off a certain corner or something like that, it actually benefits left-footed punters, which is another reason why punt god makes a lot of sense. Franchise punter, Bills just
Is he a left-footed punter?
That's what I heard. That's what I
did not see that.
They said that on Espen.
One thing that will be interesting.
Maybe he's a dual-footed punter.
Yeah, one thing that will be interesting with punt god on the Bills now is he obviously has insane numbers if you look at the yards per punt, the net punting average. But playing at San Diego State, you're playing in the Mountain West Conference. You have a lot of high altitude opponents, which definitely aids you in your average. So I wouldn't expect him to come to Buffalo and average 50 yards per punt. That's just not going to happen. Also, with the Bills' offense being as effective as it is, he is going to have more opportunities where he's going to have to try to pin a team in the 20s. So I hope fans aren't expecting just crazy, insane 80-yard punts, 70-yard punts like what we were seeing on tape almost on a weekly basis in college, because that most likely isn't going to happen once he joins the NFL. But the kid does have a strong leg, and I do expect every once in a while a punt that just leaves you speechless, that just turns the field position around in the Bills' advantage. So while this is fun to get a punter that finally has that big leg, we do have to keep expectations a little modest here.
Yeah. And the Bills continue their trend of 8+ athletic profiles here. Christian Benford comes in at 8.14 for everybody that that was interested to know. Has elite size grade in his height, weight, bench combination, which is great. Vertical and broad jump are pretty decent. Can broad jump fairly well. Their vertical is a 35. They're right about average. Composite speed, 4.53, 2.63 on the 20, and at an elite level, 1.5 on 10-yard split. So that's some really good metrics there. We've seen some struggle there from the 3-cone. Kind of similar. The Bills don't seem to overly care about that, as they've seen a couple prospects there lower on that ranking, on the 3-cone ranking. So for anyone wondering about Christian Benford, they stay true to the position and only draft above an 8. So they've been very much so in that camp, between 8 and 9 the entire draft last season as well. So I think you can kind of make a guess at their last 6th-round pick here, which is coming up here shortly, what kind of athletic profile you can do. So going forward, you can kind of look at that as in the last 2 seasons, they've fully only wanted athletic profiles, unlike in the years past with Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, who came in with very poor athletic profiles. So now the Bills are very much so in the camp of making sure that they get guys that are high in the athletic profiles. I'll read you. They got a B- and an instant reaction on this grade here. Big time producer at a small school level, calculated type more than an athletic freak. Ball skills pop, was mostly in man coverage and mirroring nuances solid, but has zone upside because of his instincts. So that is the Christian Benford selection, just to kind of recap everybody on that one as well. So the Bills are, we got 187 here. The Bills will be back up, I believe, at 209. So, a little bit to go. Is there anything you guys are thinking about? I'm still kind of thinking quarterback. I'm still looking at interior offensive line. Kyle, what are you feeling, my man? We can't just take another punter.
Unfortunately, no. And there's only one
Or
guy
Breece Hall.
punting, though.
Right.
I'm still a little sour about that, unfortunately.
I
But
still think they would have
James
taken
Cook.
him at 25. I do.
I'm back in. I'm all the way in on James Cook. I'm calling him
Good.
Chef Jimbo, Chef Jim, whatever. I'm trying to. I'm throwing out these nicknames. Some of them I didn't come up with Punt God, but I'm all the way in on the nickname, trying to make my own. But no, interior offensive line does seem like a realistic position that they could target here. I expected them to target it earlier in the draft. I mean, like I was watching the Cover One coverage last night. I saw a lot of people were a bit surprised that they took the linebacker instead of Parham. But I think there were a few offensive linemen they could have taken there in round 3. They didn't, and they still haven't addressed it. So at this point, I don't know. I do want to bring up Justin Ross as a potential flyer because I know they already took Shakir, and I realize the medical on Justin Ross is concerning. I see why he's where he is, but you're in the 6th round. When do you take a flyer on a guy like that?
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, straight up. Hopefully the answer you're looking for. It's now. We talked about the 3-6. That's why you're talking. Malcolm Rodriguez just went to Detroit. I know he was talked about here, but I think fat chance for him, as we talked about why we weren't going to double down on linebacker here. I do want to throw one more thing up, guys. We've been asked for this. This is going to be special news. This is for anyone that's been really interested here. Let me scroll up a second, and here we go. John, let me. I got you covered, John.
I was gonna say that.
I got you covered, John. Do you think I have you covered? We have him on our show all the time. Boom, 949 for Isaac. That is
elite athlete too.
Look at the 40-yard dash. Look at as a punter. 4.68. He's got a 1.6, 110-yard split. Dude, I just tweeted right now. Fake punt is now in the fold. He's entered the chat. God. Fake punt has entered the chat. His height and weight are completely fine. No issues. He can jump. He's got some explosion from the punter position. And quite frankly, that he didn't do any of the agility grades, but the speed grades, the explosion grades, and obviously his size is fair. 9.49 on the Massare. A lot of people were saying this is a profile that could have been a day 2 pick. Straight up. So
he just tweeted, "Someone get me a table." So if you weren't sold already, you're now sold on Punt God.
Good. To a Raz
don't
comparison.
His leg and jumping through a table. We don't want that to happen. So.
Just want to shout out to the coverage. Your boys punt god pick 180. Are we right? Comment was the internet wins the internet today. And the Bills took him. Love all the Bills fans in this thread. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate you tuning in here to our show. And your guy, actually, John, I believe it was your guy, just got picked. Your edge rusher from Virginia Tech, 189 to Carolina. So there you go. So just wanted to get that in there for you, because I know you asked that earlier today. So we were on to something there. Just didn't happen to be the fit for the Bills, but 209's coming up, and I'm getting a little bit more into my backup quarterback idea, my developmental quarterback idea. Anyone like that? You think that sucks? Like, what are we thinking?
It doesn't
we think
suck.
that sucks.
It's just,
we think it sucks? Man.
I just don't think it really matters what direction they go in the 7th round. The odds of any of these players.
It's the 6th, my friend.
Yeah, figure it out, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You're going to 6th round pick. I really don't see any of the guys left on the board really making an impact, or even possibly making the roster. It's tough at this point. You're talking about a complete roster on the Bills, and these are going to be bottom end guys. Most likely, you're using these selections to fill your practice squad in September. So if they had a quarterback that they thought was a developmental guy that they could eventually trade in a couple years for a 3rd or 4th round draft pick, fine. But I don't really think you're going to get any value beyond that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's fine. Like, I think, though, that what's interesting, too, about Christian Benford, we talk a lot about Ariza here, and rightfully so. He comes with a great athletic profile, 6'1". I mean, I like the pick. I think the value's fine. Like, I really think that if you're going to double dip, I mean, there was a couple guys I was looking at that I had a little higher on my board, but I mean, like, we've already talked about, after you've all shot me down, I'm the scrub here. Apparently no one likes my developmental quarterback idea. I'll go sit in a corner. But I had Josh Joby. I had Tariq Castro Fields, Kalon Barnes. I had a couple guys a little bit higher than him, but, and then I had him as the 5th remaining cornerback. But, what do I know?
I'm going with Cops Mafia. Get an O lineman, possible safety.
Pops.
Those are positions I would be interested in.
I agree with O-line. Safety we talked about before you guys jumped on. It just
there's still some decent O-linemen on the board that I thought could have gone a little bit higher. So if you want some value and a position that you do have some need for depth down the line, offensive line at guard would definitely be a position I'd consider.
Yeah. There was someone in the chat who had an interesting question a long time ago now, but can you do an RAS score for Christian Benford at safety? Because I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yes, I sure can do that.
That might answer a question of
I need some royalties. I need to hit up Kent and get some royalties, man. In return, he does hook us up with some great content. Like, he basically alluded to the fact that the Bills do utilize this strategy. Couldn't really get into like their contractual stuff.
Sure,
but let me pull him now. Let's get up Christian Benford. I saw a cool comparison someone wanted to make earlier too with the punters. I don't know if Brian Mormon was graded, but that'd be pretty interesting to take a look at. I'll do that. I'll do that next after we pull up Benford at safety here. Let's get him up here. And in the meantime, while we do that, Jalen Naylor just went, a guy I kind of like, from Michigan State to Minnesota.
Interesting. He's a good depth player for them, and they've got like wide receivers in that room. Like, they've got, obviously Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, but KJ Osborne kind of came on for them last year as their wide receiver 3. So having someone like Jalen Naylor as your wide receiver 4 is actually pretty good for them.
Please refer to him as former UB receiver KJ.
I was going to say, I don't think there's anyone on this podcast who likes KJ Osborne. I don't think there's going to be any KJ Osborne.
Yeah, no way.
This is that there was a history there that I was not aware of. My fault.
UB, yeah.
He's actually in. KJ Osborne is actually in Buffalo today for the UB spring game. Yeah,
there you go.
Back in town. So I possibly might have walked by him without even noticing. I I was talking some smack about the UB basketball head coach, and he walked by me 2 minutes later. So I have no clue what I said about certain people that overheard what I was saying today. So yeah, you never know.
I do have now my question back to you. Were you specific to a strong or a free safety there for Christian Benford?
I didn't know that there would be two different specifics for it.
There sure is.
Let's
Strong?
let's go with strong. Let's start with
I
strong.
think that would be probably a little bit more interesting here. And actually, with that being said, I'll run the report now.
10.
10.
Perfect. The most athletic safety ever is what I'm predicting.
851 went up a little bit.
Okay.
So as a safety does translate well. Some of the composite agility goes up a little bit.
It does.
The great metrics there go up a little bit there on the composite speed score. The most of the stuff stays that the height and weight actually looks good. So do get a little bit more of that explosion and agility from switching him to safety there. So anyone interested in Christian Benford, the new strong safety from Villanova, that's what you would get there from him.
Interesting.
So that's fairly interesting there. So if you're thinking about that stuff, he's got apparently does translate there. Is that a thing, or is that just your thing? Is that a thing?
That was just something that I saw in the comments. And I thought that was interesting because we were talking about safety as another pick here. I just thought maybe this is their sort of idea of a safety pick. But yeah, that was just sort of what I thought. We have another super chat actually.
Yeah, get it
Can't
up.
believe we got Shakir and Punk God on day 3 in Beaton We Trust. Go Bills. Khalil Shakir really is a great pick for that value, and Punk God in the 6th round. I mean, come on.
I don't know who would complain about that as a 5th round. I heard other radio hosts weren't too happy about that, and it confuses me. As
I think it was more the placement. It wasn't the player. The value.
It doesn't make sense either.
Indisputable.
It's the 5th round.
Yeah, to get a Khalil Shakir in the 5th round, that value is indisputable. I think it was more looking for that third outside guy behind Gabe Davis and Stephon. Is he someone that can plug in place in that role right away? What I was hearing on the radio earlier was they were wishing that the Bills could have added a free agent or drafted someone in the first 2 rounds that you thought could be an immediate contributor as the third outside wideout or number 4 guy on the team. They weren't sure that Khalil Shakir could be that guy. They were referring to him as a little bit more of a gadget person. But I think from what you watch on the tape, yes, he does do gadget things, but he was Boise State's number 1 receiver. He's a tremendous.
Someone share some screen of some footage from who's got some Khalil Shakir footage. Let's share somebody's screen and are we just saying terms like we want an outside receiver? Like the Bills
I think it's just
not you, Mike. I just mean in general.
I think it's tough sometimes with these prospects because you're talking about 300 plus players that have a chance of getting drafted. You realistically have probably 50 to 60 guys that you think are realistic options based on pre-draft visits, needs, talent, ability. And then someone gets drafted that maybe you didn't pay that much attention to. You're not going to see the fit. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a fit or that they can't contribute on the Bills. Obviously, the Bills' 3rd round pick, a lot of people probably have never heard of him. But obviously the Bills have something planned for him. So, yeah, Khalil Shakir, I don't know how you can be upset right now, at least with the value.
Honestly, I was prepared to, after we lost Sky Moore, I was prepared that Shakir could have been in the conversation at the 2nd round. Like, seriously.
I thought realistic 3rd round possibility.
Yeah, 3rd round was where I saw him going. I was getting nervous when I saw some rising on him. And like I said, not some random scrub, some actual draft analysts had him in the back of the 1st. Like, not me, just like I didn't have Isaiah Likely as the first tight end, but there is possibilities of his profile translating. The Bills are looking for a replacement slot. They have Gabriel. Like this notion that you need Gabe Davis behind Michael Thomas is just silly.
Well, what they were saying earlier was, and I don't want to name names because
No, of course.
I don't want to get into that. But what they were saying earlier was that if a Stephon Diggs or a Gabe Davis gets hurt, well, then suddenly you're in a pickle. But You can't
You're
go
in a pickle
into-
regardless. Then
That's
Right.
every team in the NFL. How many NFL teams have 4 top end?
That was my point.
The
Yeah.
Bills already have 3 above average guys, 1 elite, 1 up and coming, and one of the better slot guys in the league. I don't think you can be upset by plugging and placing a Shakir or Isaiah McKenzie as the number 4 guy. In just a hypothetical, if the Bills would have had Khalil Shakir at 89 and then had Bernard as their 5th round pick, trading up for, it would be the same exact situation for the Bills. They'd have both those players. I think we'd be looking at everything a lot differently. We'd be talking about Shakir he's going to impact day one, and Bernard will be a developmental guy. But because they go opposite of that, you get these other narratives.
And didn't we take him in the 3rd in our mock, Mike? Khalil Shakir?
That was one of the guys that we were discussing. I can't remember off the top of my head.
We took him in the 3rd and Punt God in the 6th in one of our, at least.
Yeah, we had Shakir in at 89, and I don't know if we got to Punt God in our.
Oh, because he wasn't in the simulator, but we took him instead of Naylor. So I put in Naylor, but that pick was Punt God because he wasn't in the simulator. Remember?
Yeah, talking about those simulators are fun, but sometimes there's just things that
it's goofy
are way off. Like we had Alex Wright
Hall
in the 7th round in our simulator, and he went 3rd, 4th round. So
yeah, I liked him. I saw him on the board. I'm like, well, I'm taking him if he's here.
Yeah.
He's like a potential middle round prospect there. But yeah, I mean, the point being, like, we had Khalil Shakir where we, like, just to your point, where they took Bernard. So like, I don't think that was a stretch. So just to be discussing like, but he doesn't play outside receivers, bizarre. Like he's a day one starting returner. Day one starting returner. Sorry. He's the starting returner day one. He's on the active roster because of that, unless it's an absolute just a total fail. Which anything could happen, but I'm predicting him to be the day one returner, offers some versatility in the slot. We're not sure exactly what the Bills have planned, but when's Bean speaking? Is that at like 6? Probably like 6 or 7. Like we'll hear from him shortly on that and his opinion on Punt God as well. And then maybe to the question we already ran, do you see a little bit of safety play as well from their most recent Villanova prospect, like we brought up on the screen here? Do we see this come into fold here for Benford or no? So there is some of that discussions that we can have there. So some of these will be answered, but I just don't like the immediate reaction to if it should stop here. I like the player, great value. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
To add to it, they did have a Boise State reporter eventually on, and he later said, "Yeah, this is a guy that's gonna do things for you.
Not
this
just
is not a guy
that's
the value and say he's just a returner. He's just a gadget guy." The reporter said this is an all around wide receiver. Who this will probably impact the most early on is Marquez Stevenson. Will he be fighting for a roster spot this fall? I still think Isaiah McKenzie needs to be part of this Bills offense. I don't ever see Isaiah McKenzie being a star like some fans thought after his games against the Patriots last year. But I think Isaiah McKenzie is a guy you need to get at least 25 to 35 receptions a year. Get him to that 20 to 30 range. Get some jet sweeps. Make him part of the offense, and then you can develop Khalil Shakir, make him start out on special teams, and hopefully get more reliability from him than what you were getting from Stevenson and McKenzie in a punt return role, because you just didn't know what was going to happen on a game-by-game basis if it was bad weather as far as ball control and holding on to the football.
For sure. Kyle, you're being quiet over there. What do you got for me, Kyle? Like, let's hear something.
I'm just still, trying to get over Punt God. I'm just
okay.
euphoric. Super chat here. Is Shakir competition for McKenzie and Stevenson? Does anyone think he is better than either one? Is Punt God better than Matt Hawk? That's a tough question.
Well, let Kyle answer that, actually.
I would say after grinding the tape, grinding the film, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say Punt God's better than Matt Hawk. But just it's interesting because I don't think Shakir is necessarily competition for McKenzie. I think, as you were saying, Mike, I think McKenzie has a role on this team moving forward. They just re-signed him to a 2-year deal. But like, it is interesting just given the makeup of the receiver room with Crowder being here really throws a wrench into everything, because I think he's starting. Because like you said, he's one of the better slots in the league. And then you have Davis and you have Diggs on the outside. So then you're between McKenzie as 4, Shakir as 5, Stevenson. I don't like
Kumro.
McKenzie's number 4. Kumro's a
special
teamer.
team.
I don't know if Kumro really factors into the receiver discussion.
Not the receiver discussion, but he's going to be a roster spot and an active player. So,
but like McKenzie, unless something crazy happens, is number 4, and I don't see Shakir losing a roster spot to Stevenson. So I mean, this is Marquez Stevenson on notice.
Yeah, he's on notice. Like, even though Shakir is technically, he's newer, but technically he's only around earlier, I still think he's valued higher. I think Stevenson was every much a bit of a project 6-round pick, like every bit as much of that as where Shakir was
and that's the issue.
Faller.
That's the issue with Stevenson too. Yes, he has dynamic speed. Yes, he can make plays, but he didn't have a role as a receiver on this squad, and his mistakes could end up being costly on special teams. If Shakir can take care of the returning abilities, you already have more faith in him as a developmental prospect and a person that can actually get on the field in the future as a receiver. It's an easy decision to me. You're looking at, as you just mentioned, Kev, Stevenson was a project 6-round pick that you saw a trait or a skill set that you were hoping to maximize and get him into that role, and he couldn't hold the fort down on it. While Shakir, you already feel pretty confident about some of his skills that he brings to the table, and he could provide that special teams ability as well. So it doesn't look.
Why are we just like, so for me, it's a matter of like, why are we only considering if Diggs gets hurt? Like, so if your best player gets hurt, you're screwed. Like, that's riveting. Like, that's like a riveting take. Like, I can't get over how riveting, like, your team would be affected by your best non-Josh Allen player to get hurt. Like, I don't know. Like, that one.
When good
really
players go down, it turns out things go bad.
Bad things happen.
Novel concept.
I mean, okay, but also what he adds to the dynamic though is like, how about more realistically? What if Jamison Crowder gets hurt, like, or McKenzie gets hurt and stuff like that? Like, immediately you can talk about more realistic things. Like, if your number 1, potentially a top 5 receiver in the league gets hurt, you're in trouble. Right. I don't think this boundary 5th-round receiver is going to even 4th-round receiver is going to save you. But to me, like, realistically, Jamison Crowder's been hurt like every year of his career. That's the reason the Bills were able to get him on a reasonable deal. And quite frankly, Beasley played through some injuries last year as well. So, like, more realistically, he's in there. He can make the active game day roster with his return ability, get him in for some plays. And he had 80 rushes, 170 snaps in the backfield in his career. Like, he's a Deebo Samuel type of receiver. Like, he just is. Like, is he Deebo Samuel? No, of course not. But did you think Deebo Samuel was Deebo Samuel? I don't know. If you did, great.
And another thing to add on to what you were saying, Kev, you can't be thinking all the time, well, if our best player gets hurt, what's going to happen? Yes, you need to build depth, but you also have to be realistic. You only have so much salary cap. You can only devote so much resources to a specific position. And the truth be told, the Bills are changing up their offense a little bit this offseason too. You bring in O.J. Howard as the number 2 tight end. That tells me you're going to have some more 2 tight end personnel on the field. That's going to take some receptions away from the receivers. You add a James Cook to be a dynamic pass-catching running back out of the backfield, that's going to take some targets away from the receivers. Yes, the Bills are still going to be a pass-heavy team. That's not going to change. But the way they do it style-wise is going to be a bit different this year, and that's to combat some of the things that defenses have thrown at the Bills over the last couple of years. So, yeah, the what if Diggs goes down? Yeah, the Bills will have some issues, but they have some answers to combat that if a Diggs or if a Davis goes down. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a rookie wide receiver stepping up to catch 50, 60 footballs out of nowhere. You have other guys that you can spread out those targets should an unfortunate injury happen.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Anthony does want a running back here to kind of close off the 6th round. I'm assuming he does. That's probably very, very true.
Right. He was the only one pushing the running back narrative the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly
all of us were
very
against it, and he was driving that train the entire time. We do have a super chat. Thoughts on Chris Paul, guard?
Is he still available?
I think he is.
I missed the last couple picks, but as of
I
that,
have
he
not
was.
seen him.
Aaron Quinn wants him. Aaron
Right
Quinn,
now, that makes a lot of
earlier,
sense.
Does he play point guard?
Right, CP3 coming.
Hopefully he's as good as the point guard.
It's just a different guard instead of OG,
That's right.
PG. Yeah, I mean, we're one letter away. But yeah, like that's a good, actually, with that question, I like that because we can kind of recap. Since Benford went their 185 to the Bills, actually, we're coming up here on the bottom of the 6 where the Bills will select again in about 10 picks. We can talk about that here. Hopefully have a good info on that. Zachary Thomas, offensive line to Chicago. Nick Zajlek from Ford. Ford
Big
College?
football school, yeah.
Yeah, definitely powerhouse at Ford. Malcolm Rodriguez from Oklahoma State. Good player. We talked about him a lot. I didn't think he was much of an option
Malcolm
after.
Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Love
We took him in one of those. Was it someone's mock? We took him in. Definitely a good player. Barno, a guy we talked about here with the super chat earlier tonight, did just go to Carolina. Justin Schaefer, UGA. Jalen Naylor, a guy that I think is a pretty good pick for Minnesota here at this stage, 191. Andrew Ogletree from Youngstown State, YST, Youngstown State.
Ogletree.
I don't know if that's my mid-major. I don't know if that's the mid-major in
More
me.
likely
Mid-major basketball
Youngstown
fan.
State.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'll take it. I didn't scout him very much. Devin Harper, Oklahoma State. Jordan Jackson, edge from Air Force. Sagler went to a guy we talked about a lot here. I think Anthony's one of his favorites. Finally went to LA. Taylor Batty
Chargers, not the Rams.
Yes, Chargers. Yep. Tyler Batty from Mizzou.
Ooh, okay.
Going to Baltimore. Guy that was talked about potentially if we didn't go the route of running back earlier. Gregory Jr., cornerback. I'm not sure where he played. It says OUABAP. Straight up. OUABAP.
You haven't heard of that powerhouse?
OUABAP.
Which player is this?
Gregory Jr., cornerback.
Gregory Jr.?
Yeah, that's his name. Gregory Jr., 6 foot corner from OUABAP. So Ouachita Baptist.
Ochuda.
Oh
my gosh.
Of course.
Right, of course.
Guys, where's the Ochuda? Put it on the Ochuda Baptist film. I want to talk to Eric Turner. Get him in. Get him in here. Right? I need to talk to Eric Turner.
All right.
Why?
Ochuda Baptist University is in, I am not kidding, Arkadelphia, Arkansas.
Wow.
Of course.
How did I forget that?
To the people writing this, to the people who knew it, did you know it or
no?
Did you just Google it?
Unless you're from there, I'm not going to say I don't think you knew it.
Or they are the true film grinders.
What level are we talking with?
Yeah, that's more the question. What do they play? Is that JUCO? What the hell is it?
They are
a brand of football.
Athletics.
Hey, I've covered NAIA Division II football, so I've Division III, so I've seen it all.
Wakita. It's pronounced Wakita.
Wakita.
Okay. Oh, our sincerest apologies to that.
D4. Someone said D14.
Hey, they're Division II. This is not a joke right
this
here.
This is D2. D2. Okay.
Lenore Rain. It's Wakita Baptist University.
They got Todd Knight is a legendary coach for them in his 22nd season. It has
wow. Oh yes.
How did you guys
now I put it all together. Yeah.
Well, they got a C for Jacksonville. Went to Arkansas to get him, and they got a C for that pick. Has NFL caliber quicks and speed, but not someone who's going to stay ready with NFL receivers anytime soon. Slender from Chris Trapasso. So that's what we got on Gregory Jr. from Wakita Baptist, Wakita Christian Baptist,
Wakita
Junior?
Baptist University in
Christian
Arkadelphia.
Texas
Christian that's where you got to get the OU pronounced right, because there's a lot of words with the OU starts with a W.
But that's probably, in fairness to us, that's where UB is going to recruit their next players from. So that's probably. I'm not kidding. Like we probably have been on campus there.
You're probably right.
Looking for D2 upgrades. No. Our coach Mo Linguist was wonderful. How did he look today, Mike? How did Mo Linguist do today?
They looked all right. They got some. The transfers look like they have some ability, but it was pretty sloppy for the most part.
Okay.
If you had any hope for Matt Myers, put that all away. So.
No. Matt Myers went to my high school. He's the truth.
Oh, West Seneca West guy here.
Hell yeah.
Okay. West Seneca West until high school. Then I decided I had to upgrade a little bit.
Okay, that's great.
This is a pro Matt Myers podcast.
It looks like Casey Case is going to take that job for UB. For anyone out here listening to UB coverage, Casey Case might be your new quarterback. Junior.
Why everybody's tuning in right here. They think they're here for the Bills draft talk, but they really want to hear about the UB spring game.
Well, right. I mean, we're been after 4- and 5-star players, so we are getting recruit. Alabama was Alabama safety.
Yeah,
5-star recruit. So lots.
UB, I don't want to like waste this conversation, but UB does have a couple players that were recruited and offered by schools like Alabama and Clemson in the past. There's a guy that played at Florida who's now at UB. So I don't know where life went wrong for him.
Yeah, they recruited. He was the Dallas DB coach. So he has pro background there too. So good for UB. I think we need a Bills pick soon,
Kev. We need to get this back to the Bills.
Yeah, 200. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. We went to Wakita Baptist. Okay, that was not me. I would have just moved on, but we started Googling what OUA-BAP.
Listen, we had to know. I like there's a point where like I could kind of like guess based off the letters, but like there was nothing there. I couldn't come up with anything like that.
Arkadelphia is a city of brotherly love, but in a deliverance sort of way. All right. We got some comments there. All right. We don't mean to slander that town. Definitely not. Grant Calcaterra actually was actually a guy I was looking at for the Bills pick. Did just go to Philadelphia. Cade Mays. I think one of you guys like Cade Mays.
Yep.
He just went 199
to the Panthers.
So, and the
Patriots, a very good pick for them.
Patriots are on the board now.
Got to take another
on the clock
running back
at 200.
Got to take another running back.
They should go quarterback again.
Mike, what do you got for us, Mike? I know you don't. All right, I need some counters to you guys because this never got settled. Everyone's like, we don't need a backup or a developmental quarterback. So then you need to tell me what they need. If I'm getting axed on the 209, very talented at one point of first or second round pick quarterback in the bottom of the 6th. I need some ideas.
Well, why do you? Okay, so my turn?
Yeah, your turn.
Go lineman. You just get an offensive lineman. I don't care. Draft another corner. Anything better than a 4th string quarterback. You can never have too many cornerbacks. And with the Bills right now, they could definitely use some more depth at offensive line, knowing that Roger Saffold is probably only here for a year or two. You don't know how Ryan Bates is going to be as a full-time starter in the NFL. So not expecting a 6th-round pick to be someone that's going to start necessarily right away, but find a lineman that has some traits, something you like on tape, take him, develop him. Worst case scenario is you stash them on the practice squad and you see what you can do with that. I just don't see how there's any upside in taking a quarterback.
Not even Dustin Crum?
What was that?
Not even Dustin Crum?
I love Dustin Crum as a MAC quarterback, but I don't see the need for the Bills to get one. Let's be real. Right now, Josh Allen is a incredible MVP level guy. Case Keenum is almost as good as you can get at backup quarterback. And should Case Keenum go down, you have Matt Barkley, who obviously you don't want him playing in games, but you could do way worse than Barkley as a 3rd-string quarterback. Why waste the time even trying to develop a person that the return is going to be minimal at best? There is no upside. I mean, normally when you're drafting a quarterback late and you already have an established starter that's young, you're thinking maybe you can package them for a draft pick or something in a few years. Do you see anybody left on the board that you really think the Bills could turn into something better than what they'd be?
Jokingly about Crum, jokingly about Caleb Ellaby also is on the board, kind of two of the like last 5 guys there. But for me, it's Carson Strong. I mean, he's a guy that had first round pick pedigree. It's kind of like in the mold of what you were going to do with, Fromm a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I have notes here that in certain places before testing and before other things that had him really high. So to me, to plug someone in the pipeline like that is what I'd be thinking. I'm not just like pro, make sure you get Dustin Crum. I'm like pro. I think Carson Strong's.
I can see that. So that's the one scenario where it makes sense to me. Is obviously the Bills have been just switching out backup quarterbacks for the last 3 years. If you have a guy that really has no chance of ever being a starter for most teams in the NFL, but a person that has traits that you believe you can develop into being a consistent long-term backup to Josh Allen, then I can see a scenario where that could work.
Like Steve says it best here, Strong's excellent. He ripped apart Oregon. Like, exactly. Like, he can learn from the best quarterback in the league. Put him through, I used to call it the Tom Brady Academy or others. Like, put him through the camp of like maybe developing in him from a late 6th up to be able to deal him at some point. Like, I don't think that there's any negative to have a backup quarterback on the roster that you're paying $700K to, that developed under Allen, gets to sit this year, basically a redshirt. People wanted to do it in the 3rd with Nakobe Dean in terms of like, let's develop him. He's injured, let's see what happens. But to me, it's like, and then if you ever need him, like look at where some of the best Bills victories ever, or when Jim Kelly went out. So like, to me, it's not a matter of like, do you get like extreme value this second? I think Carson Strong is a player that would definitely develop, and the Bills have proven, like we kind of talked about, was it because of the COVID year or not? But they were proven to do it a lot higher with Jake Fromm. So that to me is like a matter of, we all talk about best player available, and like quarterbacks have fallen a little bit, and maybe he is. Like maybe you're sitting there on the board and you're like, I've taken the punter, like I've taken the double dip at corner, and we got the linebacker already, got the running back, and we got the corner. That the first corner, so you got double dip there, as I said. I don't know. Maybe at some point you're like,
the only issue I have is if you don't think he's going to be on the active roster, is that a guy that you end up trying to get to the practice squad to somebody else take him?
And Fromm sat there for a year and a half until like the GM knew he was switching teams at some point at the end of the season. So like, I don't know. Like I still think that you can. I think especially at that position, I think it's possible that you could sit there and develop on the roster as well. But I think Matt Barkley's the one on the practice squad. He spent the entire season last year on the 3 practice squads. He's the Davis Webb. He's just here now because Davis Webb actually took a active roster spot with New York. So I think he's the practice squad player. I think the more the question is, do you waste you have to inactivate 6 guys on game day anyways. So the point would be like, you can keep him on the inactives list until, if you're hurt, you have those 2 call-ups. I don't know if that's going to exist anymore. Or if you have to make a move in October to kind of, no one's going to want to waste an active roster spot in October at that point, and you put him through the practice squad. I just think that there's options there. And that's all I'm saying is like, I think that is possible to take a player of his skill level here. If he wasn't there, I'm serious. I probably wouldn't be talking about. I'm not just saying put any quarterback. I just think his talent level and what I was able to scout on him. And at one point earlier this year, I thought that it was potential he was a day 2 guy. So I just think that that's more what I'm talking about is, and you're not going to be able to get a developmental guy. Definitely not going to be able to get a UDFA in. Like, let's be honest, there's no chance. So that's kind of my point with pick him, let him develop under the best quarterback. Josh's a great guy. He's not threatening in the end of the 6th. There's nothing to worry about. You drafted a freaking punter. Like, we're to that stage. So to be honest, that's why I think that he's there. But yeah, realistically, I want an interior offensive lineman too. But I'm just kind of looking outside the box. I think tight ends watered down. I don't think they need to do. We've already tried to find out this placement for Shakir, let alone another receiver. They've double dipped at cornerback. We don't need a running back. If someone else beside interior O-line or quarterback,
it's just nice to not be at that period anymore as a Bills fan with this team where you're hoping on a 6th round / 7th round pick to make an impact on this roster going forward. Granted, like we've seen late round picks become good players in the past. Stevie Johnson out of Kentucky. I mean, what was he? He was a 7th round pick, I believe. And end up having a great career. We all love Kyle Williams, a 5th round pick. So some of these guys do end up falling through the cracks and making an impact. But I think in the Bills situation, it's nice knowing that we don't need to necessarily depend on any of these guys. Or if one of them falls through the cracks and makes an impact, great. But they could honestly take whatever they wanted. They wanted to take a long snapper. I would be like, okay, you found the long snapper you wanted. Not that I expect that, but they could do whatever they want.
And to answer this question from Jessica, they have that. So Raz's website, you can go on right now and you can pull up any position, any player. You can compare them like we did to a different position group. You can actually pull up a list right now if you'd want of any position group that and their Raz. So you can, and from any year, even not just your year. So you can go to this year, you can type in 2022, you can pull line, offensive line, whatever you want to do, and you can pull up a list of everything you'd like to have from that unit. So you'll have anything on that list though, from like potential, first overall pick to UDFAs. So, but you could definitely pull that list right now if you'd like, and just kind of Dane Jackson, another good one, 7th round pick. So got to recap though, guys. After the Cade Mays pick to the Panthers, we had Sam Roberts from Northwest Missouri State. Got that one. Unranked by Bill Belichick there at pick 200. Kanatre Ingram from USC, running back. Michael Woods from Oklahoma, receiver there. Unranked, actually. Tristan Ebner, running back from Baylor. Theo Jackson to Tennessee, safety, unranked. Just went to Tennessee at 204. Bills are on the clock in 5 picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So, it's coming around the time for instant reactions here, guys. I don't think anyone's going to be jumping on. The only thing instant reaction you'll get from me is if they draft Carson Strong. You'll get a pretty instant reaction from me. Other than that, I think it's all going to be pretty much the same. So
that's fair.
And realistically, we talked about this actually the last time we came up on the pick. Center. I think there's some centers there that I think are definitely now worthy of putting in your pipeline to develop. We're not joking. I'm being serious about quarterback, but we're talking about developing players. And I think that center is one that you can put in right now. And there's a couple of very intriguing centers that are still on the board. And Donovan West, a guy that was ranked pretty highly. I have him in the 121st ranked center right now. Alec Lindstrom, a guy that, as we talked about, could have been higher ranked about this range here. So there's 2 centers there. And then obviously Dawson Deaton from Texas Tech's another guy. So 3 centers that could absolutely be pretty quality interior offensive linemen. Do any of them have? I think Donovan West has that offensive guard versatility. So he's the guy that I could see if they want a more true center. Maybe it's Lindstrom. So that's some guys to think about. Marquise Hayes is still there from Oklahoma. Smith from Virginia Tech. We have had him come up a bunch. We're now in range for Smith, and Chris Paul still there, 188 overall. So there's definitely some interior guys, and that's where I'm looking to. So I want Carson Strong or I want interior. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I'm into any either of the guards that you said, whether it's Leslie Smith or Chris Paul. So yeah,
okay,
I'm interested in that.
Cool. Yeah, Marquise.
You sold me on Carson Strong.
Thank you. Yes,
I didn't know he was still available. So I'm at the point now where it's like 209. Carson Strong is a dude who had a lot of positive buzz, injury stuff. There are reasons why he fell. But I don't think that he'd be a bad pick at 209. You can sell me on it. All right. I'm going to go to the MAC guys here. You guys are MAC guys, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't there a tight end in this year's class who was a quarterback at like Ohio or something like that?
If there's a quarterback at Ohio, I'm not sure.
I thought there was. I could be wrong, but I was listening to a podcast.
Did he transfer?
I'm not sure. I thought there was a quarterback who played at the MAC who then went to the Senior Bowl or to the Combine or something as a tight end.
Huh. Was it Crum?
I could be wrong.
Maybe Crum.
Ellaby?
He's an athlete, but
could it be Ellaby? That seems like a name. Is he gone?
No, he's still there. Caleb Ellaby. He was if he went to the Senior Bowl, it would have been someone that it had to have been one of those 2. Those would be the only 2 that would be invited.
Caleb Ellaby, Western Michigan quarterback.
It had to be one of the 2 of them for sure. I like Ellaby. I think he produces. I think he could be a good player. Yeah, no, I don't. I watched him individually come back and beat UB at the quarterback position. So I think that he, quite frankly, remember that game, Mike? I think, quite frankly, he would be. I like the tight end transition. Look at Tyree Jackson. Looked like he had something there going. They converted other players to that unit. Look at the Bills have had a couple of them that have now gone on to sign deals with Washington. So
the Mac had success with quarterbacks in college transitioning to other positions in the pros. You look at Julian Edelman, was the Kent State quarterback, and obviously had a tremendous career with New England. You have, like you said, the former UB quarterback Tyree Jackson looked like he was starting to develop, but just can't help but get injured all the time. It's one of those things where a lot of the times the Mid-American Conference, the quarterbacks that they recruit are good athletes, but they're missing something. Yeah. But you can transition them to other positions because they are such great athletes. Some of these guys that you occasionally see come through the league.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, no, I mean, Ellaby would be a pick. I mean, I think you could see that versatility, develop him there and do the same thing. So yeah, especially with the tight end units thinning out like it has, definitely. I mean, this is the time. Maybe that would probably be more the 7th or last pick. But yeah, that's definitely, I like it. I actually didn't know he went to the Senior Bowl tight end. I would have had to figure someone that was productive. So it would have had to been him or Crum. But that's interesting to know.
I mean, I could be wrong. I could have just made it up, but I did listen to a podcast where they talked about Caleb Ellaby as a potential tight end target. So, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. But like you said, that's probably a 7th round pick. But no, I think guard is probably where they go here at 209 with a couple of good guys still on the board. I think that's where we're going to go.
Yeah, just wild card position to me would be Carson Strong. We have some people. Yeah. He is not accurate. There is some things to like about him. Like, just while we wait for the pick here in a couple of minutes, as we kind of beat the other position groups, talk just Strong. He's a pocket passer with good size, gets solid zip, intermediate throws. He can drive the ball pretty much anywhere on the field. He has the ability to lead receivers and yards after the contact, which, something the Bills are looking for. He lacks the foot speed to extend plays. He isn't a threat as a runner. He's obviously undergone those 2 right knee surgeries, but he does, should pass medicals. So to me, I think that's, what you're looking for here, guys. So I don't know, just something to think about as we approach this pick. But like I said, yeah, I'm not just looking to just dump a quarterback in the system. I think the Bills did the same thing with Fromm, where they're like, yeah, he's got some talent, let's put him in. But you're right, that could have been COVID related. But that was still pretty high to do that. That would have been higher than here. So
yeah, I think Fromm was a unique situation though. Fromm was a faller in the draft. He came out a year early, but a little bit different. Yes, Strong is a faller right now, but Fromm was a guy that was highly regarded, had a lot of hype because he played at Georgia, a team that was in the national conversation every year. He expected to be a day 2 pick, worst case scenario. And at that point, I don't think it was risky to say if the Bills take him in the 5th round, there's hope that if he shows some flashes in the preseason, that you could turn around and get a 2nd or a 3rd round pick and improve the return on investment. I don't think you're thinking the same thing with Strong here. Yes, he's falling, but a little bit different situation coming into the draft than what a Jake Fromm was. If he came back to Georgia for another year, he might have been in the Heisman discussion with the team he would have come back to. So,
yeah, fair. That's fine. Strong's interesting because he's the most accurate passer in the draft. Over 70% of his passes, back-to-back seasons with over 70% completed. His ability to consistently deliver catchable balls and increase yards after contact and yards after catch is something that is pretty interesting. So I don't know, something that you could develop and immediately put into the offense if needed, if something ever happens. And definitely someone that could develop for a season. And then, you have a controllable quarterback behind Josh Allen at $700K. That's all. Like, that's all you're looking at. Nothing.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, It's as good as any idea we have on the board right now.
Right.
Hey, if you're right, you can say that you had the thought before all of us.
That's right.
It's just about the board, right? If Carson Strong wasn't there, we're probably not even talking about that position. But it's just to me like,
yeah.
I have to issue a correction. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It wasn't Caleb Ellaby. It also wasn't the Senior Bowl. It
Oh,
was
wow.
Armani Rogers.
Oh damn, my boy Armani.
You were right about Ohio. Then.
I'm embarrassed. Okay, so I'm embarrassed right now. So
Mike has to take a little heat from that then too.
I'm wearing a UB zip up, but I actually went to Ohio University, and I know Armani. Like I know who Armani is. He's actually his father played on the Buffalo Bills, and
so it's gonna happen. 7th round.
And Armani holds a little-known NCAA record against UB this past fall for the longest touchdown run by a quarterback in NCAA history. He had a 99-yard touchdown run as a quarterback, and I was at the game. So
they took the L though. They jumped off sides on a missed field goal, and UB got to.
Okay, we didn't need to talk about the rest of that game, but yeah, Armani Rogers is actually an incredible athlete. He was a quarterback, but not really a quarterback because he couldn't throw the ball. Was a UNLV.
But that would make more sense now because he has athleticism.
A guy like that, from just a pure athletic standpoint, worth a flyer just to see if you could turn him into anything. Because the dude, if you're a quarterback and you get a 99-yard touchdown run, you obviously have some ability.
Bills are on the clock now, so we'll just have to wait and see.
No spoilers, as we've all been so good through 6 rounds. Please have that continue for the viewers and the chatters, you guys. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Tim. Like that's, if nothing else, it's the economics behind that. The Bills had to sink a 7th round pick to make Cleveland keep a couple million of, I think it was a flat million of Case Keenum's contract alone. So yeah, the value of it's part of the reason you do it here, not just because you think the guy's going to be QB1. So absolutely. So that's. Chicago drafted a center. I don't know what that means. I see the Steelers on the clock. Are they?
The Steelers made a pick. The Steelers picked Connor Hayward from Michigan State.
Yeah, that's what I got too. Were the Bears before them?
Yes.
Oh,
they
okay.
Got it.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's what tripped me up. All right, so
here's
obviously
the most important pick of the draft here, boys.
209 for 209. No, I thought Connor Haywood, the fullback, to 208. That was the most important pick of the draft.
Clearly,
what are you guys talking about? You're clearly wrong. All right, pick is in. So I'm sure there's going to be some leaks heading out any second here on all the media forms. But once again, if you want to see those, head over to there and chat about it first for a few minutes. But we'll bring you some instant reaction here when I see what the Bills want to do here at 209. So they kept the picks, guys. They kept them. They kept all 3.
That's surprising. That is surprising.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they did that. I thought for sure 2 or less. I thought 4 would be 2. 3 was surprising. So so that's how it went. So looks like we're watching the TV, and I got the pick here. As long as everybody's good here.
You can spoil it. My TV is about a minute behind, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Luke Tenuta from Virginia Tech.
So Virginia Tech O-line, just not the one we were talking about.
We need the RAS.
Yeah, let's get the RAS up now. I got him at 307, so down on my board there a little bit. But as we know, Bean's not afraid to do much, not care about that.
That's true.
So, potentially we talked about other offensive linemen there that were potentially higher than that, but that's all right. They must like something. Started 25 of 33 career games, 6'8", 330. I'm going to assume he has a high RAS, knowing his height, weight, and speed. So just not even ever seeing him play, scout him specifically. Started games at left tackle and right tackle. So I'm going to assume with his height, weight, speed combination, he's going to have a high RAS unless he's an absolute statue, which wouldn't make any sense to why they would take him if he was. So let's take a look there at what's going on with RAS.
RAS may shock you if we're believing this one comment.
So RAS a 493. So it's the first time they dipped below the number.
That is shocking.
I thought for sure it'd be the opposite there. If you were going to potentially reach on a player, he would have had a higher height, weight, speed combination. Does only RAS scores that are good are his height and weight. Shuttle's okay. Broad jump's okay. Just absolutely was molasses in the speed grades.
Yeah, what was it, a 5.4 40?
Yep. And more importantly, too, some of the other splits, 3.1 20, 1.88 10. So fair statue, but they must like some moldable talent there. It looks like.
Well, they were showing his PFF scores, pass blocking and run blocking, at Virginia Tech. He was about an 80, I believe, with the pass blocking, which was 7th out of ACC tackles, and he had about a 74 run block score, which I think was 11th among ACC tackles. So those aren't super great numbers. You look at, you're not saying 7th or 10th among draft prospects. You're saying 7th or 10th in the ACC. So not super encouraging, but you would have to think that the Bills like the size that he brings to the table and think it's something that they can develop potentially with their coaching staff.
I mean, I'll be honest, a true offensive tackle looks like I don't know if they're going to kick him in a guard or what their plan is there, but it doesn't look like it with that potential measurables. But for me, it's a matter of you don't want exactly. You don't want a 6'8" guard.
Yeah.
To me, the measurables there are interesting because you have a measurables guy in Tommy Doyle. You have Quisenberry as a run blocking older guy with pretty good measurables. Good RAS guy as well. You obviously have Spencer Brown, your starter, who has a good RAS. You re-signed Bates, had a good RAS. So it's an interesting philosophy change there, that they liked something about the tape beside his athletic profile. 5.86 RAS is an OG. We're moving up. Generally, I mean, that's a little bit better. So that's interesting. I don't know. Has anyone seen that big of a guard before? They
did announce him as offensive line, not as like a tackle or as a guard. So
that's a spin zone. Good spin zone there. Yeah, people are bringing up Cromer in the chat. Yeah, I mean, you're this late. This seems like a guy Cromer obviously had some input in drafting. And then someone else wrote, like, this is just UDFA's being drafted. Like at this point, whoever you draft probably isn't making this roster. So you just get guys, again, with traits who you think you can develop something out of, and then they'll end up on the practice squad. So.
Yeah, and I mean, his scouting report, one of the unexpected redshirt juniors to take the leap. He has odd bend and traits that don't bode well for the next level. Solid performer at VT, collecting 26 starts in 3 years in Blacksburg. He's awkwardly built and has performance issues. Doesn't project well. He's earned an invite to the East-West.
You want to hear when you make an
he's earned an invite to the East-West Shrine Bowl. Failed to parlay that into any buzz. His strengths are light on his feet, makes quick adjustments in pass protection, fairly accurate hands, and is active in adjusting to them based on the pass rusher. Drives his legs and will take down players who give them off-balance pass rushes. Decent straight line speed, not a technician, not technically messy either, despite odd proportions. His pro comparisons, Jake Campos.
Well, I'm sold now.
Tuneta faces a lot of the same issues in terms of leverage, power limits, and lack of flexibility, with poor length for a tackle and will be too tall to move inside the guard. Rail thin in his lower half and will have a hard time adding weight. Leverage is a major issue, and he'll get blown up easily in the NFL. He can't get lower than he needs to be. He's not a power generator and will be purely rely on effort.
This is a ringing endorsement here.
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't know what I was reading as I was reading through it.
That's fair.
But
that's fair.
I meant in terms of what I was going to see next, but it wasn't very positive.
I was hoping to hear like one or two good things in there. Like, he's still an NFL draft pick, so you'd expect a couple positive things.
He's 6'8". I mean, that's. I guess. I mean, he's not the athlete.
Tommy Doyle's a 10 RAS. Totally.
When the only thing that's positive is he's 6'8". I mean, I have a cousin that's 6'8" and another cousin that's 6'9". I mean, they're not NFL draft picks.
Why not?
Well, because the Bills haven't seen their tape yet. That's why not.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's clearly a UDFA. I thought that could have been someone that UDFA'd. That's the perfect 7th round. I think there was a touch of value there still left, but 7th round to me is the round you're taking UDFAs. But yeah, I mean, the Bills are showing that, like, we called this guy wondering if he'd be a UDFA. He wasn't like totally sold that he was going to sign a UDFA contract with us, so we drafted him. I mean,
And so he passed on Chris Paul for him. I mean, again, you have to imagine that
So was the
Cromer
rest of the
has
league.
some. You have to imagine though that
6
Cromer
rounds worth.
not necessarily had a. No, you have to imagine that
He had
a
a say.
in it.
Yeah.
Like this isn't. I don't know. Like if Cromer liked Chris Paul more, I think they probably would have taken Chris Paul. But with that, I am off, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on, man.
I might pop back on when they draft Armani Rodgers in the 7th, but if not,
Okay, you have to.
Have a good night.
There we go. So we'll probably stay live. I don't know who's still available here, but we'll probably stay live to the 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Then we'll get to work on the UDFAs as they come in. So we'll probably be live here for you for another little bit. As the Bills' last pick is what? Does anyone have that offhand? The number of
off the top of my head.
230 something, maybe.
Oh boy.
240 something. Who got the Bills' last pick? Just give us the pick number if you have it in the chat.
Pull it up here quickly.
Let us know what that Bills' final 7th round pick number is. And I believe it's earlier than their original, if I'm not mistaken. So if you have that, let us know what that pick number is. But we're on 213. So
It's
231.
231. Yep, 231.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, here's the other thing too, and this seems obvious what I'm gonna mention, but when it's coming to 7th round picks and 6th round picks, yeah, sometimes we all have names that we want them to target, and then we'll be like, well, why didn't they draft this guy? Why did they take somebody else? When you've gotten to this point, it's just because the media or somebody on TV has a top 200 or top 250 list. The Bills could have that person 100 spots lower by this point. There's a huge variance in prospects and who certain teams thinks are draftable and who they don't think is draftable. So it's almost pointless to say, well, they should consider this guy or that guy at this point. They're literally picking off of a board of 500 people that they've evaluated. So when it comes to picking a guy right now, anyone's guess is as good as anyone else's. We have no clue at this point.
Right. Yeah. And another analysis on him is true grinder who leaves it all on the field, but struggles to keep his pads down and drive defenders to the run. In the run game, he shows adequate quickness in his set and some shock in his hands. And when he gets to land that punch, he can be effective. He started at left and right tackle at VT, but may be a better fit as a lengthy guard. So there's that. So NFL teams have 80 to 100 guys max, somebody says. Yeah, possibly. Like, I guess it's tough to know what their boards look like, but if you see their boards when they're ever leaked, they're feels like it's more than that, though. So I think that's maybe amount of like a certain level of player they have, but I definitely, think they have this. They definitely have more than that, especially as you get into day 3. Someone asked, can you get low at that height? Doesn't seem like you can, to be honest. I'm just reading.
Yeah, it gets tough to maintain that sort of leverage when you're 6'8" and you've got that he had 32-ish inch arms, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it gets tough to get low. I remember there's a clip from when Todd Haley was the Chiefs head coach. And he was talking to Dwayne Bowe. He was like, listen, you gotta be. He was like, listen, you got to be able to bend your knees. You're tall, you don't like tall guys don't like to bend their knees. Like you got to, but that's what you got. And it's true. You're tall, you're up there, you see the world, you want to stay up there, but you got to, when you're playing that position in particular, you got to be able to bend your knees. And, it'll be tough, and I'll be interested to see what they actually do with him. But we're talking about a 3rd, 6th round pick and a depth offensive lineman. I'm not.
Yeah, at the end of the day, guys, that's right. Like Cromer,
I'm not super worked up about this.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. Yeah, like I think it is that Cromer, and then Cromer probably said like, hey, they probably asked him, hey, what offensive lineman do you like best here? And he's probably like, this guy. And he's like, they're like, fine. Yeah. Like, I mean, I got to imagine there was some of that in there, or the Bills went to him with 2 names, and he was like, I'll take this guy.
Yeah.
So something along those lines there is how I'm envisioning that conversation going there. So, there's nothing to be overly upset about. Would have liked to see a little bit better report than that, but that,
sure,
whatever. I think think our own couple guys within cover one, I saw some chatting going on with the guys about
Chris Paul.
Yes, but I think Russ. Does it Russ that likes him?
It.
Yeah, about it. He said if it's not Brock Hoffman or Smith, so it's going to be a reach. So yeah, I mean, I that's kind of what I'm thinking is that there did seem to be names that were consensuously liked, not just by me or you, and it just seemed like a fairly raw profile of I mean, it was straight up a UDFA. So
yeah, kind of. To be fair, they're asking the same questions that some of you guys have been asking earlier. They're wondering why Chris Paul is still available. So it is interesting that he's still on the board at this point. Got to wonder if there was something that happened pre-draft, if it was something that didn't sit well with teams for this type of drop right now.
Okay.
Is Tenuta better than Hart? An on-fire garbage can would be better than Bobby Hart. You need a better standard in life when you're talking about offensive linemen.
I think the better comp there is he better than Tommy Doyle, right?
That is the actual question that needs to be asked.
A fifth worth of 6. It's kind of what we were doing with Khalil Shakir and Marquise Stevenson. Kind of that along those lines of, to me, he doesn't look like it. I think the moldable clay, the 10 RAS, and the ability of Tommy Doyle, but Tommy Doyle struggled. But I think that's kind of what you're looking for. Is he better than that? We don't know. Quite frankly, nothing in his scouting report says he is. But maybe when Bean speaks here in an hour or two, he'll have a few things to say that can kind of give us a little bit more insight on why they like him.
Got an update on Christian Benford. He's speaking in the media right now. Said he loves playing special teams and his main position was gunner this year. If the Bills have any special teams interest in him, which normally if you're a 6th-round pick, that's going to be something you'll need to contribute on
to make the roster.
Something to look out for.
But that's where like Wild Goose and stuff failed, that they didn't have that ability. Right. So maybe the Bills corrected that and we're like, we don't want to lose another 6th-round pick. Let's make sure he can be a little bit better on teams. So that's encouraging. So you have Saran Neal, you have Tywan Jones, you have a couple of the best gunners in the league, but you can't continue to keep paying those guys $3 and $4 million. I think Saran Neal's making $3 or $4 million. So definitely need to lot to build on from him. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good pick. For a Villanova style pick, there's a lot to work with there. It's a little Tenuta. Is it Tenuta or Tuneta? Like, how do we know?
It's Tenuta. So I assumed it was Tenuta.
Okay. We'll go with Tenuta.
I could be wrong. I often am. So.
Okay. We'll go with Tenuta. If you guys know, put the enunciation in the chat. We're going to go with Luke Tenuta for now. I just would have liked to see a little bit more of some transferable skills there. That's all. That's it.
I do have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
So with the Bills waiting so long to get an offensive lineman, obviously they added quite a bit of depth in the offseason with Quisenberry and then having Saffold come to the picture, and they had some draft picks last year. What are you guys taking out of the Cody Ford comments that Brandon Beane made yesterday? Is that just the political, I'm going to say something nice about him because he's still a member of this organization? Or do you
Possibly not.
Or do you
double
think
down
that they could still potentially see him as a key backup with Cromer now in the fold, and maybe there's still some hope?
I think that they think if there's a chance for Cody Ford to turn things around, it's going to be with Aaron Cromer. And if he doesn't, then we just let him go, and it's not a big deal. Well, I mean, other than having a 2nd-round pick fail, which we already kind of assumed at this point. But it's I do think that they are willing to just like ride it out. I don't think that Cody Ford is like a cut candidate right after the draft or anything. I think they're just going to have to ride it out, and they're going to see what Cromer can do with him. And, they've got some other guys to work with, whether that's Greg Mance or, obviously Saffold and Bates are going to be your starters, or at least the assumed starters. And now you have Tenuta coming in as like, hey, maybe we can work something with him. We'll see. Yeah. I don't think that Cody Ford is just like somebody that they're looking forward to cutting or just waiting to cut. Yeah. I think that they're waiting to see what's actually going to end up happening with him.
Yeah. I mean, It's a weird double down. I just think maybe at the value and what they're going to do, they can't cut him. And to me, like, I don't know. They've kind of proven, like, if Tenuta is the only guy that they go with, like, that might be his path to the roster for him, honestly. So that's quite frankly what it is. So I do think there's a possibility he is the 7th or 8th lineman on the roster. That's not crazy.
The Arizona Cardinals have picked Lestida Smith as
There you go.
their pick. At
Just a few picks later.
And the University of Georgia now has 15 players drafted in this draft, which is the most from a single school in a single draft all time.
It's crazy. You back in the day, you would always think of the schools like USC, Miami, obviously Alabama, Texas, schools like that. To see Georgia be at the top of that list, that's really incredible, and just tells you how good of a team they were.
That is.
It's not like their quarterback was.
No, that was the thing. So, that was like what made them become as great as they were, or at least sort of how you recognize them for being as great as they were. It was like their quarterback situation was awful, but their defense destroyed everyone. That is like the greatest defense of the last 20 years.
It was so special watching them. I remember when they beat Clemson early in the year, and I've never seen a team in the last maybe 5 years. Obviously, Alabama, the LSUs, the schools like that, 15, 20 years ago, they would win games 10-3. But in modern day football, where passing and scoring are at all-time highs, I've never seen a team with like a 7-0 lead before and think, yeah, this game is probably over.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was the case with Georgia all season. They get out to a 7-10 point lead in the first quarter, and you're like, it is over.
That Vanderbilt game that they had where they were up like 35-0 at the end of the first half. I was like, oh my God. We've seen Georgia, like good Georgia teams before. We've seen good Georgia defenses before. That was the game where I was like, okay, this is something a little bit different. This is like pure murder every single week. And like everybody like just sort of reflecting after the season was just like,
yeah,
these dudes were just physical as hell, man. Like they just, every single one of them, I don't know what they do there, but they get every single one of those dudes there to just smash and hit every single play. It's absurd.
And it's crazy because you think about it, the two top guys defensively for them that like as draft prospects are guys that were like, yeah, they have the height, they have the weight, the speed, but they kind of underperformed this season. And you're talking about the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, and then the other guy's Jordan Davis, and you're like, what? You're telling me these guys are underperforming? It really is crazy. And once you got that the coach in place, the system, the recruiting ability, Georgia and Alabama for the next 5 years, like as long as Nick Saban is at Bama and you have Kirby Smart at Georgia, I wouldn't be surprised to see them battle in the national championship again in the next couple years. It sucks for college football, but they're the two most dominant teams in the sport.
Yeah, I agree with that. 217 already, so we're getting there. So, guys, we'll go through, just so you guys know, we're going to get through. I appreciate the 300 viewers still on here, live viewers. We appreciate every single one of you. Smash that like button. It helps us a lot get our word out there. I've been with you now, myself, for 4 hours. Mike.
Unreal, Kevin.
Yeah, maybe an hour. Right.
We're close to an hour and a half right now for me.
Oh, so okay. There you go, Mike.
2.5 hours yesterday.
David, you what? You've been here since a couple hours.
It's like I came on like 2:30 or so.
I've already been disowned by my wife. My dog is wondering what's going on. So I can only imagine what you're going through, Kevin, right now.
Yeah. I don't know what I can hear going on upstairs, but it is what it is. It's draft time. That's what we're here for. So I appreciate everybody being on here for us. Mike's in a new location. Hell, he's renting a new apartment. I don't know what's going on.
We're in the kitchen. Normally I'm in the office with the stuff in the background, but the only way I can keep track of the draft is watching on TV. So I got a good little angle situation right now. Really makes my house look nicer than what it really is.
Yeah, I like it. Nice spot, Mike. So yeah, I appreciate all of you guys as well. Smash that like button. It helps us out a lot. Yes. We will be here through the next 14 picks or so to the Bills pick. And then, Bean will speak. All of you guys are going to want to go over there and probably listen to him and his breakdown at that stage. And then we'll have our work to do to look through the UDFAs as well and go through that as some of that stuff starts to pour in. And I'm sure Eric and Aaron and Greg will have something to give you guys on their opinion here after the pick as well. So they'll probably go live to kind of wrap up the 7th round there for you too. So
did you guys see this from Greg?
I did not.
In the DMs. So Greg Thompson just got back to us about the Bills' recent draft pick, and it's exactly what you would think he would say. Let me pull it up right here. He's a full serving of meh with a side of practice squad. If you draft too good of players on day 3, they get claimed on cutdown day. So basically saying this guy, Tanita, whatever you want to pronounce.
Yeah, no. In other words, no one likes him. Yeah. So I was just looking through the. We were confused. It was actually somebody else that they we confused with Tanita of someone liking. It was actually Hoffman that we liked. So with all that being said, there's got to be something there Cromer likes. And to them, more power to him. I think we've, Cromer's. I don't know if it's his decision or how that'll work, but there's got to be something there that they liked. I don't see it, but beside the height, but is that even a positive at this stage?
No.
So I want to ask you guys right now, because we're seeing some guys in the comments giving their draft grades right now, without knowing what the final pick is going to be. How would you analyze this draft for the Bills? I know the concept of draft grades during the draft is a stupid idea, but I'm going to ask you anyway. If you had to give an A through F scale, where would you put it at this point in time?
I'd probably give this like a B-. I like Kaiir Elam as a pick. I was slightly deflated when it was initially made because I wanted Andrew Booth, but I came to terms with the fact that Andrew Booth's medicals probably are what turned the team away from him, and he ended up going somewhere in the middle of the 2nd round anyway. So it wasn't like every team was super high on him to begin with. But Elam at the end of the day gives them, or really just gives them, what we have wanted from for the Bills for a long time at cornerback 2, which is, somebody who's fast, somebody who's long, somebody who has that real athletic profile, which they've avoided for years now, pretty much since they got there, where they've usually filled it with EJ Gaines or Levi Wallace or Kevin Johnson, Dane Jackson. Now they have someone who has legitimate like athletic ability and smarts, and I'm really into that pick now. 2nd round was, oh my god, what was the 2nd round pick? I feel awful. What am I doing? What was the 2nd round? James Cook. Okay, that's why. So I remember I was in the bathroom when they made that pick last night. So that's why I don't remember.
We're telling you right now who the pick is. You're just finding out. So
so James Cook, I liked. I like the plan for James Cook. He's a pass catching back, and he brings that element to that room, to that position that has been missing. But I felt like you could have gotten him a little bit later. Like, it seemed like a bit of a reach for him at that point, even though I kind of like the overall fit. I also don't love that he's not the most natural runner. I'd like my running backs to be able to run the ball consistently and effectively. I'm kind of kooky like that, I guess. But he is a legitimate receiver. Like, it's not just like, oh, he catches bubble routes and swing passes and turns them into 5-yard gains, which he does. But we've seen him on go routes. We've seen him really go down the field as a receiver. So I think that really will end up bringing a different element to this offense. 3rd round pick, the linebacker from Baylor. I was really not in on that at all, and I'm still not really all that into it. That just there are some guys that really like that pick, or that really like the player in a vacuum. And I do like that he came from Baylor, because I really love Dave Aranda, and we know that Dave Aranda is sort of in that Sean McDermott inner circle group and that does mean something, but I don't know. It just seemed like a very underwhelming pick to me. Nothing in round 4, and then you get into the later rounds. We get Khalil Shakir was a great pick, great value for a position of need. That long term at least, because we talked about needing in particular a slot receiver in the future after 2022. So I liked Khalil Shakir at that pick. That's a really, really good pick. Of course, Massare, talked about it for a while. Probably the most we're ever going to talk about punting in this entire offseason. So I a lot of raw potential with him. So we'll see how that all turns out. But it was definitely worth taking a shot on. I mean, he can really do. He's got a lot of potential, and that's what the Bills like to work with. And then, a big load of men with a side of practice squad for the last, for what's his name. Yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I felt like this is a B-. I like Khalil Shakir and Kaiir Elam probably the most. James Cook, I just felt was just a reach. Especially because I think I liked Rachaad White more, and he was still on the board. But yeah, I think the pick that was most disappointing was just that Baylor linebacker. I just really am not into that at the moment, and I'm totally open to be proven wrong. I've been wrong many times before, and I expect to be wrong many more times later. I just don't know if it'll be about that. So we'll see.
Yeah. To this question here, I do think that part of it. Like, I think the only time Bean mentioned, he mentioned a run at receiver. I do believe that affected their 3rd round pick. Yeah. I fully believe that. I think there were some 3rd rounders there.
They could have moved up. It only took New England.
I think he knew that after the fact. He didn't have any potential deals until they were starting to go runner.
I just think that'd be
the team
admitting that Bean made a mistake on.
Yeah.
If you think that wide receiver was in play early on, and they didn't end up getting one, then that's a mistake by Bean, because it was possible to move up to get one.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, we talked about Bernard as a safety, kind of maybe potentially big nickel. There is that possibility there for him as well. So I think that's a possible outcome for him. So I give the grade currently. It's stupid to do for instant reactions. C+. I don't think the values matched up great to me. I like Elam. I like him a lot as a player. I don't like the frantic move up to trade a 4th. It's not the end of the world, but it did lead to some interesting trade backs and what you wanted to do, because you didn't have that 4th, and trying to get the 4th back and trying to move back twice and trying to recoup that. If they didn't care about the 4th, that's fine, but they did. They tried to recoup that 4th. They traded up for a high 5. So to me, I got it as C+. Can be easily boosted based on what we see here. The today's actually brought it from a C to a C+. Actually, like many of the picks today. And Ariza, Khalil Shakir was one of my favorite prospects here in the 3 of the 4 round 3 to 4 range. So to me, I think that there was usually some value misappropriation to me. But in the end of the day, Bean knows best. He's got to preface everything by that. So, he knows best. He knows what he's looking for. He knows the exact thing he's looking for. Potentially a $700K punter on the books for 4 years, a potential new slot receiver, a $700K for 4 years, starting cornerback 1, could end up looking good, or could end up looking back and looking like a drafter we reached on some positional needs. So I do think that some of those, we got a little squirrely. We did miss sometimes. We wanted a running back and we missed that way. I think they were valuing corner to the running back valuations. Like, what were they going to do in the 1st round if they lost Elam compared to Breece Hall? As it's easy to analyze now, they went running back and receiver. So that they wanted one. So I think that they had to appropriate that as well going in.
Oh, we have a guest right now.
There we go.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm just here to celebrate Khalil Shakir and Massare Day. Wish everyone, congratulations. Remember where you are on the day that this happened. It's going to be really exciting. I want to let the fans know that Aaron and I are prepping our reaction show coming up here right as soon as you guys wrap. So it's going to be a great day. We've had an awesome time out here in Vegas. It's been awesome. You guys have been killing it with the coverage each day going live. So it's been a ton of fun. But just want to jump in and say hi and, congratulate you guys on doing an awesome job and say hi to all the fans. We're going to have one last reaction show here and then we get one night in Vegas to be able to go,
enjoy. Yeah, enjoy. When you guys fly home tomorrow?
Yep. Everybody flying home tomorrow. It's going to be a good time. We also got to figure out who we drafted after Khalil Shakir and Massare, because I'm not familiar with the works of those gentlemen.
Yeah, no, fair enough. We can gladly we have some stuff up. We can gladly remind you of Christian Benford from Villanova. So we converted him to safety, Greg. Sorry. We already converted him to safety.
I respect it. I do think that Aaron made a good point that there's a lot of pieces where, this late we were asking. And remember, here's a good question. I'll leave you guys to discuss this afterwards. If you are an agent of current priority undrafted free agents, what is the position that you look at the Bills roster and say, oh, I want to bring my guy there to compete? We came up with 3 maybes. Other than that, who's going to go want to sign with the Bills? You're not making that team. We said maybe a tight end thinks they could beat Tommy Sweeney, although tight end 3 is not a guaranteed roster spot. Maybe if you are a center only specific and you think the Bills want that, but you're still talking about trying to beat out Greg Mance. Maybe if you're a safety, but I don't know that anybody's beating out DeMar Hamlin and Jaquan Johnson, and I don't see another spot. So these day 3 picks later, I'm actually at about like 31 3/4. We measured it. I'm not like I'm not a full Tyrannosaurus Rex, but I don't have the what do they call it? The primate ratio. Like I don't have the where your arms are longer than your height. I'm just under. I think my wingspan's like 71.5 and I'm 6 foot. So
hey, those are long enough to be in our secondary. So
there you go.
But yeah, these day 3 picks right now are basically what would have been our UDFAs and our guys who have a chance to be able to honestly make the practice squad, because we saw what happened last year with Jack Anderson and Rashad Wildgoose. Maybe they leaned more long-term project guy because that has a better chance of passing through waivers than a guy who is maybe lower ceiling but higher chance of making the roster, like a Jack Anderson, where he was probably never going to be a starter but had a better chance of making a roster, so he got claimed. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. Benford and I apologize. Is it Tenuta?
Yeah, Tenuta.
They're just not guys that I did work on, so I can't speak to them. But I can connect the dots of some of the upside, some of the size, some of the athleticism. Not Tenuta, but for Benford, what they're shooting for.
Yeah.
But either way, you guys doing an awesome job. Appreciate you. And we're going to have a reaction show with Aaron and Eric and I coming up when you guys wrap up.
Kirk, sounds good. We'll probably be wrapping after the Bills pick. Send it to you. So we'll see you soon.
Great, guys.
See you later. All right. So we are at 2:23 here, in for the long haul and churning and burning, as they like to say, churning and burning these picks. And we're going to be here, like I said, probably for another 20 to 30 minutes, I'd say. Looks like probably till 6 o'clock we'll be going here. And then we'll send everybody off to dinner. And Greg will be jumping in. They'll be doing their instant reaction, as well as Bean will be speaking. So that'll be a lot of good stuff here. So he might be right. I don't have another philosophy on that Tenuta pick. I mean, who cares? But it's still a pick. It's still a pick. That's what we're here for.
It's just not worth getting upset either way.
No one's upset by it. But we're just trying to figure out the thinking, kind of like what. And
his theory is as good as anything I've heard. I honestly haven't thought about that in the past, mostly because the Bills haven't ever had a complete roster like they have right now in a long time. So that's very possible what he was just saying. And to wrap up my draft grade quick, just to bless everyone watching right now, I'm with Foxy here. B minus, C plus. I think you could go either way with that. It's one of those drafts where the Bills having the luxury of taking who they want and not really worrying about the value. I think down the road we're going to look better at this draft than what the grades will be for it. I agree with Foxy. James Cook in the second round is always going to seem like a reach on paper, but for what the Bills want him to do, it should be a perfect fit. So, like the pick, even if the value isn't there, Kaiir Elam, he's going to slot in as a starting second corner day one. That lets Dane Jackson go down to a 3. I like that, what that does to the Bills' defense. A Khalil Shakir, he has potential down the road, like that pick. Massare, like what he does for the Bills' punting situation. So, if you're asking me, do I think the Bills accomplished what they needed to accomplish with this draft? My answer is 100% yes. The Bills did what they needed. And if you want to draft a grade based on a team accomplishing their goals, give it an A+ at this moment in time. If you grade it based on what the media is going to do, based on what the value is, you're going to see C grades and C+. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to say that the Bills reached with Cook. There's going to be a lot of people that will say the Bills reached big time in the third round. They gave up a 4th-round pick to move up 2 spots for a corner that some people didn't think necessarily was the 23rd best player in the draft. But my opinion, I like the guys that they brought in. I'll say B-, but it's not a bad B- in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough to do that, as your pick is in at 224. So we're roaring here. 7 more picks. We'll be on the air through that pick to talk about it for a minute. Hopefully we can bring you, we've been pretty good, but hopefully we can bring you some more positive content than the Tenuta. But that's nothing I can do. I just read like 4 scouting reports. It was not, it was nothing. Wasn't really my opinion. It was just what it was. So hopefully something here, and maybe I'll get blessed with my
this is the round where you draft players as favors to people. I know we joke about it, but Austin Proehl, like, you remember Bills wide receiver, great Austin Proehl. Chad Kelly to the Broncos. I mean, come on. John Elway was just trying to do his buddy Jim a favor. So weird things happen late in the draft, especially when you don't have the roster spots for some of these guys. So, not saying the Bills would ever waste a pick. That's a foolish idea. But realistically, Brian Beane knows the situation. And he knows that most likely whoever they add in this situation isn't gonna be on the team.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So recap a couple of the extra picks here if anyone wanted to know.
Let's go through it.
The top of we'll go back to, since we spent some time on the, once again, Bill stuff. We'll go after Tenuta. We had Chasen Hines, offensive line, LSU. Quentin Lake from UCLA. Darian Kendrick, cornerback from UGA. John Fitzpatrick, tight end from UGA. We had Jasair Tyler from Wake, cornerback from Wake. Lexus Smith, our guy, went to from Virginia Tech, went to the Cardinals at 215. We also had Curtis Brooks from Cincy, James Houston from Jacksonville State, Kaiir from Minnesota, tight end, going to Tampa. Chance Campbell, linebacker, Mississippi, going to Tennessee. Kalia Davis, defensive line, UCF. Tariq Castro Fields, cornerback from Penn State, going to San Fran, back-to-back there. We're into the 7th round. The 7th round is off and roaring here, and we are on the clock in a few picks. Montrek Brown, cornerback from Arkansas. Isaiah Thomas, Cameron Good, going to linebacker, going to Miami. And that pick just came in there now. So pick is in here for the Steelers at 225. Bills are on the clock in about 5 picks. So we'll be coming at you fast and furious for probably another 20 minutes.
Kevin, you're 20 minutes away from freedom.
I know. 5 hours on the nose today. I can't complain, though. I think that at least some of those guys did back-to-backs. But day 2, come on.
Hey, there's a big difference between doing a back-to-back day 1, day 2. Day 3, you have players that you've never heard of in your life. And
Yeah.
That went to Watonka Baptist. What was that?
I mean, when
Joaquin,
Greg Thompson is saying he's never heard of a guy before, we're going into like a special area right now. So
Yeah, but I think the benefit to this, Mark Robinson, linebacker, Ole Miss, going to the Steelers, take him off your board. I think what people want to hear, though, is like people talking about Bill-centric, because you can watch this and it's just like someone talking about Mark Robinson. You don't care, like, who's Mark Robinson?
100%. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, like, I don't need to hear the Steelers taking Mark Robinson. I'd rather how the upcoming picks will affect the Bills. And, all we can do is go off of what we think. And for me, in a matter of, I'm still now with if that's the offensive lineman they wanted to add to the room, if that's the level of offensive lineman the Bills are thinking that's left on the board, I do not want to double dip there. If that's the guy that they designated to be the best available offensive lineman or the right fit for the Bills, clearly there wasn't anybody else. To me, all that's left, Carson Strong, give it a shot. You're not going to sign a quarterback in UDFA. I think that he could bring in a lot here. You're going to get him on a value deal. And if that's the level of play we're getting anyways, I like the ability to try Carson Strong here to wrap up the draft. And, because you're not going to get anyone. You're not going to get anybody in here with that quarterback room. So I think that he could present that for you. So that's kind of my idea. Or I like center. So I don't know. Especially, I don't know what he's going to, the new tackle is going to play at all. If he is going to move into guard, but there's a chance that, I don't, like Greg said, I don't know that you're going to be able to sign a UDFA center. So just like I'm saying, a quarterback, go ahead. And so they're referring to him as a tackle. That's what I thought. I mean,
it makes sense. It was just that they announced him as the offensive line.
I like this question right here. Did the Jets improve enough this weekend to be number 2 in the division?
The Bengals did last year.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I was saying this after free agency. I've been saying this for a while now. The Jets are the only major threat to the future of the Bills in this division. The Patriots are future. I mean, I could even say it this year. I don't think the Dolphins. I can absolutely say it this year.
You don't know what they have at quarterback yet.
The Jets offense?
The problem is I know exactly what the Patriots have at quarterback, and it's not threatening to the Bills. And I can say with pretty strong confidence I know what the Dolphins have at quarterback.
The question wasn't threatening to the Bills. Is do they have enough to be the second best team in the division?
Yes, they do.
See, my issue. I love the Jets draft. They hit a home run. I'm stuttering. God, I can't even speak right now. The Jets hit a home run with their draft. A lot of top end talent. Their top 4 picks, crazy good. So if you're a Jets fan, be excited. They were still a horrible team last year with a horrible quarterback. Not saying that Zach Wilson can't succeed, but Miami is a team that's won 19 games the last 2 years. I know the Bills own Miami, but they added Tyreek Hill. They added a Armstead at tackle. They added a lot of good pieces to their offense. Miami, I think, could compete for a wild card with the roster they have. New England, they still have Bill Belichick. They might not have a great quarterback, but they're a team that in a bad season still made the playoffs. I don't think the Jets have the pieces where you can just say they're better than a 9 and a 10 win team from last season. Like you're assuming that Miami and New England would both regress enough to where the Jets would be a 9, 10, 11 win team in that scenario. There's no way the Jets are more than a 7, 8 win team.
First of all, I do think that both the Patriots and the Dolphins will regress. I mean,
that's fair.
The Dolphins have a first-year head coach and a quarterback that doesn't want to throw more than 5 yards down the field most of the time. And the best part of that team for the last 2 years, and the reason why they won so many games, was because that defense was killer, and they fired the head coach who's in charge of that defense.
Yeah, that's strange. I will admit
that. And then you look at the Patriots. I mean, I'm sorry, that defense is old and slow, and they lost one of their only legitimate athletic players in J.C. Jackson. What am I supposed? And they deliberately have a smaller, more strangely put together coaching staff than anyone else in the NFL, and they did basically nothing but add a bunch of running backs to help their offense, and then Cole Strange at guard. So good for them.
I'm not going to say you're not right. it definitely could happen. My issue with the whole thing is even if they do regress, which certainly is possible, do you think the Jets, with 4 very good but rookies still, is enough to get to 8 wins?
I think that Elijah Moore will have a really good season for them. I think if Corey Davis stays healthy, he could have a really good season for them. I think Garrett Wilson could be a good year 1 contributor, maybe not like a Jamar Chase or Jalen Waddle type of contributor, but like a good contributor. They have continuity with like a really good coaching staff for the first time since when? I mean, when was the last time the Jets had a good coaching staff that had continuity from year 1 to year 2? They got a legit corner who I think is a great fit for that style of defense. And they signed Carl Lawson last year to a contract, and he didn't even play for them last year. And assuming he stays healthy, which is a big if, I mean, because he's had injuries since going back to college. If he stays healthy, he's a legit force for them on that defensive line. And that really changes a lot of things for them. So I think that, I don't know if they'll be like a legitimately good, great team. I think they might win a bunch of close games and get themselves into a wild card spot, though.
Yeah, I think the Jets are definitely improved. I don't see them making quite as much of a leap as what you might be thinking. I think the Jets, you look at them on paper, I could see a 7-10 type team, like 7 wins.
Sure.
It'd be competitive, be better than what you are last year. I was high on the Bengals going into last season. I didn't think Super Bowl. I think I said it earlier. Yeah. Like I thought they could win 9 games, and the big reason was I'm a Joey Burrow guy. Sure. I called his first ever high school varsity start on the radio. So I've known who Joe Burrow is for a decade. So I was biased. I saw something in him. He's always been that guy. I don't have that same belief in Zach Wilson to this point. I think he has physical traits. I think he could be a good quarterback. And I know this is my anti-Jets bias coming out, but with the Zach Wilson, he will need to prove it to me before I believe in him, which is the exact opposite of what I felt with Josh Allen, where you believe in him a lot sooner because you want to believe in the traits and some of the plays and certain things that you see. But Wilson was seeing ghosts that time last year. Yeah, maybe he'll make a big leap, but he certainly has the players surrounding him to do it. But ultimately, he's going to have to make a jump for the Jets to be that 7, 8, 9 win team.
And we're at commercial break now, but the Bills will be they're probably on the clock with the pick coming soon. So we'll give you another 10 minutes here of our time to kind of talk about that for a little bit, and we'll put everybody on the way, grab some dinner, kind of catch whatever's going on. I used to love UDFA time, and I hate it now. I really don't care.
It's boring.
There's not
it doesn't matter anymore.
I used to try to get Derek Rogers and a Cal Roby Coleman.
Derek Rogers. You remember that? That was the days.
And there was some excitement. I remember being at the bar, and someone's like, they got Derek Rogers. And I'm like, that's a really good signing. And now I just not a single player can make our roster. We have to draft seriously players that we can cut through to waivers.
It used to be you'd always hear Jason Peters. We got Jason Peters, and we can turn him into something. Any of these guys could turn into something, not realizing the hit rate of a UDFA to becoming a future Hall of Famer is 1 in some astronomical number. So,
yeah. So pick is in for Washington, which means the Bills probably have their pick in to follow.
Washington took Chris Paul.
Oh.
Ooh, stings.
That's a risk.
The Bills clearly didn't have any.
In the middle of a playoff run too. So
yeah.
No, but seriously, that's a good pick for Washington. Definitely could have seen him coming quite a bit earlier. You wonder if the Bills had any interest in a guy like that, but I would assume not, because they've had multiple opportunities to take him and have passed each time. So,
okay, Bo Melton also just went. We'll recap it here.
David Sills, the 5th UDFA watch. Remember when they had to bring Terry Pagula on the phone to convince him to come to Buffalo? That's hilarious to me. And he did nothing in the NFL. Not a freaking thing in the NFL.
People were high on David Sills. They were like, this guy is going to be a touchdown machine in the red zone. Dude, these are great UDFA memories, almost as great as
Yeah,
like
throwing
as
the
a kid.
UDFA memories in the chat. Bill's pick is finally in, actually. It looked like they
Uh-oh.
took a little longer than I would have.
Is it a commercial or are they on right now?
No, they just announced Chris Paul, so it is on. So it'll be up probably in the next couple minutes. So
My favorite draft memories with the Bills are they're about to make their pick at 10th overall or whatever number. And we cut to a commercial. We'll be back in 3.5 minutes. And every time.
Well, it's up now. The Bills pick is in, so we should see it in the next minute or two. But what kind of pick is in? So here we should have the announcement any moment here. For pick 231. So we will wait that out a little bit. Interesting that Chris Paul did go there. We'll see if they go interior offensive lineman, which they could. Definitely wouldn't think a tackle. I don't see really D-line or front seven much. Don't see DB. I probably guard center, maybe double down on receiver. Potentially that project quarterback. I mean, that's all I got. So we'll see what they do. And they doubled down on linebacker for Braylon Spencer from Clemson. So Braylon Spencer from Clemson was the Bills' pick here at this position. Pretty much a UDFA based on everything that I'm reading here. So good. I mean, whatever. That's for some reason they might have called Braylon's Spector. And he mentioned to them, he's thinking about playing sign-in somewhere else, and they're like, "Oh, then we're going to draft you." Braylon Spector is the pick, the linebacker from Clemson.
4'6",
Yep.
4'6", 40. That's good for a linebacker. Not the tallest guy, about 6 feet tall. Honorable mention, all ACC last year.
Yep. 28 defensive stops. He had 19 tackles against NC State at one point, guys. So we're going with Braylon Spector. Where I'm after. I'm going to go after and see what my guy Kent Lee Platty has for me. And kind of, we'll see if we can get him on to kind of recap this, by the way, for fun. But see what Kent Lee Platty's got going on for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is another special teams. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect in the 7th round. It is what it is.
I like that.
I'm not gonna pretend I'd have some super strong take. It is what it is.
I mean, it's a special teams 4'6", 40, all ACC honorable mention last year. Braylon Spector. So let's see what we can get here. Keep you guys here for about 5 more minutes here talking.
Greg just retweeted the RAS score on the timeline. So he is 8.95 unofficial.
There we go.
Looks like great explosion score because he had a 36 vertical and a 10-2 broad. Speed grade, 4.6 40-yard dash, like you just said, 2.67 20-yard split, 1.61 10-yard split. Great agilities with a 4.23 unofficial shuttle and a 6.93 3-cone unofficial shuttle. He had a poor size grade because he's only 6 foot and 233.
Well, this guy, he's a great athlete. He just his size and weight are ultimately what brings down his score just a little bit. But even an 8.95, that's a tremendous score for Raz. So this guy has all the athletic ability in the world.
Yeah.
And it seemed like the only time they bent the truth for the Raz was that random offensive tackle, which didn't make any sense. They've drafted high Raz players exclusively. They've always drafted high Raz offensive linemen, and the only time they bent that was for the offensive tackle, which was fairly interesting.
It's a little weird.
Fairly interesting. That was the unit because that was the one that only had high Raz scores. So that was really interesting that they were able to do. So it's some pedigree there. Probably a path to the roster at special teams, or I don't think they would have drafted him. Obviously, he's just competing with Dodds in a UDFA and Andre Smith, another guy. So there's still a path to the roster there for him. There's never really a bad reason to try to draft a special teamer. Pretty low on most boards if you look it up. The 350 or lower. Fairly decent reach, but it does seem like Greg's philosophy of potentially guys that can sit on the practice squad without losing them is a fair analysis of maybe guys you didn't feel would sign with you is also a fair analysis. Good height weight ratio for the modern day linebacker. Hip fluid and coverage is noticeably good, which is vital. His speed, athleticism alone could allow him to stick on a roster, but he's developmental in terms of on the field fundamentals. Despite his athletic chops, his delay with IDing the play is an issue, both on run and passes, which makes him a touch slower than he really is. Block shedding is a miss, but closer to weakness than a strength. Length is an issue again. Blockers give him a tiny tackling radius, and he often gets eaten up by blockers. Too often a tick late to his assignments. Minimal blitzer isn't able to do that. Leaves him driving the ball carriers to gain some leverage. So that's what we got on Braylon Spector, the linebacker from Clemson, guys. So that's a wrap here. We're going to kind of wrap on that. Obviously we all would have liked these fallers to fall to the Bills and these high ratings and, 150 overall and all this kind of stuff, but it didn't seem like that was in the cards here for the Bills today. So with all that being said, a final few minutes, 1 minute maybe each, and we'll get on your hair and over to Greg. And we'll bring you, we'll kind of wrap that way, guys. So, here we go. We'll start with David. Just kind of what's your wrap on this today? What's your thoughts? Do you care what they do in UDFA? We went through grades already.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't really care what they do in UDFA. I mean, whatever. Do whatever your heart desires.
None of them are making the roster.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Like it is what it is. So I am generally fine with the draft. I think Kaiir, Elam, and Khalil Shakir are probably my favorite picks overall. I think James Cook will probably end up justifying their pick and when they took him. I'm still not 100% in on that. And we'll see what that linebacker Bernard from Baylor can do. But that other than that, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, of course, you get a punter in Matt Ariza, and assuming he actually learns how to hold, that'll actually end up, I think, being a really good pick for them. So overall, like we said earlier, B- for me.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll read through this and give you my final reactions, and we'll go to Mike, and we'll be a wrap here on the Cover One Day 3 special. For Spector, as the son of a former Clemson receiver, Robbie Spector, he has good bloodlines. He earned the nickname the Bruise Brothers, where he played with teammate Jane Sikulski to help be one of the best defenses in the NCAA. Agile and swift with his footwork, adjustments, good eyes and angles in the run game, tough and willing to take on blocks, quick to identify and react to run development around him, fast trigger, uses them to smartly adjust his coverage, explodes into targets and puts everything he has into contact. Versatile enough to play inside and out, and toughness will make him a possible all-star on the special teams unit. No blitzer is a negative. Athleticism is average by NFL standards. Mistimes and misplaces his hands all the time. He can't shed blocks. And his pro comparison, Blake Cashman. So Cashman's career has been derailed, consistent issues by the Jets, but doesn't have that medical band-aid that Cashman did have for the Jets. So, and does have that instincts and engaged style of play, could be a special teams captain. So at least there's a little bit there to digest outside of just probably not good, like Tenuta. So, definitely a special teamer that could work his way onto the roster. Definitely not going to be hard to beat Andre Smith if he shows something and then brings some cost. Once again, $700K for 4 years could bring that to the fold. My overall review was, like I said, C+ range. Thought that they were, really didn't have a ton of needs. I thought they were kind of playing with the board a little bit too much. I do like the Ariza trade up, and when they got a little bit more aggressive, waiting for Ariza there and then trading up for Khalil Shakir, I thought those were both great moves, with the aggressive being my favorite being. The kind of final two picks were just special teamers at heart. So they reached on the linebacker because they didn't have a 4th round pick, which was the reason, because they had to come up and they got a little scared about Elam needing to come away with a cornerback starter. So I think all of that kind of played a role in just how the draft went. I think if it ran back, it could have gone differently for him, but ultimately the players they liked were good, and at the cost of a 4th round pick is what it is. And I do believe that they probably were after Cook a little bit more into the 3rd round, but they just felt they didn't know what they could do. And I do feel they probably could have waited on it, but they've done that before and maybe lost the player. So they didn't know if they could do that here in this case. But overall, I like the gamut of players. The depth of the roster is full. I don't see any need for UDFAs. I see a limited reason for even vets now on the market unless someone big pops off. But overall, guys, it was a great draft. Wasn't perfect. The board was a little weird at times, but ultimately we'll see what happens here as this draft develops into OTAs and training camp. Mike, we're going to bounce it to you to wrap up your thoughts, and we'll get everybody out of here.
Yeah, my final thoughts. I hate using this word, but this wasn't really a sexy draft for the Bills. There's really nothing that you look at as far as this draft and you say, this is going to be a wonderful franchise-altering draft for the Buffalo Bills. That said, it was one word. They had a few objectives in mind, and I feel like they achieved everything they were trying to achieve. They wanted to fill cornerback number 2, check mark with Kaiir Elam. They wanted to get a pass-catching running back, someone that could help Josh Allen on checkdowns, even add a little bit of a threat on the outside once in a while. Check with James Cook. You got depth with Khalil Shakir at wide receiver, someone that could be a returner as well. You added Massare, who's going to be the presumed favorite in the punt battle this offseason. At linebacker, who knows what to say about Bernard? I don't know if he's going to be a solid player. I don't know where he's going to fit into all of this, but obviously they have high hopes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taking him at 89 overall. So my thoughts, this isn't going to be something where it's flashy or it's going to be getting the talk of the town or the hype on ESPN or NFL Network, but the Bills did what they needed to do. And ultimately, I think their team is better today than what they were going into this weekend. And I feel like they are more in a better position to compete and try to go win a Super Bowl now.
Sounds good, Mike. I appreciate everybody for being on the panel. All of the Cover One panelists that we had through day 1 and day 2, smash that like button. It helps us a whole great deal. Greg, Aaron, and Eric will be on here shortly. Brandon Bean will be speaking shortly. So we really appreciate that. And the Bills pretty much, at least in their minds, filled everything. A couple linebackers, filled tackle, cornerback, running back. Really, interior offensive line was the only thing left. Really untouched. So we'll see if that's what they focus on in UDFAs, but we'll bring that to you on each of our individual shows. You can catch us on the Going Deep podcast, Mike and myself, Fridays at 8:00 during this. But we'll do a recap here this Friday, 6 days from today, 6 days from now. So we really appreciate everybody being on the show. Thank you for tuning in for another 5 hours here today from David. Appreciate David as well. You can catch him on his show as well. Are you Tuesday nights?
We are Monday nights at 7 p.m.
Okay.
Me and Kyle Salagi do a whole bunch of nonsense for about an hour and a half. So always tune in. It's a fun time on the Roundup.
There you go. On the Roundup on Monday nights. So make sure you check that out. And you'll see them soon, actually. You'll see them in 48 hours. So he's got his work to do to put his numbers and figures. But you've heard both of them actually on here today as well. So really appreciate everybody tuning in. But from the entire Cover One Going Deep in the Roundup, thank you for tuning in here today. And we'll be bringing you great coverage here shortly with Eric and from Vegas, as well as each of our individual shows. So appreciate everyone tuning in, and we'll catch you on our show soon.